collapse. It was not going to move forward. Look what has happened over 10 months. Over 10 months, more jobs in the city, more small businesses open, decrease in crime. You're seeing over and over again success over and over again.
All right, we are listening to a press conference from New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Is getting quite contested. He is taking questions, and then we heard some vocal individuals by him there. So we're going to bring you the headlines. We're going to bring you part of the press conference as we can clearly understand and hear it. I'm Alex Steele alongside Billy Lipschultz, John Tucker, Miles Miller also here as well. He is U.S. managing editor. Laura Namias is a Bloomberg senior reporter. She covers New York City and state politics. She has had a very busy 24 hours, and she is joining us now. Laura, I know you've been listening in and out of the press conference that Eric Adams has given after the indictment was unsealed about an hour and a half ago. How is the defense here shaking out for Eric Adams?
Well, we're also expecting in a few moments a press conference at the Southern District where the charges will be laid out in more detail. But at this point, the way that the defense is shaking out is that Adams and his defense attorneys are maintaining his innocence and insinuating that he is being targeted for political reasons and potentially racially motivated reasons. That's something that he has suggested in public appearances and in statements that he has given out in the last 24 hours.
When the Southern District, when those charges will be laid out in more detail, we do have the indictment already unsealed. What kind of details are we expecting? What more will you be looking for?
Well, we're still reading through the indictment. It's incredibly lengthy, 57 pages, and it's detailing a scheme that has taken place over the course of a decade, dating back to when Eric Adams was the Brooklyn Borough President, a position that he served in for 2 terms from 2014 to the time of his election as mayor in 2021. The indictment alleges that he took business class tickets and gifts from the Turkish government and people representing the Turkish government in exchange for providing access and favors, and that he accepted illegal campaign contributions from straw donors and essentially exploited the city's stringent campaign finance system, which is also unusually generous as a public campaign finance system. It's one of the most generous in the country.
All right, Laura, hang tight with us. Laura Namias is Bloomberg senior reporter covering New York City and state politics. We are going to take you back to the press conference with New York City Mayor Eric Adams, where he has said he looked forward to defending himself. He says, my day-to-day will continue, and he will continue to serve as mayor of New York City. Let's listen in to some of the questions being asked of Mayor Eric Adams.
I was elected by the people of the city, over 700,000 strong. And this is a city that is extremely resilient. This is a city that we have gone through some difficult and hard times, and we're going to continue to move forward as a city. That's what that's shown. I think the narrative here that's missing, 2 months ago when my phones were removed, we have not gone backwards. We have not stood still. We showed how we operate during difficult times. And when you say who's the point person that's going to deal with business community, who's going to deal with the business of running the city, the point person is Eric Adams. I'm the mayor of the city of New York. A competent team.
How dare you compare him to Donald Trump? You say this is retaliation for speaking out against the migrant crisis, but according to the indictment, it dates back to your 2021 campaign, the name of co-conspirator, who you said you deleted messages from. I mean, the allegations seem to go along with what we've been reporting for at least a year, almost a year. What do you say to that? I mean, you said you traveled to these countries, and you deny that you took any kickbacks from these countries, and you deny that you intervened on behalf of the Turkish government to try to get the skyscraper built.
What's your question? Yeah, that's elaborate.
I'm not saying he denies all the allegations in the 54-page indictment. Have you guys been having all about
Listen,
he's fighting back. That's your answer. What's your name so I can put you in my story?
My legal team is going to peruse the entire indictment. We got it today when it was released. The news media received information before we did, as they have been receiving for the last 10 months. It appears as though the goal is to try this case publicly, not in the criminal justice system that's in place. And so based on what I read, it's clear that if it's campaign violations, I know I don't violate the campaign. Right. If it's foreign donors, I know I don't take money from foreign donors. And I verbalize that to the team, both in writing and both in communication. And we will continue to do that. And we look forward for the legal team to handle this as I handle the city of New York and continue success that we've witnessed in the last 2 years and 9 months as the mayor of the city of New York.
And just to set the scene there, Mayor Adams concluding what I guess we could call a news conference. It did take some questions outside of Gracie Mansion, Carl Schurz Park, the Upper East Side of Manhattan here in New York City. Responding to questions about the indictments today and the charges, the federal charges specifically. I'm John Tucker, along with Alex Steele and June Grasso, our resident lawyer, has been going over the indictment, trying to catch up on it.
And Miles, don't forget Miles.
Miles is
Miller.
here as well.
Unless you need to go, which you understand, because you also are managing editor for U.S. He also was deputy press secretary for the FDNY. If we just go over, before Miles, let's go to Miles first, because Miles has to go in a second.
I have a quick question for you, and it's about the timing. If it does, in fact, some of these charges relate to his time as Brooklyn Borough president, I mean, the question is, why now?
You know, this would appear to be a investigation that has taken some time. One thing that's really interesting is reading through this indictment, how entrenched he was with Turkish Airlines. He would fly through Turkey just so that he could get the upgrades, and just because they had given him so much.
That's a serious love of business class right there.
Let me just this part here just really struck me. He was going to France, New York to France. Now the most direct route is New York to France. He instead went through Istanbul, and he texted his partner, transferring here, first stop is always Istanbul. I was at the Istanbul airport. If I could just go straight to France, I'd go straight to France, because the Istanbul airport is very far. It has a great food court, but I mean, this really shows you the lengths he was willing to go through, according to prosecutors. So I'll leave you with that.
Thank you for that. Just before you go, really quickly, I know we could only listen to some of what Mayor Eric Adams said, but you could see him lined up with a lot of his supporters. And he said, defending myself, my day-to-day is not going to change. Did he do enough to convince anybody?
If you know Eric Adams, he loves a fight, and I think he will continue to do this job until it's apparent that he can't. And we saw that happen with Rob Menendez as well, who was also charged by the same prosecutor's office.
Okay. Miles, thank you so much for sitting in with us. We really appreciate it. Miles Miller, he is U.S. Managing Editor right here at Bloomberg Television. He also is Deputy Press Secretary of the FDNY, an investigative journalist for many years as well, and covered New York politics. Here with us, as John Tucker was pointing out, June Grasso, host of Bloomberg Law Show, joining us. We're waiting for the Southern District of New York now, DA Damian Williams, to speak as well. That presser coming kind of any moment. June, what are you looking for?
At the presser, I'm looking to see if any other people are there. This is a conspiracy. Part of the charges are conspiracy. So who else in this indictment? They don't name. They say businessman 1, businessman 2, businessman 3, and Adam's staffer. And it would be interesting to see if we can glean who he's alleged to be conspiring with. And I'm assuming, this could be wrong, that somebody flipped here. And it would be interesting to see if we can figure out if there is someone who's cooperating, because this has been going on for so many years, and the pressure on someone like a staffer after all those years is going to be great. And perhaps one of them said, okay, I'll cooperate. An interesting thing about, this whole indictment is that they say that Adams also abused the matching funds program that New York has, and under that, because of these false donations, or we'll call them false, but donations that are illegal through straw donors, that he got some $10 million in campaign funds through the New York Matching Donor Program. So there's a lot here, and you can see how this investigation was very, very thorough. They list all the, the airline flights. But one thing I noticed is that most of the text messages that are listed in the indictment are between an Adams staffer and a Turkish official, an Adams staffer and a businessman. There's very little of Eric Adams texted this. A few things, but they could also be kind of nebulous. So you can see that as far as that's concerned, his attorneys have something to work with. And
and at the U.S. Attorney's Office in Lower Manhattan, on an easel, they've laid out a visual aid, and it is headlined, "The United States versus Eric Adams." Underneath that, Adams' undisclosed travel benefits, and they start in 2016. As some of the assistant U.S. attorneys come out ahead of the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District.
Damian Williams, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District, has learned from Preet Bharara, who was the U.S. Attorney.
And here he is.
And actually, here he is right now, the man himself, Damian Williams.
My name is Damian Williams, and I'm the United States Attorney here in the Southern District of New York. Today we are announcing campaign finance, bribery, and conspiracy charges against Eric Adams, the mayor of New York City. As the indictment alleges, Mayor Adams engaged in a long-running conspiracy in which he solicited and knowingly accepted illegal campaign contributions from foreign donors and corporations. As we allege, Mayor Adams took these contributions even though he knew they were illegal, and even though he knew these contributions were attempts by a Turkish government official and Turkish businessmen to buy influence with him. We also allege that the mayor sought and accepted well over $100,000 in luxury travel benefits from some of the same foreign actors who arranged many of the illegal campaign contributions. These benefits included free international business class flights and opulent hotel rooms in foreign cities. The mayor had a duty to disclose these gifts on his annual public disclosure forms so that the public could see who was giving him what. But as we allege, year after year after year, he kept the public in the dark. He told the public he received no gifts, even though he was secretly being showered with them. We allege that Adams accepted these benefits knowing that they were given to him because of his position. And in exchange for some of those improper benefits, he intervened in the New York City Fire Department's inspection process for a building owned and operated by the Turkish government, allowing it to open even though it had not passed the fire inspection. The corruption alleged in the indictment is, as I said, long-running. As we allege in the indictment, Adams' solicitation of illegal campaign contributions began in 2018. After he started raising funds for his 2021 mayoral campaign, he agreed to take contributions offered by multiple Turkish businessmen, several of whom he met in Turkey. Adams knew that these wealthy individuals could not legally donate in a U.S. election. Federal law clearly prohibits foreign donations. That's how we protect our elections from foreign influence. Yet Adams directed his staff to pursue this illegal money to support his campaign for mayor. And as we allege, Adams continued to pursue foreign money in secret well into 2021. And it didn't stop with his first campaign for mayor. As we allege, in 2023, the mayor rekindled these corrupt relationships, seeking more illegal campaign contributions from some of the same foreign sources to support his re-election campaign. Adams also took contributions that broke other laws. As we allege, he sought contributions from businessmen far in excess of what the law allowed. He also allegedly sought contributions from corporations, which are not allowed to contribute at all in New York City elections. Many of those illegal corporate contributions were organized by the same people who organized the illegal foreign contributions. And Adams allegedly disguised them all in the same way by accepting the money through so-called straw donors. A straw donor contributes someone else's money, hiding the money's illegal source, such as a foreign businessman, a corporation, or a wealthy New Yorker who has already contributed the maximum amount allowed. And as we allege, Adams circumvented all of these laws, taking contributions from exactly the sources the law prohibits, all to benefit his mayoral campaigns. Now, Adams also personally benefited from the illegal conduct alleged in the indictment. Adams solicited and accepted over $100,000 in luxury travel benefits for years from wealthy Turkish business people and at least one Turkish government official seeking to gain influence over him. Adams started accepting undisclosed luxury travel benefits at least as early as 2016. He took these benefits nearly every year through 2021. Here are some of the benefits that we uncovered during our investigation. In 2016, Adams flew to India through Turkey and received 2 free round-trip upgrades for business class seats. That's the highest class on Turkey's national airline. Those upgrades were worth more than $12,000, and none of it was publicly disclosed. In 2017, Adams accepted free business class tickets for himself and his travel companions to France, Turkey, and China. And he was put up in the Bentley Suite in the St. Regis Hotel in Istanbul. All of that was worth more than $41,000, and none of it was publicly disclosed. Also in 2017, he flew to China, again, through Turkey, and accepted 2 free business class tickets for himself and a companion. Those were worth more than $16,000, and none of it was publicly disclosed. In 2018, he flew to Hungary through Turkey and accepted free upgrades for business class seats. Those were worth more than $12,000, and none of it was publicly disclosed. In 2019, he flew to Turkey and accepted a free upgrade to business class for his companion and a free stay in a lavish suite at the St. Regis Hotel in Istanbul. That was worth more than $9,000. And again, none of it was publicly disclosed. In 2021, Adams solicited business class tickets to Istanbul, stays at luxury hotels and resorts, yacht tours, and meals. As we allege, he asked to pay a nominal fee for all of this in order to disguise what we allege were in fact bribes. He canceled that trip at the very last minute, but the benefits that he solicited were worth more than $21,000. And later in 2021, Adams flew to Ghana, again, through Turkey, and accepted free business class ticket upgrades and other gifts while he was on a layover in Istanbul. Those benefits were worth more than $12,000. And just like all the other benefits I've just run through, none of it was publicly disclosed. Now, I want to be clear. These upgrades and freebies were not part of some frequent flyer or loyalty program available to the general public. As we allege, this was a multi-year scheme to buy favor with a single New York City politician on the rise, Eric Adams. Now, this is a chart with all of the undisclosed travel benefits that we uncovered during the investigation. We just listed all out here. You see the year, 2016, 2017, 2017, 2018, 2019, and June 2021. The destination, India all the way to Ghana. The benefits, the free upgrades or free tickets altogether, the hotel stays, and the value. And if you just sum up all the dollar amounts here, you get to more than $100,000. And of course, as I said before, every single trip that we list here was undisclosed. As we allege in the indictment, in addition to not disclosing these benefits, Adams sometimes created fake paper trails to try to cover up the travel benefits he solicited and received. Let me give you one example. Adams wrote emails to his staff suggesting he paid for his 2017 business class flights on the Turkish airline when, as we allege, he did not. Those flights were worth a lot of money. Just one ticket alone cost more than $10,000. But months after taking the flights, Adams wrote an email to a staff member and told the staff member that he had left cash in her desk drawer and that she should send the money to the Turkish airline to pay for a trip he had already taken. As the indictment makes clear, that's just a clumsy cover-up. Now, just because Adams received benefits for free, that doesn't mean that there weren't strings attached. As we allege, a particular Turkish government official behind many of the benefits Adams sought and accepted gave Adams all these things to gain influence over him. We allege that Adams knew that and took the benefits anyway. We allege that when the Turkish government official needed him, Adams also took corrupt official action in exchange for some of the luxury travel benefits. In 2021, the Turkish government official was trying to open a brand new high-rise building in Manhattan that would house Turkey's consulate. There was significant time pressure because the Turkish official desperately needed the building to be open in time for a visit from Turkey's president. This building was important to the Turkish official, and it was important to Turkey. But the FDNY's fire safety professionals wouldn't let the building open because the building hadn't passed an inspection. And not just that. Some of the people at FDNY thought the building had so many issues and defects that the building was not safe to occupy. So the Turkish official sent word to Adams that it was, quote, his turn, unquote, to support Turkey. And as we allege, Adams delivered and pressured the fire department to let the building open. The FDNY professionals were convinced that they would lose their jobs if they didn't back down. And so they did. They got out of the way and let the building open. The Turkish official got what he wanted, and as we explained in the indictment, just 4 days after Adams held up his end of the bargain, he went right back to soliciting more travel benefits from the Turkish airline. Now, I want to make 3 things crystal clear. First, the conduct alleged in the indictment, the foreign money, the corporate money, the bribery, the years of concealment, is a grave breach of the public's trust. Public office is a privilege. We allege that Mayor Adams abused that privilege and broke the law. Laws that are designed to ensure that officials like him serve the people, not the highest bidder, not a foreign bidder, and certainly not a foreign power. These are bright red lines, and we allege that the mayor crossed them again and again for years. That is the only reason we are here today. Second, this investigation continues. We continue to dig, and we will hold more people accountable. And I encourage anyone with information to come forward and to do so before it is too late. And third, the Southern District of New York remains committed to rooting out corruption without fear or favor and without regard to partisan politics. We are not focused on the right or the left. We are focused only on right and wrong. That is our duty, and we will fulfill it. Now, today's charges are the product of a tremendous partnership. I want to thank our partners at FBI and the New York City Department of Investigation who have been with us every step of the way. And finally, I want to commend the outstanding career prosecutors from SDNY who are handling this case. Celia Cohen, Andrew Rohrbach, Hagen Scotton, and Derek Wickstrom, and the chiefs of the Public Corruption Unit, Laura Pomerantz and Robert Sobelman. It's now my pleasure to turn the podium over to FBI Assistant Director in Charge, James Dennehy.
We have been listening to District Attorney Damian Williams of the Southern District of New York as he unveils all the allegations thrown against New York City Mayor Eric Adams. He made it very clear that he crossed red lines for years. He says the investigation continues, and he says this is not partisan for that. June Grasso joining us, Bloomberg News legal reporter, as well as John Tucker joining me here in the radio studio. June, how strong is this case based on what you heard and what you've read?
So I think it's a very strong case. I mean, he had, and some of the thing he had there, that outlined the different kinds of travel, that comes right from the indictment. So, you know.
So just to be clear, this was a graphic that basically showed year by year how he used Turkish Airlines to get to different places across the world.
Yes. So those are the donations from, you might call it, the free trips, the freebies from Turkish Airline, which is really the heart of this indictment. And he really stressed that he didn't disclose these. Eric Adams didn't disclose them in his required disclosure form. So there are a lot of different levels of this indictment, and some of them seem like, you know, an easy path to conviction if you look at the information they have just on the foreign travel. And he also talked about, it's in the indictment as well. He referred to it a little bit, that Eric Adams created a paper trail so that it seemed as if he was paying or trying to pay for these various trips. And that shows, after the fact, that shows knowledge and intent that Adams knew what was going on. And if you look at the indictment, he says in different places, a quote from him, that we can accept money from foreign corporations. So there's a lot of that there. And I think that, for a jury, seeing a paper trail being created is very powerful evidence. So, and then you've got to believe there's a lot more that they have that we don't know or that hasn't been revealed yet. But there's a conspiracy, as I said before, and no one else has been charged. So wait and see. He said the investigation is continuing. Who else might be charged in this conspiracy? Adams staffers are mentioned, not by name in the indictment, but as Adams staffers. And as I said, businessmen are mentioned, not by name, but as businessman 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So probably a lot more to come. And he didn't take questions. Maybe he will take questions, but usually in these kinds of press conferences, they don't. I mean, he didn't say much that wasn't in the indictment, but they want to have, they're well aware, the U.S. attorneys.
I thought it was very interesting that the U.S. attorney also said he had a message, a very specific message for others who might be tied up in this. Come forward before it's too late. So clearly looking for more witnesses. Maybe to
I know, but I'm sure, I have to believe that they know who those people are. So, but doing this also would put pressure on those people to, turn. They're going to want to get some people who are in the administration, some of the businessmen who did this, who some of them wrote checks for $10,000. They're going to want to get them to testify as well. But this has been 3 years, is it? About 3 years of investigation. So, it's really kind of stunning that, the mayor of New York is being charged this way. So you have to believe that this is a very powerful case that they have against him, because they wouldn't do this unless they had a really secure case against him. And probably, it definitely went up to the U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland for approval before the Southern District of New York would bring something like this. So, all right, June, we're going to leave it there for now. June Grasso joining us, Bloomberg legal reporter. She heads all of our legal coverage here for Bloomberg Radio as well as television. I want to get more with Dr. Basil Smikle. He's professor of practice at Columbia University School of Professional Studies. He's also former executive director of the New York State Democratic Party. He's been a political strategist and policy advisor for almost 20 years with local, international, and national experience. This is quite a bombshell here, Doctor. What do you think this means? How does this unfold? Can Eric Adams keep his seat?
Well, to the point that June just made, I mean, this wouldn't have happened had it not gone to the highest levels of the Department of Justice. So this is serious. It's serious. As a lifelong New Yorker, this is serious for me, just as a voter and, with care and concern for my city. But if you saw his press conference earlier, he had a lot of supporters with him, and I think that's really what his future hinges on, not just the charges themselves, but politically, will his base stick with him? And we saw, some prominent Democratic leaders, particularly African-American leaders, standing behind him. So until we start to see more, if we ever see more prominent African Americans, particularly from some of the communities that he did very well in his election, if they start coming out and saying that he needs to step down, he's unable to fulfill his duties, then I think you'll see the hastening of that decision. But for now, it sounds like he's dug his heels in, and to this point, I don't really see this sort of watershed moment that would get him to step down.
Doctor, what is the governor's role, Governor Hochul's role in all this? Can she essentially fire him? Would she, if it comes to that? I mean, you mentioned sort of the political delicacy of it all, given his support within the African community and elsewhere.
And I think it does come down to that. She does have a role. There is a scenario where the governor can take him out of his seat. There's another sort of opportunity for that to happen by a separate committee, should that get formed. There's a long explanation about that. But yes, the governor can step in and take him out of office at some point. But given the fact that the governor has always had has had a tricky election just a couple of years ago where it was a lot closer than people expected. She relies heavily on the same base that Eric Adams has in New York City, and I don't know that she would make a decision to a very drastic decision like that without really checking with a lot of the key leaders in those communities across the city. Because if she were to do that sort of unilaterally, I think the blowback would be really significant, and she would feel it when she's up for re-election.
When you take a look at the indictment, what we heard from District Attorney Damian Williams, and then, U.S. Attorney Damian Williams, when we also heard from New York City Mayor Eric Adams as well, his defense, what stacks up for you? Like, if you were with Eric Adams, like, what would you be saying? Like, how does the defense work? Like, we're going to keep fighting. I'm going to keep fighting. I'm going to keep my day job. This isn't true. They're just kind of stalking me. Like, all of that. Does that hold real water?
Yeah, this is so the short answer for me is no, because for him to say that he's being targeted by the Justice Department, I would remind him that the president's own son, Hunter Biden's been indicted. So I don't think that holds a lot of water. Number one, he's also said that this is a retribution for his challenging of the Biden administration on his handling of migrants, and I would also say that I don't think that, given everything that's happening in our national politics right now, I don't think that the Biden administration nor the Democrats nationally have the kind of time to specifically be targeting him in this way. They've just got a lot of other things to do. He's also said that this is that the ways in which he's been targeted are similar to what David Dinkins, the first African American mayor of the city of New York, is similar to what he went through. And that bothers me a bit too, because number one, David Dinkins is not indicted, and number two, he also had an antagonist in Rudy Giuliani for the entire 4 years that he was mayor, and there was a tremendous racial undertone and overtone to that tension, which is not present here. But I will say that it is true that for a lot of African American voters, there is a significant amount of apprehension and concern around the ways that the community has been treated by the media and by law enforcement. That is something that has been well documented over the years. But I'm also very mindful, as an African American myself, I'm also mindful of how that is used and how that's leveraged in situations like this. So I would suggest that he stay away from those kinds of those defensive tactics and that narrative, and kind of just focus on saying that he still can run the city and he's still in charge, and this is the future and vision he has for the upcoming weeks. So I would stick to that.
Can a city as complex as New York City continue to operate with a mayor who's distracted by this, and with any number of other department leaders in New York City who just aren't there?
Well, I mean, that's one of the key concerns, because if you think about the biggest agencies, the most prominent agencies in New York, fire, police, Department of Health and Education, and, for full disclosure, the former schools chancellor who said he's resigning at the end of the year, I've known for 25 years. And he's wanted that job for pretty much his entire career. So for him to take that step, fairly significant. The rating of the current police commissioner's house, who himself is acting because the previous one stepped down because of the investigation. All of these challenges to running the city will be on the minds of voters in the next couple of weeks. My guess, however, is that there's going to be so much focus on the presidential that it'll be mitigated by that. But just after, and unless, of course, if something happens tragically, and I hope that doesn't happen, there will be more attention on his leadership. But what he has to wonder right now and hope for is that a lot of voters are going to be focused on more on the presidential than on him. But once that happens, all eyes quickly turn back to him because the mayoral primary is in June. So it's really right upon us. And just very quickly, there is a succession plan, and I think everybody should understand that the state and the city, the state constitution, the city charter have a succession plan built in. If he were to step down, the New York City public advocate becomes the acting mayor.
All right, Doctor, we really appreciate it. That was extraordinarily helpful. Dr. Basil Smikle, a professor of practice in Columbia University School of Professional Studies, also former executive director of the New York State Democratic Party, revisiting the ramifications of New York City Mayor Eric Adams indicted on bribery and fraud charges. We had his press conference where he denied the allegations and the indictment and said that he would continue to fight and do his day job. And then we had the U.S. Southern District District Attorney Damian Williams also speaking and laying out their case against Mayor Eric Adams. That does it here for Bloomberg Intelligence, for myself and John Tucker. Now we're going to hand it off to Kaylee Lyons, host of Bloomberg Balance of Power, for continuing coverage of Eric Adams' indictment. Kaylee.
All right, Alex, thank you so much. This is Balance of Power. I'm Kaylee Lyons in Washington, but clearly all eyes are on New York today. As Alex was just outlining, we have, for the first time ever, a sitting mayor of New York City who is now under criminal indictment charged on federal bribery and fraud charges. He, of course, maintains that he will be defending himself and not stepping down as mayor. In his press conference earlier today, Mayor Adams said his day-to-day will not change. He looks forward to continuing to serve as mayor of New York City and to defending himself. But we just heard from the prosecutors who have brought these charges against him, including the U.S. Attorney in Manhattan, Damian Williams, outlining the receipts that they say prove that the mayor committed these crimes. So we're going to have the latest details for you, run through the political implications as well, especially as this is all happening in New York, a state that could prove critical when considering the balance of power in Congress come January of next year. So we have a lot ahead. We'll get into it with former Watergate prosecutor Nick Ackerman, get the latest from Bloomberg Law's June Grasso, and run through the politics of it all with our political panel, Rick Davis and Caitlin Legacki today. First, though, as always, let's get a quick check on the markets. Charlie Pellet has a look at that for us. Hey,
Thank you very much indeed. Keep it locked into Bloomberg Radio for the very latest number of fast-moving developments, fast-moving themes, right to the markets, because we have got traders weighing a variety of catalysts today, including that strong forecast out of Micron. Micron ripping higher now by 13.9%. On the economy, we had data highlighting a resilient economy and also China's pledge of fiscal stimulus. S&P up 21 right now, up 0.4%. Yes, record there. We have got the Dow up 260 now, up 0.6%. The Nasdaq Composite Index up 0.5%. Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares, the outperformer, up now by 1%. 10-year at 3.80%. The 2-year 3.61%. Spot gold up $14 the ounce, up by about 0.5%. And also right now we have got West Texas Intermediate crude slumping down now by just about 2.2%. Keep it locked in to Bloomberg Radio for the very latest on the Mayor Adams indictment. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. As promised, we are bringing you the latest on the indictment of sitting New York City Mayor Eric Adams, who has been indicted on a number of federal charges, including wire fraud, bribery, and solicitation of a contribution by a foreign national. All of this is in this 57-page federal indictment that was unsealed today after first being reported last evening. And as we've mentioned, Eric Adams is not intending at this point to resign. He says he will continue with his day-to-day work serving as mayor of New York City and is looking forward to defending himself against these charges. But we want to dig into what exactly these charges entail now and turn to June Grasso, who is the host of Bloomberg Law. This indictment is certainly something to behold, June. There's a number of allegations listed in here related to things like air travel, for example, on Turkish Airlines. According to this indictment, an Adams staff are actually texting with an airline official about the price of a ticket. The airline manager asking how much should be charged after floating $50. The staffer says his every step is being watched right now, $1,000 or so. Let it be somewhat real. We don't want them to say he is flying for free. With that kind of detail, June, just how damning is this indictment?
Well, it is very damning, and I want to call it like a speaking indictment. So anyone could read this and see what the prosecution, what the U.S. Attorney's Office alleges happened. It's a very simple indictment to read. You don't need to be a lawyer to look into it. So, and it outlined all the different trips he took or upgrades he got from Turkish Airlines and Turkish businessmen. I think what's interesting about the quote that you just read, there are a lot of quotes of texts between Adams' staffers and Turkish officials, unnamed Turkish officials, or businessmen. But there are very few of Adams himself. There are some references to Adams saying something like, I'll handle that, but that stood out to me, because if the U.S. Attorney's Office had those texts of Adams himself, I think they'd be in this indictment front and center. So that may be something that the Adams defense can work with. But I mean, there's a lot of sort of what you'd consider undeniable evidence. And there's also not only that he took this, but that he created a straw map, sort of a fake map to try to make people think that he had paid for this. So he created a paper trail. Those are the two words I want. He created a paper trail, or tried to create a paper trail. So that is really something that a jury could, latch on to and say, well, obviously he knew what was going on if he's trying to create a paper trail to cover it up. So there's a lot of evidence here, and what also stands out is that he abused the New York Matching Funds Program, and I think they said to the extent of $10 million, where New York will match the donations you get. I believe it's $3 to $1, so that equal very quick. And what comes out is this was, the travel is one thing, and that goes back a decade, but this was about getting money for him to run for office in New York. I mean, you don't see a lot of, he got a gold watch from someone, or, personal, except for the travel, sort of personal benefits. It's about him trying to become mayor of New York and the cost of that, and what he needed to do. So it's very, and I just want to say he has hired a celebrity entertainment, very, very good attorney, Alex Spiro. He represented different points. Jay-Z, Elon Musk. He's one of Elon Musk's favorite attorney. Alec Baldwin. So he's got already the top of criminal defense lawyers, who's already put out statements about how this was a setup, and it was a dog and pony show at Gracie Mansion this morning. I mean, why did they have to raid Gracie Mansion? They already had his phones and texts, and the mayor said he would turn over whatever they wanted. So a lot there.
Well, it is a lot, and I wonder what kind of collective penalty, if he's actually found guilty of these crimes, he'd be looking at here, June. I don't know what the crimes would, what the penalties would be. I mean, you've got to believe it's decades. But of course, this is something that, we always talk about. They're facing 100 years in prison, and no one gets that. It's the judge will look at. He has no prior convictions. Obviously, he's the mayor of a large city, and the judge would look at that and compare it. I mean, I can't believe, but we're really jumping the gun here, because we have to go through. I mean, he hasn't even been arraigned yet, and that was another thing that his campaign brought out, that how they learned about this, and they complained about leaks from the U.S. Attorney's Office of grand jury information. The mayor mentioned that, as well as his attorney mentioned that in a statement. So it's a long way from conviction, but this is the same office that just won conviction against former Senator Bob Menendez. So public corruption is something that they do rather well here. Yep, bribery charges, of course, in play in that case as well. June Grosso, host of Bloomberg Law, will be staying on top of this story for us all day here on Bloomberg Radio. We appreciate it very much, and we want to add another voice to this conversation now. I'm pleased to say joining me is Nick Ackerman, former Watergate prosecutor, founder of the law office of Nick Ackerman, and former assistant U.S. attorney. Nick, always great to see you. I almost struggle with where to begin in this, as we've been discussing extended indictment. I guess the question is, given the stature of this defendant in particular, a sitting mayor of the largest city in the country, how rock solid would the prosecution have needed to feel this case was in order to bring these charges forward?
Well, considering who the defendant is, they would have to feel extremely comfortable on the evidence. And it's pretty obvious from reading this indictment that they do. They lay it out in such detail. This is not a one-shot deal. This goes over a period of time, starting when he was involved in politics, a number of years ago in 2014, when he was the Brooklyn Bureau president. I mean, this goes way back. You've got very detailed evidence. You can pick out who the witnesses are. You can pick out where the emails are. You can pick out exactly who's testifying. This is absolutely, looks like on the surface, an overwhelming case for conviction.
Well, I wonder how long it would take to actually get to that point, though, Nick. And I would just point out, we have a headline crossing the terminal now that Adams is entitled to the presumption of innocence. This is according to the Democratic leader in the House, Hakeem Jeffries, of course, a member from the state of New York. He says the indictment of a sitting mayor is a serious and sober moment for New York City. Like every other New Yorker and American, Eric Adams is entitled to that presumption of innocence. That principle is central to the administration of justice in the United States of America. He goes on to say, in the meantime, I pray for the well-being of our great city. So with that kind of political consideration in mind here, Nick, it is worth pointing out that we're talking about a sitting mayor of New York who has been indicted. We are also talking about a Republican presidential candidate, the nominee, who has not just been indicted, but in fact convicted in the state of New York and indicted on a number of other crimes. What does this say about the political moment we are in when we're dealing with leaders at the highest levels who are so entangled in legal battles?
Well, I'm not sure there's something general you can take out of this. I mean, this has been going on for years. I used to be an assistant U.S. attorney in the Southern District of New York. Public officials were indicted back then. I was involved in the Watergate prosecution. We would have indicted the president, but for his pardon, all of his aides were indicted and spent time in jail. This has been going on for a long time, despite the fact that the Department of Justice and local DAs have been vigilant in going after public corruption. I think even though Mayor Adams does have the presumption of innocence here, the political problem posed by this indictment is overwhelming in the sense that it doesn't just allege general violations of the law. It gives very specific dates, times, places, benefits that he received in terms of travel, certain actions he did in return for those benefits that related to the New York City Fire Department, the New York City Buildings Department. It is so detailed. It is hard to imagine under these circumstances that he can continue as mayor.
Well, he, though, says that he will and that his day-to-day won't change. I guess you might take issue with that notion when you're fighting a legal battle like this one a bit, but it goes back to the original question I wanted to ask you about timing. How long would you expect this process to play out, considering, as June pointed out to us, he has not yet been arraigned, no arrest has taken place or anything like that? How long will it take for this to reach conclusion, would you estimate?
Oh, I think it's going to take at least 6 months, possibly a year. First of all, he's got to be arraigned. He's going to plead not guilty, I presume, based on his statements. There's then going to be pretrial motions. There's going to be discovery. That takes a long time. My sense is from reading this indictment that there's lots of witnesses. There's lots of documents. He has the right to have all of that material beforehand. Then after he gets all those documents, there'll be a time period for motions to be made. And then ultimately, the judge will have to decide on those motions. That takes time. This is not an uncomplicated case. In some ways, it's pretty straightforward and simple. But it's got a lot of witnesses, a lot of documents. I'm not sure there's too many legal issues here. Just looking at this indictment, this is going to be a hard one to get dismissed based on the face of the indictment, but they're going to try. And all of this does take time. And it just seems to me, based on the granularity of the allegations here, and what's been identified, I think it's going to be very hard for him to continue acting as mayor, despite what he's saying now. He can say whatever he wants, but I think that once the reporters and the press start digging into the granularity of what is in here and identifying who the people are, the incidents that relate, for example, to the Turkish government building that he gave preference to with the fire department, all of these things can be verified by the press. And I think the more of this that comes out, the harder it is for him to be governing as mayor of New York.
Well, of course, he doesn't govern alone either. There is a whole city government to consider here as well. And we have seen, Nick, the resignations of some city officials, others who have had, who are close to Adams, who have had their homes raided. For example, as a prosecutor, how important should we be considering those other individuals into the ultimate case the prosecution will make here? This idea that people could maybe roll on him, is that what you would be trying to achieve if you were the Southern District of New York right now?
Oh, no question that's what they're trying to do. And it doesn't sound like this just relates to campaign contributions. It sounds like this is much broader than campaign contributions, that some of these other people who have resigned have done other things. The question is, what is the evidence on Mayor Adams? What will they say about Mayor Adams if they make a deal with the government? There's just so many people involved. So many people have resigned over the last couple months. We don't really know the complete scope and breadth of what's out there, but I think we're going to learn that as it goes along. But yes, I think he's in a whole world of hurt here because there's just too much. There's too many people that can come forward and testify against him.
And if this goes to jury trial, which I'm assuming is what the course of action will take us to here, how complicated is it to try to seat a jury in the city of New York when it's the mayor of New York in question? These are his constituents. Some of them may be people who voted for him. How complicated is this likely to get, Nick?
Well, I don't think it's going to be complicated. Look, they were able to get a jury for Donald Trump, who was the former president of the United States, and it didn't take more than a couple of days to do that. It's all done in the questioning of the jurors, which is known as the voir dire, to determine whether anybody has any preconceived notions or prejudices. This can all be done pretty quickly. You'd be surprised how many people have not focused on this, don't know anything about it, and are going to be clueless as to the facts of the case, and will be able to serve as good jurors on this case. So I don't see that being any kind of major obstacle in terms of delay, mainly because Donald Trump, they were able to get a jury on him in less than 2 days. I mean, this shouldn't be any different.
Well, fair enough. And of course, Donald Trump was convicted on 34 felony charges in New York earlier this year. This is still an indictment. He does carry the presumption of innocence. Finally, Nick, before we let you go here, would you expect that, because we've had this conversation in the Donald Trump case as well, if Eric Adams were to be found guilty of any or all of these crimes, could he serve time in prison?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it all depends on the federal sentencing guidelines. You'd have to look at the guidelines for each of these violations. You've got wire fraud, fraud on the city of New York, for being able to get matching funds from the city. You've got bribery and other violations here that it all depends on the federal sentencing guidelines and what they what amounts of money involved, the seriousness of the crime, etc. So there's no way to know what that will be at this point, but it is serious.
All right, Nick Ackerman, former Watergate prosecutor, thank you so much, as always, for joining us on this historic day as a sitting mayor of New York City is indicted on federal charges. We'll have much more still ahead here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg.
check markets all day long. Here at Bloomberg, we have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ pushing higher after a brief wobble in tech shares earlier in the session. S&P right now up 14. We're looking at records 57.35, up by about 0.2%. The Dow advancing as well, up 266, up 0.6%. NASDAQ up 52. That is a gain of 0.3%. 10-year at 3.80%. The 2-year 3.61%. Gold up $9 the ounce, 26.66, up by about 0.3%. Silver closing in on 32 again, up 0.5%. Bitcoin up 2.9%, 65,335 on Bitcoin. Under retreat though for West Texas, intermediate crude down 2.4%, 68.01 a barrel. Southwest Airlines has authorized a new $2.5 billion stock buyback program and detailed plans to revamp customer-facing policies as the carrier tries to fend off an activist investor seeking to overhaul operations. Southwest shares, they're up 6%, a major rally among airline stocks today. American up 6.9%, United up 7.3%, Delta up 6%, JetBlue surging by 10%. New York Mayor Eric Adams has been indicted on bribery and fraud charges following a federal corruption investigation, calling into question the political future of the man in charge of running the biggest American city. Our coverage will continue here on Bloomberg Radio. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington, and once again, Balance of Power host, here she is, Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Charlie, absolutely right. As we are focusing today on news out of New York City, Eric Adams, the mayor, becoming the first ever sitting mayor of the city to be indicted on federal charges. And there are a number of federal crimes with which he's charged in this 57-page federal indictment that was unsealed today, including wire fraud, bribery, and solicitation of a contribution by a foreign national. Now, we've heard from the prosecutor, the U.S. Attorney in Manhattan, Damian Williams, who held a press conference just within the last hour or so. Eric Adams also held one of his own earlier today, in which he says he is not expecting his day-to-day to change. He looks forward to continuing to serve as mayor of New York City, despite some calls for his resignation. And he says he looks forward to defending himself. Here he was earlier.
It's an unfortunate day, and it's a painful day. But inside of all of that, it's a day when we will finally reveal why for 10 months I have gone through this. And I look forward to defending myself and defending the people of this city as I've done throughout my entire professional career.
The question, of course, is the future of that professional career, depending on the outcome of this case in which he is now a criminal defendant. So we want to get the latest now from New York. David Gura is joining me. He is Bloomberg correspondent and host of the Big Take podcast. David, especially in the face of what it appears to be Adams' insistence that he is not going to be resigning of mayor of New York City, is there any other way in which we could see him removed from office while this process plays out? What is the role of Governor Hochul, for example, here?
Yeah, there is a quirk here in New York that the governor does have the power to suspend the mayor first for a period of 30 days and then has the option as well to remove the mayor if she wanted to do that. Now, I haven't heard any serious conversations about that yet, but that is certainly an option that she has available to her. So to your question about sort of the broader political fallout from this, ahead of the announcement of this indictment, the reporting of this announcement yesterday, we did hear from Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez suggesting the mayor should resign. Yeah. Others have followed suit since. I should say the mayor is running for re-election, and it's a contested primary. The current comptroller, the former comptroller, are in that race. They both called for him to step aside. So I think that, what I'll be watching for, and maybe you can lend an ear to as well in Washington, is just the degree to which the Democratic establishment, going beyond just sort of city politicians, begin to acknowledge this, make their opinions on this. Known we got a short statement from the governor about what's happened here. We haven't heard from Hakeem Jeffries, for instance, who's from Brooklyn and knows Eric Adams well. I think a statement from him could sway this pretty significantly.
We actually did just have a statement from Leader Jeff Reese-Hitt, David. I'll read it out loud for our audience here on Bloomberg Radio. He says the indictment of a sitting mayor is a serious and sober moment for New York City. Like every other New Yorker and American, Eric Adams is entitled to the presumption of innocence. That principle is central to the administration of justice in the United States of America. He ends his statement with, "I pray for the well-being of our great city." That does kind of raise this question of the political implications here, David, not just for Eric Adams, but for other members of Congress from New York, some of whom find themselves in very competitive districts as this election is just around the corner. Do we have an idea of what kind of influence a scandal like this one surrounding the mayor of New York City could have on members of his own party, what ammunition it could give for members of the opposing one?
I think we have a very limited sense of that. And something else that I'm kind of chewing over and eager to learn more about is just sort of, you look at the allegations here in the indictment and sort of what Turkey was doing allegedly. I'm very curious of what Turkey was going to get out of this beyond having its consulate opened earlier on time for President Erdogan's visit, for instance. So I think that in the coming days, we may learn more of the contours of sort of the broader conspiracy that's been alleged here by prosecutors in New York. And one thing I'll note about Mayor Adams is he won election in 2021 by assembling a very broad coalition of support across the city and its 5 boroughs. And I would say in contrast to his immediate predecessor was somebody who spent a lot of time out mixing and mingling with a lot of people and a lot of different constituents. So he is, I think, a political figure who has more connection with the kinds of politicians that you're talking about, with other lawmakers, both at the city, state, and national level.
All right, David Gura, Bloomberg correspondent and host of the Big Take podcast. Thank you so much for joining me with the latest. This, of course, is a story we will continue to keep you up to date on here on Bloomberg Radio. Again, Mayor Adams has been indicted on federal bribery and fraud charges, something that does have the power to shake up the political landscape in the state of New York, which, of course, could be critical in terms of the congressional balance in this election cycle. But we're keeping an eye on not just those down ballot campaigns, the presidential campaign as well, as this has been, I think we could call it economy week for the presidential candidates, both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris giving speeches in key battleground states this week outlining their different policy proposals, some of them specifically targeted, for example, at manufacturing. Harris spoke in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania yesterday, and after doing so, sat down for an interview on MSNBC where she faced more questions around these proposals and some questions around the proposals of her opponent, Donald Trump. Here's one thing she said to Stephanie Ruhle yesterday.
Part of it is you don't just throw around the idea of just tariffs across the board, and that's part of the problem with Donald Trump. Frankly, I'm going to, and I say this in all sincerity, he's just not very serious about how he thinks about some of these issues. And one must be serious and have a plan, and a real plan that's not just about some talking point ending in an exclamation at a political rally, but actually putting the thought into what will be the return on the investment, what will be the economic impact on everyday people.
So we want to get more into those questions now and turn to Rohit Kumar, who is principal and co-leader of Washington's National Tax Services at PwC and former domestic policy director and deputy chief of staff to Senate Leader Mitch McConnell, here with me in our Washington, D.C. studio. It's good to see you as always, Rohit. She suggested that some of the ideas put forward by Trump, including around blanket tariff policy, she called them not serious policies. Would you agree with that characterization?
I think they are serious policies, and I think people dismiss them at their own peril. Congress, over the last almost 100 years, has actually delegated quite a bit of authority to the executive. Those authorities have never been tested in the way that former President Trump is talking about testing them. So one assumes that if he actually does the things that he's saying he's going to do, that ends up in litigation, and the courts will ultimately adjudicate the question. But I think one thing that is lost in this conversation, so, there's a criticism of the tariff policy, which is that, well, this is a cost that's ultimately borne by regular consumers,
Harris
by the middle
is calling
class.
it a sales tax.
A sales tax, right, which is actually not too different than the way most of Western Europe funds its government, but that's maybe a separate question. I think what's lost in this conversation is there is a little bit of intentional fiction being engaged, which is these tariffs borne by middle class consumers, et cetera, but like the corporate tax increases that Vice President Harris is proposing, embracing many of the Biden proposals, that those somehow come out of out of a money tree that sits in a corporate boardroom or something like that. But the truth is, and there's a ton of academic research on this question, corporate tax increases, corporations at some level don't actually have their own money. They have other people's money, right? They have the money of their workers, their customers, and their shareholders. And so when you raise corporate taxes, it comes from some combination of workers, customers, and shareholders. And the academic data sort of varies what's the distribution of the burden, but it's roughly half, some would say it's half customers, some would say half labor. No one thinks it's all shareholders. And even if it were all shareholders, 61% of the public owns shares. So all of these proposals that are being kicked around, the cost of it is ultimately borne to the extent that we actually pursue any of these policies. That's a separate question for Congress ultimately perhaps to adjudicate. The cost is borne by largely the same population of individuals. It just shows up in slightly different ways.
Okay, so I guess it raises the question of what is the more responsible policy to fill the Treasury's coffers if you're looking at tax cuts or credits for certain portions of the population, which they both are. Do tariffs work as that offset, or does it have to be higher taxes of some form, corporate or otherwise?
Tariffs would work.
What's the economic consequence of that?
Yeah, so that's an interesting question because the tariff play is a little more complicated because it's not just one bounce of the ball. You raise tariffs, and some other sort of third-party estimators have suggested that the tariffs at sort of the low end of what former President Trump is talking about could raise $300 billion a year or $3 trillion over the ensuing decade. Just as a reminder, the tax cuts that expire at the end of 2025, to fill that hole completely, if you wanted to extend all that tax relief, that would cost about $4.5 trillion over the next 10 years. This is real money even for the U.S. government. So tariffs could, hypothetically fill a substantial piece, if not the entirety, of that hole. So it is real. It is certainly there. And likewise on President Harris, or Vice President Harris, potentially President Harris's side of the ledger, you raise the corporate tax rate to 28%. That's worth at least $1 trillion or so of additional revenue. It could be more depending on, where you draw the line. Again, though, these are campaign proposals.
Right. And as you pointed out, you need Congress to implement
you need Congress on corporate or any tax policy changes. That requires Congress's kind of blessing. The tariff play, potentially, right? And again, these authorities have not been tested in the way that former President Trump is talking about testing them, but potentially tariffs could be done by executive authority. They could certainly be done by Congress, but separate question about whether you'd have the votes in Congress to do this.
Well, and with that question, what are you telling clients right now at PwC about what you think is realistic, knowing that there could be divided government? Are there areas of tax policy you do expect will change regardless of who is in ultimate control?
I do, yeah. So, on the sort of good news side, for lack of a better term, both parties have agreed that no one making less than $400,000 should experience this automatic tax increase that happens at the end of 2025. So that is now like table stakes in a divided government or even in unified control, no matter which party had unified control. Both parties say no one less than $400,000 should experience this automatic tax increase. That's about 95% of all income tax payers in the country. There will be a negotiation in divided government of the more than $400,000 crowd. There'll be a negotiation over the pass-through deduction, the estate tax exemption, all the other child tax credit, which gets cut in half at the end of 2025. Although there's, I think, general consensus that letting that cut in half is not preferred policy. And look, I don't know who the next president's going to be, but if former President Trump becomes President Trump again, then you have to take this tariff question quite seriously and start looking at, well, do we import product? Where do we import it from? Is there a domestic alternative? And the like. So these are the kind of scenario planning questions we're going through.
Well, and as we continue to do so, please come back and talk to us more about it. Wish we had more time today. Rohit Kumar is principal and co-leader of Washington National Tax Services at PwC, and of course, former Deputy Chief of Staff to Mitch McConnell in the Senate. Always great to have you. We're going to have much more ahead here on Balance of Power, including the latest on the indictment of New York City Mayor Eric Adams. So stick with us on Bloomberg.
6:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. Russell 2000 as well. It is up by 0.8%. To put that in context, S&P right now higher by 0.2%, up 11. The Dow up 252, up 0.6%. The NASDAQ Composite Index right now is advancing 48 points, up by about 0.3%. 10-year 3.80%, but the 2-year 3.61%. Traders weighing a variety of catalysts, including that strong forecast out of Micron. Micron up 13.4%, along with data highlighting a resilient U.S. economy and China's pledge of fiscal stimulus. Again, the 10-year 3.80%. Gold up 0.4%, 26.67 the ounce. Silver up 0.7%, 32.02 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.9%, 67.70 right now on WTI. Citigroup and Apollo Global Management are teaming up in the fast-growing private credit market, agreeing to work together on $25 billion worth of deals over the next 5 years. Citigroup out by 2%, Apollo up by 0.1%. New York Mayor Eric Adams has been indicted on bribery and fraud charges following a federal corruption investigation calling into question the political future of the man in charge of running the biggest American city. Our coverage of the indictment will continue on Balance of Power. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here she is, Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. And we want to get more on that story. Charlie was just talking about the indictment of New York City Mayor Eric Adams on bribery and fraud charges. He, of course, in the face of those, is saying he looks forward to defending himself and will continue to serve as mayor of New York City, despite some calls from both Republicans and Democrats who represent New York in Congress for him to resign. Not an outright call for that, though, from the House Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, who, of course, represents a district in New York City. He says the indictment of a sitting mayor is a serious and sober moment for New York City. Like every other New Yorker and American, Eric Adams is entitled to the presumption of innocence. So we wanted to get into this now with our political panel. Joining me today is Rick Davis, Bloomberg Politics contributor and Republican strategist, together with our Democratic strategist today, Caitlin Legacki. Caitlin, as the Democrat, I have to come to you first. What is the responsible way for Democrats to be responding to this? Frankly, one Democrat in particular, Eric Adams, should he resign?
Yes. I mean, if you read even the first page of his indictment, it's pretty alarming stuff. I expect that Leader Jeffries is working the phones pretty aggressively to help move Adams to the right decision. I think we would all get a lot of short-term satisfaction from Jeffries coming out immediately and calling on him to step aside. But what I have seen previously is that it's just typically a lot more effective to work behind the scenes and get these people to step aside than to call on them publicly. So, I fully expect that's what he's doing. And the indictment is so bad that I can't imagine that it lasts longer than a few days.
Well, Caitlin, just to follow up, if he does not do it, though, if he cannot be convinced to resign, what do you expect the consequences will be for other Democrats who represent New York and its surrounding areas, some of whom might find themselves in tough races this cycle?
Yeah, I hope that Eric Adams, for once does the right thing and he steps aside. There are a handful of congressional seats in suburban New York City that are clear toss-ups. And if Eric Adams' goal is to help Republicans hold those seats, then yes, he should stay in office. But I think he's going to be in self-preservation mode. I wouldn't be surprised if he starts aligning himself with some characters who are unsavory, but who also argue that they are persecuted by the government. But, I don't think it has a huge impact on individual races, but it's just a distraction that cuts away from the narrative that these candidates want to be driving in their own races. And it undermines confidence in government, which I think is bad for everyone.
Well, and Rick, on that point, I would love to bring you in on that. We're talking about the sitting mayor of New York City, who is now under federal criminal indictment. At the same time, we have a Republican presidential nominee who is under multiple indictments, in fact, has been convicted on charges in the state of New York already. What kind of moment in politics are we in right now?
a very litigious moment in politics. It seems to me most of the election year has been defined by indictments. Don't forget, Senator from New Jersey. Also on that.
Yes.
So, I mean, it just goes on. And I would say this is an era that we are suffering through. Maybe there's a level of corruption and misbehavior that the era is going to be known for. But it's not positive. And I think Caitlin's right. I think that, I come from an era, maybe a bygone era, where a politician like Eric Adams would look at this and say, you know what, I can't do my job effectively for the people of New York. I want to live to fight another day, clear my name. So I'm going to step down, and clear my name and then come back hard. And there are examples where that has worked. And of course, he's not going to do that, not without a massive campaign with people like, the House Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries, who is a colleague from New York, who didn't take the opportunity to make that suggestion today. It'll be interesting to see how long it takes to get him to that point, because it is a massive political distraction in what is otherwise a intensely watched campaign around the country. And a day we're talking about Eric Adams is a day we're not talking about congressional candidates who have got tight races in New York or the presidential race. So it is legitimately a distraction of the people in New York.
Well, and I wonder about how it plays more broadly as well. Caitlin, just quickly here, Kamala Harris is running in part as a prosecutor. What should she be saying in response to this? Does she have a role to play?
I think she has a role to play in terms of fighting for the rule of law. I think that's where you'll see her draw a clear contrast, is that she believes that we live in a country where everyone is equally accountable to the law, whereas Donald Trump does not. I don't think she's going to want to weigh in on the individual allegations, just because she understands as a prosecutor that you don't want to get in the middle of an ongoing legal process. But I do think that, she is a prosecutor. She has a strong record on this. And it gives her another opportunity to remind voters, some of whom possibly still don't know that Donald Trump has been indicted, that there is a clear distinction there, and that she's going to continue to make that argument.
All right, Caitlin Legacki and Rick Davis, our political panel today. Thank you so much. We'll have much more with them in our next hour of Balance of Power. But we want to turn now to a representative in Congress from the state of New York. Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis is with me now. She represents New York's 11th congressional district. Her constituency covers Staten Island and southern Brooklyn, so areas of New York that are very much affected by this news. Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining us here on Balance of Power. You already have called today for either the resignation of Eric Adams or his removal by Governor Hochul. Why exactly does he need to resign when not being found yet guilty of these crimes, when Donald Trump is still running for president, having been found guilty of crimes and indicted on many others?
Well, first of all, we have a city right now that is in peril. And I think that this is a major distraction for the mayor. I think the mayor needs to focus on these serious charges. You have to remember that there are multiple people within his cabinet that have resigned. So I think this is really the tip of the iceberg. But it has made this city really failing. It's failing. And people are suffering as a result. We have so many problems right now. Skyrocketing crime. We have this mass illegal migration. We have our hotels have been taken over with these lucrative contracts to be operated as migrant shelters, and the people in them are committing crimes. And they are wreaking havoc in our city, rapes, shooting at police officers. We have an education system that is failing, and a chancellor that just said he was going to resign at the end of the year. We have a police commissioner recently resigned when we have serious public safety issues. So the city is becoming completely mismanaged, and the mayor is distracted. And the best thing for him to do is to step aside to deal with these issues. And that is, I think, the best thing for the city, although I am concerned that we may end up with somebody worse than Mayor Adams. But I think it's the right thing to do if we are going to have any hope of restoring some sanity to this city, to make it governable again, and to really give New Yorkers the government that it deserves.
Well, of course, if he does choose to resign, which at this point he maintains he will not, acting mayor would be put into place, then a special election would be held to choose a replacement. Congresswoman, would you be interested in the role? Should it be vacated?
Look, I ran in 2017. People have made it clear they don't necessarily want a Republican being the mayor of New York City. I think that we have to, though, collectively find a candidate that is palatable across the political spectrum, somebody that could have like a business background, somebody who can really take the problems that we're facing as a city and bring some management. One of the biggest problems facing our city right now is the fact that they're contracting hundreds of billions of dollars out to like nonprofit organizations. This is work that should be doing, number one, within the city government. And the government has just gotten so big and so broad, they're outsourcing so much of its responsibility in areas where the city shouldn't even be focusing. So we need to get the city budget under control. We need to make sure that we're actually using taxpayer money wisely for the things that we need in the city: transportation, infrastructure, public safety, a good education for our children. Those should be the top focuses, not providing billions of dollars in taxpayer funds to citizens of other countries who came into the country legally and are even committing crimes. So I think that I would like to see somebody like a Mike Bloomberg run again, somebody who has a business background, knows how to manage a large organization, and somebody who would be more of a centrist that Republicans and Democrats and independents can embrace, because this city has gone way too far to the left, and we're paying for the policies of Bill de Blasio and Eric Adams. But remember, the reason why this is a sanctuary city, not deporting people committing crimes in our city, is because of Bill de Blasio and the far left council. So we need somebody who's going to bring it more to the center.
At this point, Congresswoman, I will disclose that Michael Bloomberg is the founder and majority owner of Bloomberg LP, which owns Bloomberg Media and this radio network. But we appreciate your thoughts as always. I do wonder about your thoughts as well on what this does. We know that New York's congressional districts are very much battleground zones in this election. Some of your colleagues are in tough races. Do you think whatever detrimental effect this may have on New York City, there is some benefit for your colleagues in this news? Does it make it easier for Republicans to keep the House?
Well, look, I think that the fact that there's been quite a few Democrats that have had to resign in disgrace at the city and state level over the past few years may bring some benefit to Republicans. I think maybe people see that, we need some type of balance and common sense in our government and elect honorable people, not just by party label, but people that are actually going to do the job and do it right and do it honestly. But certainly I see no joy in seeing my city being torn apart right now, and the issues that we're facing that need desperate leadership and management, real management. And I'm very concerned about the future of our city. I've been concerned for quite some time. Over the last 8 years, it has taken a real downward turn, and we need to put somebody in the helm that is going to correct this ship, or else we're going to have real fiscal problems for forever. And I don't know that New York City can return if we don't fix it now.
Congresswoman, I have less than a minute left here, but one of your Republican colleagues has also faced some allegations within the last week about corruption and more specifically actually paying those close to him to serve in his office with taxpayer dollars. Anthony D'Esposito, should he resign as well?
Well, what we've done in the past, we've referred to ethics committee to do an investigation. Based on what I've seen so far, there has been nothing that's been that violated any laws taking place. But should we find out more information, then we should handle that accordingly when the time is appropriate. As you know, I've had no problem calling for George Santos to resign. I voted to expel him.
I do remember.
So I have no problem calling on those of my party when it's proven that they've done something illegal and wrong.
All right, Congresswoman, really appreciate you hopping on with us as we deal with this historic news in New York. That is Republican Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis of New York. Appreciate your time joining us on a day in which, as we've been telling you here on Bloomberg Radio, Mayor Eric Adams has been indicted on federal bribery and fraud charges. We will continue to follow this story as we turn in just a moment to the second hour of Balance of Power. So stick right with us here on Bloomberg.
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Welcome to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Kaylee Lines in Washington with an eye on New York City today, as its mayor, Eric Adams, now becomes the first sitting New York City mayor to be indicted on federal bribery and fraud charges. He's saying he won't resign. We'll have the latest details for you this hour. Plus, I'll be joined by a Trump campaign surrogate and member of the House Financial Services Committee. Republican Congressman Byron Donalds will be here with me. Plus, another special guest this hour, U.S. Treasury Undersecretary for International Affairs Jay Shambaugh will be with me to weigh in on China's latest stimulus measures. So we've got our eyes at home and abroad this hour. It's a lot to get to. We begin, as always, with a check on the markets. Charlie Pellet has a look from New York. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Kayla. The lines were off session highs, but a lot of green on the screen. Right to the numbers with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing. S&P up 10 right now, 57.32. That is a gain of 0.2%. The Dow up 225, up 0.5%. NASDAQ right now up by 41, a gain of 0.2%. Russell 2000 index of small cap shares taking part in the rally, up by 0.7%. 10-year 3.80%, with a 2-year right now at 3.61%. Gold up $11 the ounce, up 0.4%, 26.68. And West Texas Intermediate crude down now by 3%, 67.63 for a barrel of WTI. Traders are weighing a variety of catalysts, including a strong forecast from Micron Technology. That stock up now by 13.3%. Also, we got data highlighting a resilient U.S. economy, and of course, China's pledge of fiscal stimulus. Super microcomputer shares are plunging after the Wall Street Journal said the Justice Department is probing the server maker following a report by the short seller Hindenburg Research. Right now, shares of Super Microcomputer down by 15.7%. New York Mayor Eric Adams has been indicted on bribery and fraud charges following a federal corruption investigation calling into question the political future of the man in charge of running the biggest American city. Our coverage continues on Bloomberg Television and Radio. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Back we go to Washington. Balance of power and your host. Here she is, Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Charlie, of course, joining us from New York City, which has been rocked today by news of the federal indictment of Mayor Eric Adams on fraud and bribery charges. This indictment, 57 pages long, accusing him of federal crimes and going into vivid detail about what exactly those crimes were, including messages between Adams' staff and officials from Turkish Airlines, for example. Just a laundry list of allegations here, including that he accepted illegal campaign contributions, defrauded New York City, received improper personal benefits, including luxury travel and hotel stays, bribery and favorable treatment, concealment and false reporting, foreign national contributions. The list goes on, pressure on the FDNY, and false certifications. Adams, when speaking in the aftermath of this indictment being unsealed today, though, maintained that he is looking forward to defending himself and will continue to serve as mayor of New York City, despite calls today from members of both the Republican and Democratic parties for him to resign. Here was the mayor just a few hours ago.
It's an unfortunate day, and it's a painful day. But inside of all of that, it's a day when we will finally reveal why for 10 months I have gone through this. And I look forward to defending myself and defending the people of this city, as I've done throughout my entire professional career.
So for more now, we go live to City Hall in New York, where we find Bloomberg's Laura Namas, who's joining me now. Laura, it's a really incredible indictment, and prosecutors are essentially saying here that while a lot of this activity did center around his mayoral campaign in 2021, that this was years of sustained corruption. What are the most severe charges Adams is facing here?
As you said, it is a alleged scheme that dates over a decade. It goes back to the time when Eric Adams served as the Brooklyn Borough president, which he did from 2014 until 2021 when he was elected mayor. The most severe charges allege that he accepted all of these free gifts and conspired to cover them up, to keep them from disclosure, worked with people in his office and his aides to find ways to cover his tracks and make it difficult to discern that he was receiving these trips and gifts worth more than $100,000 over the decade-long period.
Well, and of course, in the face of all of those different allegations, which Adams' defense team will now be charged with disputing, he says he will be staying on as mayor. Walk us through the mechanism, though, that could be enforced by Governor Hochul, should she so choose, to actually force him from office if he doesn't resign of his own accord.
Right. So there are actually two avenues that we're aware of by which the mayor could be forcibly removed from office. One goes through Governor Hochul, who could remove him. She has declined to comment on that so far. The other is through a provision in the New York City Charter that allows for the creation of something called an inability committee that's made up of several different city officials, including the city's corporation council and the New York City Controller. The New York City Controller, Brad Lander, has already called on Adams to resign and is running against Adams in the 2025 mayoral election when Adams intends to seek a second term. It's not clear whether or not such a committee will be formed, but it's definitely a possibility.
So if he is indeed forced from office or chooses to resign, can you just walk us through what happens next, what the continuity of city government plan would be in that instance? Who would be therefore acting mayor, at least for some period of time?
Right. So it gets a little bit tricky here, but the short story is that the current public advocate, Jumaane Williams, a former city councilman who has been the city's public advocate since 2019, would become the acting mayor of New York City. And then depending on how close to the date of the primary election Adams is actually forced from office or leaves office, that dictates whether and when the public advocate, the acting mayor, Jumaane Williams, would call for a special election to replace Adams.
So that obviously would take place over a period of time. On the timing question as well, Laura, how long would we expect it for this case to actually be resolved? You mentioned the 2025 mayoral election. Is this going to be completed yet by that time?
I can't say that I know the answer to that. I know sometimes these kinds of cases take an incredibly long time to wend their way through court. Look at the instances related to former President Trump. It could be a very lengthy period of time. It's hard to see how it could be resolved before the 2025 primary, which will take place June 24th next year.
All right, Laura Namias, Bloomberg's reporter, live at City Hall, who has been covering this for the last 18 hours or so in the face of this historic indictment against a sitting mayor of New York City. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your time. We're going to continue this conversation now and move to other subjects as well as we head to Capitol Hill, where we find Republican Congressman Byron Donalds of Florida, who also, of course, is a vocal surrogate for the Trump campaign. Congressman, always great to see you here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Obviously, we are seeing another indictment of a very high-profile political figure in American politics. Donald Trump himself, as you well know, has come under multiple indictments as well. Do you see any parallels between this Adams case and the Trump ones?
I really don't, because you're talking about two very different issues. If you look at the indictments of President Trump, you're talking about novel legal theories, never been tried before, where they tried to basically push a square peg into a round pole to try to get the top Republican in the United States, the nominee for the president of the United States, and Donald J. Trump, versus what appears to be, according to the allegations against Eric Adams, a very deep and massive campaign finance violation, where they were bringing wire fraud charges, etc. The very scheme is very different altogether. They're using tried and true criminal charges against the mayor of New York versus these insane novel legal theories trying to criminalize Donald Trump. They are very two things, and I could go step by step with you through every one of these indictments, but the two are not the same. And I think we got to be careful not to try to make it seem as that now the Department of Justice is operating with clean hands all the time. What we have seen on Capitol Hill is that that is not the case.
Well, Congressman, as we consider the difference in these cases here, I was just speaking with one of your Republican colleagues from New York, Nicole Malliotakis, who was talking about how, frankly, city leadership just doesn't need this distraction because the city needs to run. And it's at that point I would point out that many of these cases against Donald Trump have not been wrapped up yet. In fact, he hasn't been sentenced in the case in which he was actually convicted. Why should New Yorkers worry about the distraction of having to fight a legal battle on the part of the New York City mayor, but not worry about the distractions that could face a president of the United States?
Well, this is a great question, and let me unfold that. Number one, the charges that have been brought, in my view, ridiculously against Donald Trump will have no bearing whatsoever on his ability to run the United States of America. Why would I say that? Number one, these charges that were brought around Mar-a-Lago documents, the same stuff could have been charged against Joe Biden. The Department of Justice did not charge Joe Biden. And the reason why they didn't do that is because they said he was a well-meaning old man. He was facing the same investigation. I would say Joe Biden's done a terrible job, but it's not stopped him from doing his job. When it comes to Eric Adams in New York, and this is why I'm saying it's important that you cannot try to create some moral equivalency between these two situations. What Eric Adams apparently is facing is dealing with major campaign finance violations. And I mean major to the tunes of tens of millions of dollars from overseas. Very different matter than the ridiculous indictments brought to us by Jack Smith, Merrick Garland, the ridiculous RICO charges down in Georgia that make no sense at all, and obviously what happened in Lower Manhattan, where they had to reach into the past for something that the Federal Election Commission even said there was no there in New York. They basically tried to make a crime that did not exist. That's wrong, and that's not going to stop Donald Trump from being able to lead our country and get our country back on track and making America great again.
Congressman, I'd like to ask you about the business of your chamber as well, as we find you on Capitol Hill today, having yesterday, of course, seen the House and the Senate pass a 3-month continuing resolution to keep the government funded until December 20th. I understand you were a no on that bill, and I wonder what you make of the way Speaker Johnson handled all of this, knowing his original plan for a 6-month CR with the SAVE Act attached didn't make it through. It had to go with this clean CR plan B. Does he deserve to be Speaker again if the House is able to maintain, the Republicans, that is, the majority?
Well, look, I think the first answer to your core question is yes. Mike Johnson's in a tough spot. It's been a very difficult Congress to navigate. I will add that one of the reasons we are at this point here on Capitol Hill is because Chuck Schumer, Senate Democrats, and the White House have done nothing with respect to trying to find common sense solutions to funding the government going forward. In the House, under the leadership of Mike Johnson, we passed 5 of the 12 appropriation bills, which fund 73% of the government. What did the Senate do? I will tell you what the Senate did under Chuck Schumer's leadership. They did nothing. They did no homework. They passed no bills. They came with no solutions. They didn't even try to work on this over the summer months. They basically sat in the Senate and just waited to the last minute, which is typical of Washington, D.C., to wait to the last minute so you're forced to deal with some massive bill to avoid a shutdown, which I did vote against because I don't believe we should be doing that right now. But then you set up a situation where you go into a Christmas omnibus that nobody reads. It is the same song and dance in Washington, D.C. That's at the feet of Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris because they've had months to come to an agreement with House Republicans on federal spending. They have chosen not to. So I think what people really need to understand is that it's a difficult situation whether it was Mike Johnson or Kevin McCarthy or Paul Ryan or John Boehner or any other Republican speaker, because the truth on Capitol Hill is that Senate Democrats and House Democrats, for that matter, do not want to negotiate spending in an orderly manner where people can come to compromise. They want to wait for the last minute where you're dealing with a take it or leave it deal, and you have members on Capitol Hill who don't want the American people to be left in the lurch. It is an indictment of the process here. Democrats need to step up and do their job for once.
And of course, we all have questions as to whether or not the deal that former Speaker Kevin McCarthy, who you just mentioned, and the deal he did strike with Democrats will stand ultimately at the end of the day, especially that side deal we have all heard so much about. I'd like to ask you as well, Congressman, about what's happening in the Capitol today. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is there visiting with some of your colleagues before he meets with Biden and Harris later this afternoon. Many of your Republican colleagues have had criticism for Zelensky with some of the comments he has made about Donald Trump while here in the U.S. in the last week, as well as a visit to Pennsylvania, and specifically a plant that is making ammunition that is helping Ukraine in this war. Mike Johnson, the speaker, did call for the firing of the Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S. over that visit. What is your thought on all of this?
I agree with Mike Johnson, and here's why. You now have a foreign leader who's now making plant visits in one of the key battleground states in our presidential election. Vladimir Zelensky is now talking tough or talking badly about Donald Trump, and he's here. Obviously, he's going to have meetings with the president and members on Capitol Hill. But that stop in Pennsylvania was highly political in the middle of a presidential election. You know, the Democrats would lecture us about foreign influence in our elections. Well, what is more? What demonstrates foreign influence any more than the leader of a foreign nation touring a facility in a battleground state 40 days before a presidential election? This is outrageous. But I just want to be very clear with your viewers. The reason why this is allowed to occur is because most of the media will not question Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. That's if Kamala Harris or Joe Biden are even available to answer your questions. And they have no problem taking whatever help they feel they need from anywhere around the globe to win an election. It is election interference. It is wrong. And that's why Mike Johnson has made his stance. I stand with him in that. And my colleagues on Capitol Hill, we need to be investigating this, because you can't have foreign leaders coming into our country laying down their markers of who should be the next commander-in-chief for our nation.
And finally, Congressman, with your district in mind, in our last minute with you, we all are obviously watching Hurricane Helene as well as it barrels toward Florida. Could be an incredibly strong storm. What does the state of Florida need in preparation and potentially in the aftermath? Is it not getting anything that it needs?
Well, look, I know our governor has been in contact with FEMA. They've already been working on this. In Florida, unfortunately, yes, we deal with hurricanes. Our leadership knows how to get this done. I know Governor DeSantis has already pre-positioned assets in key areas to respond to the aftermath of the storm. In my district, we were hit with Hurricane Ian 2 years ago. We worked with the governor of our state. We worked with FEMA and other partners to try to build back our area very quickly. Florida, unfortunately, is accustomed to this. We will get through it once again, and we'll be working with everybody to make sure that the people of Florida are restored and they get back on their feet as quickly as possible.
All right, Congressman, appreciate your time today, sir. That is Republican Congressman Byron Donald of the state of Florida. Thank you so much, and stay safe out there if you're heading home in the next few days. This, of course, is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. We will have much more ahead. We'll have more on Ukrainian President Zelensky's visit to the White House, which is expected this hour. He'll be sitting down with President Biden. We'll have much more on that coming up, as well as, of course, more in the aftermath of the indictment of New York City Mayor Eric Adams on federal bribery and fraud charges. Our political panel is just around the corner. Rick Davis and Caitlin Legacki, a Republican and Democratic strategist, respectively, will be here with me. So stay here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
everyone on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all higher for now. Moments ago, we did have NASDAQ briefly dip into the red. Right now, looking at a 1-point gain. S&P also briefly negative, but higher now by 3 points, just about flat on the day as of now. And again, the Dow up 190, holding on to a gain of 0.5%. 10-year at 3.79%, with a 2-year 3.60%. Gold is up 0.5%, 26.70 the ounce. Silver, worth mentioning, at 32.03 the ounce, up 0.7%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 3.2%, 67.46 for a barrel of WTI. Southwest Airlines authorizing a new $2.5 billion stock buyback program. Airline stocks are rallying. Case in point, though, Southwest up now by 6%. The day's top story: New York Mayor Eric Adams has been indicted on bribery and fraud charges following a federal corruption investigation, calling into question the political future of the man in charge of running the biggest American city. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Of course, Charlie and myself and all of us here on Bloomberg TV and radio have been paying close attention to what's happening in New York today with the indictment on federal bribery and fraud charges of New York City Mayor Eric Adams. But we have to pay attention to what's happening in Washington today as well, because just about 20 minutes from now at the White House, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will be sitting down with President Biden. Zelensky will then sit down with Vice President Kamala Harris later this afternoon. And it comes at a time in which Republicans are criticizing Zelensky and some of his recent comments criticizing the Republican ticket. And the New Yorker, in an interview this week, as he was here for the UN General Assembly, Zelensky said that Vance was too radical for proposing that Ukraine surrender territories under Russian control. He also said of Donald Trump that he doesn't really know how to stop the war, even if he might think he knows how. That, of course, didn't go unnoticed by Donald Trump, who yesterday was talking about this and referred to the Ukrainian people as, quote, dead, and the country itself as, quote, demolished. We have now seen the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, call for the firing of the Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S., Oksana Makarova, over Zelensky's visit to a manufacturing plant in Pennsylvania that has helped making some of the goods Ukraine is using to fight this war. And it does seem that this is all getting much more political than it already was. So on that note, let's assemble now our political panel. Rick Davis is with me, Bloomberg Politics contributor and Republican strategist, together with Democratic strategist Caitlin Legacki. Today, Rick, I'll first go to you on this one. Obviously, Zelensky is going to be pitching to Biden that he wants continued U.S. support, perhaps even U.S. permission to be sending longer strikes, missile strikes into Russian territory as he wants to win this war. But when he's meeting with the Democratic president and the Democratic nominee for president and criticizing the Republican side of the ticket, is this rightly being seen as political?
Yeah, first of all, Biden administration will announce almost $2.5 billion today of additional aid that is due to the Ukrainians. This is normal operating procedure for commander-in-chief, as authorized by Congress. So there shouldn't be anything surprising. I actually don't think the comments that Vladimir Zelensky have made, especially about wondering what Donald Trump's peace plan would be, are at all political. He's in the middle of a shooting war. He knows exactly where Donald Trump stands on his sort of favoritism toward Vladimir Putin. Donald Trump has not articulated any details around his plan, who he says he can, peace plan that he can solve in 24 hours. Normally, under any other circumstances, if a presidential candidate, regardless of party, had made a bold, blatant statement like that, the news media would actually ponder exactly what that plan would be. He didn't even get a single question about that in the debate. So long story short, I think, nothing that I've seen in the course of the last 72 hours since Zelensky's been in the country amounts to political lobbying of the American people. I mean, even Donald Trump used Viktor Orban, a known autocrat, as his character witness in the middle of a presidential debate just a few weeks ago. So I think we're all getting a little too excited about this. There's a shooting war in Europe going on, and I think that takes precedence over anything I've heard.
Well, but that war may be continuing when the new president takes office, Caitlin, whether it's Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. And I do wonder if you think there may have been some damage done here by the comments of Zelensky or the visit to Pennsylvania or what have you, if he's going to need to go to Trump or Republicans in Congress and ask for continued funding and assistance to help fight this war, knowing how hard that battle was to win already just a few months ago when they finally passed the supplemental funding package. Does that just make it that much harder if it isn't Democrats who are in control?
Yes, but I think that Zelensky's reading the writing on the wall, which is that if Republicans win, he's going to get cut off regardless. And so, you know, Zelensky sees himself and his country in a do or die moment. I don't necessarily think that that's inaccurate. And so he's here trying to get the tools he needs to go and win this war. But, you know, to Rick's point, Donald Trump has a long history of sympathizing with Russia, sympathizing with Putin. In the debate, he wouldn't take a position on whether he thought Russia should leave Ukraine. So Zelensky's, you know, going all in on this because it's the only option he has.
Yeah, Donald Trump would not answer whether he wants Ukraine to win this war. Of course, many of the Republicans who are more skeptical of continuing to provide aid for Ukraine have suggested that the U.S. should worry less about another country's borders and more about our own. On the subject of our own border, Rick, it is worth pointing out that Vice President Harris will be making a trip to the southern border in Arizona tomorrow. Of course, she's faced a lot of criticism for the infrequency with which she's done so. She is finally doing it now. Is that enough to make a difference as Donald Trump tries to hit her incredibly hard on that issue?
Yeah, it's an interesting political move because traditionally you wouldn't play to your weak side. There's no question Donald Trump has a better reputation among voters of dealing with the border. It's in virtually every survey. The southern tier of the swing states, North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, they all have particularly high interest in border issues. And so to kind of suck it up and go down to the border in a swing state like Arizona, where arguably it's been a deadlock race since this election began, I think is a bit of a political gamble. If it pays off, it could reap great dividends to show that she's got a border policy and that she'd be aggressive toward it. And maybe some of the swing voters who are looking at border as a message may soften up toward her a little bit. On the other hand, it gives Republicans a significant mallet to beat her with during this campaign because they can say they've had 3.5 years to fix this border and it's only gotten worse. So I think it's actually a pretty aggressive move at a time when this election is in a dead heat and hasn't seemed to be able to, maybe this will shake it loose a little bit.
Okay, so Caitlin, do you see backfire risk here potentially?
Well, there's always backfire risk, but I think that what this does is it gives Kamala Harris the opportunity to say, okay, Donald Trump, if you want to talk about immigration, we can talk about the Langford bill, which had bipartisan support in the Senate, and that Trump single-handedly killed because he thought it would hurt his campaign. She can also go and contrast her support for the Langford bill with the fact that Donald Trump spent 5 minutes in the debate ranting about cats and dogs in Springfield, Ohio being eaten by immigrants when we know for a fact that that story isn't accurate. So I think that it is a little bit of political jujitsu, but I think, you know, Harris is going to go down there and she's going to make a forceful case that Donald Trump is not actually serious about solving the problem, but he is trying to use it to his political advantage. And so, you know, I think Rick is right. There is some risk, but I think that there is an unusual amount of upside to Harris going in and making that distinction with the loudest megaphone possible.
And of course, we did hear from Kamala Harris in her first one-on-one sit-down interview since becoming the Democratic nominee last night on MSNBC, where she did actually, to the point Caitlin was just making, talk about that border bill, that bipartisan compromise that died, said she would sign it into law if she becomes president. But she also was weighing in on economic issues, having just given a speech on her economic platform in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That's where this interview took place. And she was asked about tariffs and Donald Trump's policy in that regard. This was her answer.
Part of it is you don't just throw around the idea of just tariffs across the board, and that's part of the problem with Donald Trump. Frankly, I'm going to, and I say this in all sincerity, he's just not very serious about how he thinks about some of these issues. And one must be serious and have a plan, and a real plan that's not just about some talking point ending in an exclamation at a political rally, but actually putting the thought into what will be the return on the investment and what will be the economic impact on everyday people.
And on the subject of plans, Rick, in addition to the speech she gave in Pittsburgh, she put out a policy book. It's 80-something pages long if anyone wants to go in there and read the whole thing and look at her plans in more detail. I guess my question is that the kind of plans that voters want? Is that the kind of detail they're looking for? Are they going to spend time looking at that outline, or are they going to pay attention to the headlines and maybe what, to her point, is said in rallies?
Yeah, you'll have to forgive me. I did not read overnight the 80 pages of policy, so I can't speak to the substance, but it certainly answers the question on level of detail that has been lobbed toward the Harris campaign for, sort of lack of detailed plans. The reality is what's interesting about this election right now is that the Harris vulnerability is on issues like the economy and immigration, but the Trump vulnerability is on his personality. And I think what she was doing in that interview, the piece that you just played, is particularly interesting because what she's doing is she's attaching that lack of seriousness and inconsistency, concerns that voters have about his personality, to the fact that it has real policy implications. If she's able to do that, she can then connect his negatives to, sort of harder issues. And I think that's a part of a campaign that we hadn't seen waged against Donald Trump before. But it is a significant difference in how voters view Harris and issues that may not resonate with them versus Donald Trump and a personality that they really question whether it's suited for the White House.
Finally, Caitlin, in our final moment with you, as we consider that Harris interview from last night, feel free to weigh in on the job you think she did. But should she have been taking these messages elsewhere, not MSNBC, where people watching the network are highly likely to be voting for her already?
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to, backseat drive these things. I think the reality of the situation that we live in now is that these interviews don't exist in a silo of which network they air on. Obviously that helps, but the fact of the matter is that the vast majority of viewers are seeing these clips on the internet, curated in articles. So they have a life beyond their original air date. And I think it's smart and important to recognize that somebody like Steph Rule, who has credibility among business viewers, but also isn't going to be a hostile interview, it gives Harris a chance to go out and air, say her piece. And Steph Rule didn't take it easy on her. She pushed her on a couple things.
Okay.
But they can.
Caitlin Legacki and Rick Davis, we got to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us right here on Bloomberg.
6:30 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks higher across the board. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all gaining. S&P up 13, up 0.2% right now. The Dow up 0.6%. NASDAQ higher by 0.2%. 10-year 3.79% with a 2-year that's now yielding 3.61%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington as Balance of Power continues. Once again, your host, Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet with a quick check on the trade here in the U.S., which of course follows a big up day in the Asian session, specifically for Chinese equities, which rallied more than 4% in the aftermath of new promises from the Politburo as they aim, they say, to revive growth with pledges to support fiscal spending and to stop the declining they see in the property sector. More promises of stimulus coming to shore up the world's second largest economy. And our next guest just actually returned from a visit to China to discuss some of their macroeconomic issues. I'm pleased to say joining me here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio is Jay Shambaugh. He is the U.S. Treasury Undersecretary for International Affairs. Sir, thank you so much for being with us. As I mentioned, you just returned from China for, I believe, your 5th round of talks with your economic counterparts there. Part of what you were planning to raise were issues of Chinese overcapacity, the concern that China is generating so much that they don't necessarily have demand for at home and therefore flooding the global markets with it. Do the stimulus measures that we have seen China outline over the course of the last week satisfy some of your concern? Do they go far enough to revive the domestic demand in China?
Well, first, thanks very much for having me here. What I would say is I'm glad to see the Chinese senior policymakers talking about a lack of demand in the economy, about the need to support growth in the economy, especially from domestic demand. I don't know that I've seen anything concrete yet that I think would really answer the mail on that, but I think it's an important step that they are acknowledging that domestic demand needs to go faster and that they need to support their growth with consumption and with domestic demand. I think, when as you mentioned, we were there for what we call the Economic Working Group. I led a kind of senior delegation of Treasury officials there to talk to senior Chinese policymakers. And one of the key points we raised with them is that their savings rate is really high. That leads to this huge kind of imbalance in their economy unless they can drive some sort of demand for it. And otherwise, what they've been doing is channeling that savings towards subsidies to manufacturing industry, producing a lot that they don't have domestic demand for. And that's what I'd like to see more of. And I think it's a good start to see them talk about it. I think we need to see more concrete policies.
Did you sense, sir, that your counterparts are understanding of those concerns and maybe thinking about wider behavioral changes in that regard? What was the reception like when you raised these things?
So this is something we've been talking to the Chinese about for quite a while. I'd say that in one of our trips in February, we really pushed the point quite hard. And then when Secretary Yellen was there in April of this year, she really tried to lay out the case for why this was a problem for both the world economy and really why it was a problem for the Chinese economy. You don't want to subsidize a lot of firms that are losing money. It's inefficient. It's a waste of fiscal resources. It's also just low productivity for your economy. So one of our advantages, frankly, at Treasury right now is we have a world-renowned economist leading Treasury. And so people take her seriously when she's there, and they really do want to listen to her. From a political perspective, they certainly push back on the narrative of overcapacity. But I think what we're seeing on the policy grounds are steps, hopefully, that will lead to ones in the right direction.
Well, to your point, sir, on Secretary Yellen, do you expect we will see another meeting between her and He Lifeng before this administration is over?
I'm not sure. I think both sides view this channel as a really important one. And that's one reason I was just there, was to make sure that we could keep robust engagement. We've always said it's not tenable to have the two largest world economies not talk to each other. And one thing the Secretary has often said is we need to talk about the things we agree about and where we can work together. But it's equally as important, if not more so, to talk about the things where we don't agree. And so we try to go and do both.
cooperation and competition, if you will, sir. I do wonder, especially given some of the rhetoric we're seeing on the campaign trail from Donald Trump, which I won't ask you to comment directly on, but he, of course, is talking about implementing higher tariffs on Chinese exports. Do you see tariffs as a mechanism to address some of these overcapacity concerns, essentially raise the cost of some of these goods that are being made so that people don't want to import them and that supply doesn't actually hit foreign markets? What is the proper role of trade-specific measures here?
So we have used trade tools already. I think narrowly targeted and strategic trade measures can sometimes try to either shift the calculus for a specific product or, for that matter, maybe change the other country's strategy a little bit. So I think narrowly targeted strategic tariffs can be a useful tool. One of the reasons we've been trying to have this conversation with China is to make clear that it won't just be the U.S. doing this. You'll see this happening from a lot of countries, and that if they do start to see whether it's tariffs or other trade measures, they shouldn't think of it as us attacking China or us being against China. They should recognize that this is really defensive on our part, and China in some sense has agency here. They can change their own policies in ways that would not lead to the rest of the world putting tariffs on their goods.
Of course, sir, while the U.S.'s focus is on its own relationship with China, there is concern as well about China's relationship with other countries, including adversaries like Russia. We, of course, saw Secretary Yellen earlier this year warning about companies providing material support, Chinese companies, that is, to Russia's war, whether it's through banking or other goods, that if they are providing the support, they risk being sanctioned by the U.S. Have you started to see behavioral changes on the parts of Chinese banks or other companies when it comes to dealing with Russia?
So this is a topic that we talk about a lot with our counterparts. They recognize this is something that is a serious strategic interest of ours. And so China has said many times that they have no intention of allowing lethal aid to go to Russia. Where we've been really pressing them is on dual-use goods that could be used by Russia to kind of build up their war machine. What we've made clear is that if financial firms are processing transactions towards sanctioned entities or with these dual-use goods, they're exposed to sanctions. Large Chinese banks understand that connectivity to the U.S. financial system and the global financial system is essential for them, and so neither those firms nor their regulators want them to do anything that runs afoul of our sanctions. So a lot of this is doing the hard work of making clear what really would expose you to risk and what wouldn't, what exactly we're trying to get firms not to do. Sometimes that can lead to where we've had to sanction a firm, not financial firms so far, but we have had to sanction a few Chinese firms because we felt that they were crossing lines. And what we try to do through dialogue is, in some sense, stop the behavior before it ever happens and before we have to take sanctions.
And finally, sir, in our last minutes with you here, I'd like to ask you kind of a wider question. It does relate to Russian behavior as well. The ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine, and one of the great breadbaskets of the world, a hot war in the Middle East as well, where, of course, a lot of energy is centered. How concerned are you when you look at the global economic outlook and some of these risks that are present about things that could refuel inflation, for example, or otherwise be disruptive to a global economy and a U.S. economy, frankly, that to this point has been able to hold in there, even as we've seen inflationary pressures come down?
Look, I'm an economist by training, and so I worry about everything. But that being said, I think what we know is that geostrategic risks or geopolitical risks are always out there. What we try to do is minimize any potential impact on the U.S. economy. As you noted, I think we've seen a really strong U.S. economy. I think it was a Bloomberg poll maybe a year and change ago where 100% of the people polled thought we'd have a recession in 23. We didn't. We got through the year with actually quite strong growth, and we've managed to see inflation come down while the unemployment rate has stayed at a fairly historically low level. That's despite a lot of challenges around the globe. We're obviously doing everything we can at Treasury and across the U.S. government to minimize any of those challenges, to prevent disruptions to energy markets or food markets or things like that that could damage the world economy and really blow back on U.S. consumers. So we think about it all the time, we worry about it all the time, but we are hopefully taking the steps that would prevent those shocks from really reverberating here.
All right, Jay Shambaugh, the U.S. Treasury Undersecretary for International Affairs. Greatly appreciate your time today, sir. Thank you so much for being here with us on Balance of Power. Now, of course, the other big story we're following here on Balance of Power comes from New York with the federal indictment of Mayor Eric Adams on bribery and fraud charges. We want to dig more into the actual charges he is facing now and turn to Dave Ehrenberg who is state attorney for Palm Beach County in Florida, but is in New York today. It is the place to be in the news today. Dave, great to have you back here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Obviously, there's a number of federal charges here, allegations of accepting illegal contributions, including from foreign agents. How serious are these charges as a prosecutor? How easy is this case to prosecute? How hard will the defense be for Mayor Adams?
Kaylee, good to be with you. The challenge is proving intent, that Adams knew that he was accepting illegal campaign contributions and bribes. It's much easier to prove the free gifts, the air travel, that kind of stuff. But really, the bread and butter of this indictment is the wire fraud accusation, which is a federal prosecutor's best friend. It's relatively easy to prove, and it can get you up to 20 years in prison. He's facing up to 45 years in total. I think the stuff that was laid out in the indictment shows that Adams allegedly was trying to obstruct, was trying to hide his involvement in all this, changing his passwords on his phone, trying to cover up the documents that would have shown that he took these trips and these campaign contributions. So they've got a good case against him. After all, they're not going to go after the powerful mayor of New York City unless they've got the goods.
Well, yeah, that was a question I had when this news first dropped. How ironclad does a case need to be to essentially make a sitting mayor of the country's largest city a criminal defendant? It was raised to me, though, earlier on the program, Dave, this notion that while this indictment is vivid in detail in terms of messaging and texting that was exchanged with Adams staffers and various others, included representatives from Turkish Airlines, for example, when it comes to some of this travel, not much of it is actual messaging from Adams himself. Is that a complicated factor here for the prosecution?
It'd be better if you have his own words, but they do have the cell phones and the computers of a lot of his associates. And that's how you know that the feds are serious. Once they have your electronic communications, something's going to go down. They've been investigating this for a while. I mean, they've traced this back for 9 years that he's allegedly received these improper benefits. And then they were specific that the alleged bribe occurred when the Turkish government sought to get an expedited approval of this 30-story consulate that was ready to go, except the fire department said that doesn't meet code. Well, they invested allegedly in Adams, and then Adams supposedly leaned on the fire department, and the certificate of occupancy was granted thereafter. So that's where you have your bribery, that's where you have your wire fraud in part, and then you have the abuse, allegedly, of the matching contribution laws in New York, where you're entitled to get matching campaign contributions if it comes from an individual donor. So then the Turkish government apparently funneled the money through individuals so that it could then be multiplied under the campaign finance laws. So he'd get advantage of that, and that's where he's also being charged. So he's got a lot of problems ahead, and I would suspect that some of the people closest to him will flip on him to save their own hides.
Well, and we have seen the resignation of a number of city officials, others who, of course, have had their own property searched over the course of the last several months as this corruption investigation was ongoing. Is that really what's the linchpin, the critical point here for the prosecution, is to get those flips to actually happen?
That matters a lot, to have him on the stand. Adams has some very prominent attorneys representing him. So the feds are going to have to come with all their firepower here. That means flipping witnesses who know where the bodies are buried, metaphorically speaking. Also using the electronic communications against Adams. One interesting anecdote in the indictment is that Adams apparently was tipped off that he was about to be searched, having his phone seized. So when the feds got his phones, he didn't have his personal phone on him. That was left at home or wherever. And then he previously had changed the password on that personal phone. The personal phone is where the more incriminating stuff apparently was. And he changed the password, made it much harder for the feds to access. And so he apparently knew what he was doing, and that's going to be used against him too. It's all about intent.
Finally, Dave, in our final moment with you, I'd like to ask you about a legal case much closer to home in Florida, which, of course, was the attempted assassination of Donald Trump just weeks ago. The man, Ryan Ruth, who was initially charged with firearms charges related to that, was indicted on an attempted assassination charge just this week. How does that case move forward from here?
The feds are doing a good job. First, they started with the low-hanging fruit, the firearms offenses. That kept Ruth in jail, and then they came back after the evidence was developed to charge Ruth with attempted assassination. That can get the guy up to life in prison. So when Governor DeSantis and former President Trump accused the feds of small balls, no, they're going for it all here because they've got that handwritten note from Ruth that shows that he did apparently intend to assassinate Donald Trump. So the feds are going to move forward with this. Ruth will continue to plead not guilty. I don't think he gets a plea deal out of this unless it involves decades in prison. So he's not going anywhere anytime soon.
All right. Dave Ehrenberg, the state attorney for Palm Beach County. Always great to have you here on Bloomberg TV and radio. We appreciate your time. And of course, Bloomberg will be staying on top of this story, the indictment of New York City Mayor Eric Adams. I'll have much more on it in the late edition of Balance of Power at 5 p.m. So join me then. In the meantime, Bloomberg Business Week is straight ahead right here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. This is Bloomberg Business Week. It is Thursday, September 26th. This is one of those days. I'm Carol Master along with Stephen Carroll. You know Tim is out, and Stephen is in from London, host of Daybreak Europe. This is one of those days where as many monitors as I have, as many screens as I have here at Bloomberg, I need more.
There aren't enough screens in the world to see what's going on. There's plenty for us to unpack in the show today. We've got the U.S. economic data. We'll be getting into details of that and what that means for the Fed as well. We've seen some shifts and things like the dollar weakening today as well, so plenty to take into in the market reaction on that front.
Yeah, U.S. economy, though, seems to be doing just fine, everybody. But then there's the Chinese economy. All of its stimulus. Every day it feels like there's another story out of China about what the government is doing to really kind of juice that economy. We're going to get a great perspective from the Australian billionaire and founder of the mining giant Fortescue. Andrew Force is going to be here. Talk about the global outlook, talk about the company's climate transition plan. Looking forward to that conversation happening in just a moment.
Yeah, and look, speaking of climate issues as well, still Climate Week, of course, here in New York, and we're going to be talking about the perspective of African economies and the challenges they're facing, and perhaps the opportunities as well in development for there. We've got the president of the African Development Bank with us in studio.
And as we said, we're going to have an update on the bribery and fraud indictment against New York City Mayor Eric Adams. So a lot going on. We're going to get to it and get going in just a moment. But first up, let's get a check on that trading day. Here is Charlie.
All right, thank you very much, Carol Master. Indeed, lots of moving parts to this market. Bloomberg Television and Radio, we've got you covered. Traders weighing a number of catalysts, including that strong forecast from Micron, data highlighting a resilient American economy, and China's pledge of fiscal stimulus. S&P right now up 16, up 0.3%. The Dow up 256, up 0.6, and we have got NASDAQ right now up 65, a gain of 0.4%. 10-year 3.79%, the 2-year 3.61%, gold up $13 the ounce, up 0.5%, silver surging 0.8%, and a big retreat for crude today, down 3.1%, 67.53 a barrel. Micron is surging. Micron Technology, after giving a surprisingly strong sales and profit forecast, the stock right now up by 14%. Super microcomputer shares plunging after the Wall Street Journal reported that the Justice Department is probing the server maker following a report by the short seller Hindenburg Research. Shares of Supermicro down now by 13.2%. A New York Mayor Eric Adams has been indicted on bribery and fraud charges following a federal corruption investigation. Our coverage will continue throughout the day on Bloomberg Television and Radio. And of course, for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. We will get to an update on the New York City mayor in just a moment. Carol Master along with Stephen Carroll. I want to get to what is really the bread and butter of what we do here at Bloomberg, and that is what's going on in the economies around the world. Specifically, we want to talk a little bit about those U.S. economic reports we got this morning. Revised data showed the U.S. economy emerged from the pandemic in better shape than initially expected, and then we had a decline in U.S. jobless claims, underscoring that once again that U.S. labor market seems to be doing okay. It explains that move up that we've seen in U.S. Treasury yields in the trading session. So let's get to it with Bloomberg Economics U.S. economist Stuart Paul. He is here in our studio. Seems like maybe everything is awesome, or maybe Jay Powell must be feeling pretty good here. But what do we need to know? Let's start with the GDP report. It's backward looking, but nonetheless upbeat.
Backward looking, and a lot of the revisions are really backward looking, going back to 2018 through 2023. But the revisions help to resolve some of the questions that we've really been having. How come there's been this wedge between gross domestic income and gross domestic product? That was basically revised away. How come it seems like spending on consumer goods, particularly durable goods, has just been exceptionally robust despite the rise in interest rates? Well, a lot of that durable goods spending was revised away. Increased spending on services, so folks are doing a little bit more of that post-pandemic, celebratory spending still. But when we see fixed investment, a lot of the investment that was taking place was in things like intellectual property, not some of the more interest-sensitive categories.
Of course, these are revisions, so we're going back into the past for these details as well. But I wonder if we try and map that onto where we are now. What are the indications in this report that might sort of give us a perspective as to where things are in the economy right now?
So I think that the thing that we can take away from the report, given that it's backward looking, is that monetary policy has actually been relatively restrictive, right? We've been reasonably encouraged by pretty robust labor market. We've been surprised on so many of the different spending categories. Well, a lot of the categories that are most affected by interest rates aren't as robust, and we're not seeing as much growth, and we haven't seen as much growth as we expected. So what does that mean going forward? Well, the Fed is doing the right thing by cutting. It's catching up to the curve. It might still be a little bit behind the curve since a lot of those categories are not as strong as previously believed. So we're still expecting to see another 25 basis points of cuts in each of November and December. There's probably room for a little bit more. And given the fact that there hasn't been as much investment in things like manufacturing facilities, demand for labor under the surface could be a little bit weaker than previously believed.
Get to that weekly jobless. That is much more current information.
That's right.
So what do we need to know about that print?
So again, just surprising to the downside, people just aren't being laid off. But I think that the difference between what we're seeing in jobless claims data, which is indicative of a relatively healthy economy, people aren't being laid off, and what we're seeing in the unemployment rate, for example, is just that people are not new entrants to the labor market. That labor supply that we have is not being fully absorbed by demand for workers. So sure, workers are not being outright fired and filing for unemployment insurance, but they're also not being hired, certainly not as quickly as they would hope. And that's why we've seen that upward trend in the unemployment rate. And we're actually expecting the unemployment rate to continue higher, ending the year around 4.5%.
So all of this is a kind of window dressing for the main event of the week, which is the PCE Fed's preferred inflation measure. Yes, exactly. Drum roll for us. Where does that set us up for what we're going to hear tomorrow?
The inflation numbers are going to be pretty good. Monthly core PCE inflation, the Fed's preferred measure, is going to be just a touch under 0.2% on the month. So that's still running at an annualized pace of about 2%, the Fed's target rate. Year-on-year number isn't going to be as good because of unfavorable base effects, but the Fed can read through those base effects. On the income side, we can sort of map from what we saw in the August jobs report into what we should expect for personal income. It's going to be relatively strong, around 0.5 percentage point of growth in August for personal income, with a little bit more consumer restraint during the month based on what we saw in the retail sales data. We should see a little bit more saving. The previous month, July, showed just a 2.9% savings rate. Again, this sort of spending splurge.
Spending on those vacations.
That's right, those vacations. We're expecting to see a little bit of an upward drift in the personal savings rate in the August report.
Yeah, we'll see with holidays just around the corner. Stuart Paul, as always, U.S. economist at Bloomberg Economics with today's economic reports. Now let's get to the political news in New York City, also on our radar, and safe to say, Stephen, one of our most read stories on the Bloomberg today.
Yeah, I mean, unsurprisingly, the first time a sitting New York City mayor has been indicted. Eric Adams indicted on bribery and fraud charges following a federal corruption investigation, calling into question the political future of the man in charge of running the biggest U.S. city. Now, in the indictment, widely reported Wednesday night, but unsealed this morning, Adams accused of accepting gifts from foreign officials for over nearly a decade. Manhattan U.S. District Attorney Damian Williams announced the charges this morning.
Campaign finance, bribery, and conspiracy charges against Eric Adams, the mayor of New York City. As the indictment alleges, Mayor Adams engaged in a long-running conspiracy in which he solicited and knowingly accepted illegal campaign contributions from foreign donors and corporations.
So that's Damian Williams there. With the latest, we have US TV managing editor here at Bloomberg, Miles Miller, with us in studio. Miles, great to see you. I mean, just talk us through what we learned from the unsealing of this indictment.
Yeah, this is a 57-page indictment. It's an indictment that really sort of lays out a scheme in which the sitting mayor of New York City, and even before when he was Brooklyn Borough president, is alleged to have started up a relationship with officials at Turkish Airlines and other parts of the Turkish government, Turkish business people, all in an effort to funnel campaign donations to him in a way that is illegal. Right? There is a very strict policies in the United States about how campaign donations can come. They're supposed to be from an individual. You are supposed to do them individually, but this is bundling, and not just bundling, but they allegedly created a system where our public matching funds match up to a certain dollar amount. And the allegation is that Eric Adams got $10 million worth of public matching funds through ill-gotten means, and most of it coming from the Turkish Airlines officials and from Turkish folks who were trying to influence U.S. elections and U.S. policy.
Miles, to be fair, it's an indictment. It's charges, right? And obviously, we respect the legal process. It will play out. But having said that, this isn't a case, it looks like at this point, of the mayor, oops, forgot to disclose. This, like, it has been going on for years, and it's multiple incidents.
Yeah, I think it's what they call an improv yes and, right? One passage that I selected here was the mayor deleting messages. Adams deleted messages with others involved in his misconduct, including in one instance assuring a co-conspirator in writing that he always deleted her messages. And then when he knew the feds were on his tail, he is alleged to have changed his password to his phone from 4 characters to 6, and then said he forgot it when the feds wanted to check his phone.
What happens next in this process?
So the mayor has asked for a speedy trial. He's not yet been before a judge. They did a press conference today unsealing this indictment, but he'll go before a judge likely next week, likely next Tuesday. He said this last night, but any good attorney will tell you, no, you want to wait your time. You want to get the discovery. It's a lot of discovery in this case. It's 57 pages, and they seem like they have a lot of evidence. And so I don't think this trial, if this goes to trial, this won't go to trial anytime soon. But that is what is immediately next in this case. And the mayor says he's not going anywhere.
All right, but it may not be his choice. Fellow Democrats, what are we hearing, certainly from those in those higher positions within the Democratic Party?
Right. So the highest Democrat in New York State is the governor. She released a 26-word statement, and it didn't say that Eric Adams should resign. We heard from Hakeem Jeffries, who's not really an Adams ally, but is one of the top Democrats on Capitol Hill. He said that there should be due process. So we're seeing that, but we're also seeing words from AOC to others who've said that he should step aside. And if you know Eric Adams, or if you know anything about him, he's not about stepping aside. He's going to try to continue doing this, running city government while under this cloud of federal investigation.
Miles, I'm a visitor to New York. Even from far reaches, you learn about the vagaries of New York City politics. This is a story that makes international headlines. Put this in context for us. Has New York politics seen scandals of this magnitude before? Where does it sit?
Yeah, I've covered city politics for the last 18 years. Now, I'm only 31, so that's kind of crazy. But, one of my favorite games that I have at home is called Tammany Hall, and it's all about corruption in city politics, and it goes that far back. Yes, in some administrations there have been federal investigations, but nothing to this magnitude. The first sitting mayor to be indicted. Before that, Jimmy Walker, who Mayor Eric Adams actually had a picture of in his office, which is very auspicious. So that is how far back it goes.
Either way, it's a remarkable turn for the former police captain and now New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Miles, thank you so much. So appreciate it. Miles Miller, our U.S. TV managing editor. Well, the news around the mayor, as you might recall, was kind of indicated late yesterday. We want to get to another story that was happening late Wednesday as well, and that has to do with one of the AI darlings.
Yeah, of course, we were talking yesterday about the departure of Chief Technology Officer Mira Murati, Chief Research Officer Bob McGrew. Then we've been hearing from Sam Altman from OpenAI as well, talking about executive departures at the startup being unrelated to a restructuring that's happening at the company as it considers moving to a for-profit structure. Bloomberg today reporting that OpenAI is discussing giving Sam Altman a 7% equity stake in the company as part of that restructuring. Let's bring in co-host of Bloomberg Technology, Ed Ludlow, who's in our San Francisco bureau, for more on this. Hey, Ed, great to have you back on. I mean, let's try and put all these pieces together, right? Are the executive departures, as far as we know, linked to the restructuring that's being discussed at OpenAI?
Yeah, we don't know, and Sam Altman, fortunately walked in front of a camera 12 hours after the news broke and had every opportunity to explain it, and he said no, they're relating to the individuals involved, their personal lives and their professional lives, and wanting to do something new. But I would say that sources were very clear that inside OpenAI, which is a really important technology company, right? There's a lot at stake here, and the people that work there know that, and they saw what these people who decided to leave the company said, and in internal Slack channels and other comms tools were basically like, what is going on? Like, this is dodge. Like, this is weird. But the long and short of it is no, we do not know if they are linked.
You know, we talk about OpenAI. The only reason I feel like we are talking so much about OpenAI is when you go back almost 2 years, right? And that big investment by Microsoft that got us all talking about and focusing on this company. Having said that, should we assume they're a big investor? Should we assume that what's going on now kind of has some consultation from Microsoft, or not necessarily?
Yeah. So this is actually an opportunity to clarify something that's really important. Microsoft is the single biggest investor into OpenAI at this stage, and at one time it held 49% of the entity in which you could invest. But it probably is less than 49% now because of the additional rounds of capital that OpenAI has raised. And if I may, Carol, I also would like to explain the structure of OpenAI as it stands. So its origin was as a not-for-profit, okay? And how it works right now is you have a non-profit, in this country, America, a 501c3, a charity. And the for-profit business is a subsidiary of that. And the way that OpenAI operates, and to answer your question, is that it now has a board who do not hold any equity at all. And that board includes Sam Altman. So there are two things that I'm answering here. One, Microsoft owns a pretty big chunk of it, therefore doesn't have a board seat. Sam Altman has a board seat, but if he's to own equity, it raises a question about him continuing to be on the board. And the whole mechanism was put in place because they didn't want the vested interests of shareholders to be competing with the mission statement of the company, which is more around building artificial intelligence that benefits society at large. Goodness, what a mouthful.
But how would that change if they did move to the public benefit corporation status? How would that mission be altered, apart from what you and colleagues have been reporting about, potential equity stake and questions over Sam Altman?
Yeah, again, I think it's really important to state we just don't know. I was on your show yesterday, you may remember, talking about Meta, and there was a Reuters report that OpenAI was moving to a for-profit model, was moving to a B Corp. And what happened was I was driving home from Menlo Park, I almost got to the Golden Gate Bridge, and a source phoned me and told me what was going on, but clarified that nothing legally has changed. OpenAI is looking at all kinds of mechanisms. So they haven't actually taken any action. I think the Reuters report probably went too far. But the B Corp instrument is interesting. The very basics of a B Corp are that you are a for-profit business. There are examples out there like Patagonia. I'm a Patagonia wearer, the apparel, you may be familiar with it. But in the bylaws of the company, the sort of lofty, big picture, worldly goals and missions of the company are codified. They're written down. So you can pursue profit, but you're also mandated to pursue those other goals as well, because they're in the bylaws of your company.
Well, first of all, thank you for reminding me you were the great reporter on Meta yesterday. I had forgotten. And secondly,
I haven't the glasses. I'm so excited about that.
And I'm just going to say, OpenAI, every time we talk about it, I feel like it's just a great B-school case study because of just these twists and turns, the ousting of Sam Altman, he's back. Like, it's just unbelievable, and it ain't over, that's for sure. Ed Ludlow, you're the best. Co-host of Bloomberg Technology, joining us. Of course, you can catch that on Bloomberg TV, 11 a.m. Wall Street time, Monday through Friday. All right, folks, when we come back, busy Thursday, climate, transition, China, the business of mining, with the founder and executive chairman of Fortescue, Andrew Forrest, will be our guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks pushing higher. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ solidly in the green. 24-point jump right now on the S&P at 57.46. We're up by about 0.4%. The Dow up 302, up 0.7. NASDAQ up 99, a gain of 0.5%. 10-year at 3.79%. The 2-year 3.61%. Gold up just about 0.7%. 26.74 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude retreating now, down 3%, 67.55 for a barrel of WTI. Sources tell Bloomberg the French food catering firm Sodexo is exploring a potential acquisition of its American rival Aramark as it seeks growth overseas. And today's top story, a top federal prosecutor in Manhattan is claiming in a scalding indictment that New York Mayor Eric Adams engaged in years of sustained corruption, accepting more than $100,000 in lavish bribes from foreign nationals. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, we are so looking forward to our next guest. He's got a great vantage point on the global economy, global mining, climate change. Just this past week, Fortescue, the world's fourth biggest iron ore miner, saying it will pay $2.8 billion to replace two-thirds of its fleet of haulage trucks and equipment in Western Australia with EV versions as it seeks to cut diesel consumption and meet ambitious emissions reduction targets. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, there sure is. And look, we've got a lot to talk to Andrew Forrest about. It joins us in studio, Executive Chairman and Billionaire of Perth, Australia, based Fortescue, in town this week during the UN General Assembly and Climate Week as well. Welcome to Bloomberg Business Week.
Thanks, Steve.
How are you?
I'm on fire, thank you. I'm just in an exciting place right now.
It certainly is. And look, at a time that we're going to talk about your climate transition plan in a moment, because that's a really interesting conversation. We spent all week talking about China and the stimulus efforts being made there, and this is a story that's very central to your business as well. Imported iron ore used in roughly 80% of Chinese steel production. Talk to us about the picture that you're seeing of the Chinese economy from your side of the business and the demand. How bad is it?
Oh, how good it is. I mean, basically, you've had mining companies being fat, dumb, and happy for a very long time because the iron ore price has been so good, so we're all heroes. But now, oh my God, the iron ore price has fallen, which means it's a lot better value, by the way, for the customer. And we have to work a lot harder as miners. We have to work harder to actually make a margin. And that's a good thing. And when people think that 1/3, they think, well, how do I lower my margins? Well, 1/3 of my cost is diesel fuel. 1/3, right? 1/3. Right. Imagine if we could get rid of that. Oh, by the way, we'd also be going zero emissions if we did that. So we've been working on this for years and years and years. And to give you an idea of how strong that demand is, because people are looking hard at their operating costs now, we took years and years to get up a 360 truck order. Now, these are big trucks, right? You've got the hubcaps starting at the roof here. And yesterday we signed another 100 and got walk-ins for another 400 in a day. So from 3 or 4 years for 360, for a day for another 500. So this is showing you that the mining industry is saying, hey, we've got to really look at operating costs. And Fortescue, admittedly, is driven because it wanted to go zero emissions because we bloody well have to as a human race. But then we also have to prove that it's highly commercial. And what you're seeing happen yesterday and today is that going zero emissions is highly commercial.
To say you're not worried about China?
No, I'm not. I mean, I've just come from China, but I get accused when I'm in Chinese, when I'm in China being very pro-North American, and when I'm in North America, I get accused of being very pro-China. So
no, but this is interesting because look, all of the narrative is
and love you both.
The narrative is so negative and has been for so long.
Are we wrong?
The slump in the property sector.
I'm afraid you're wrong. You are wrong. I mean. Here in North America, you have a completely different system. You get lag effects and lowering interest rates and things like that, and it's macroeconomic policy, and it works really well over a long time. If they want to hit the accelerator, hit the brakes, you see the impact straight away. So they did a little bit of priming, not much. I got to say, as a percentage of GDP, it'd be hard to measure it, but that has kicked investment straight away. It's kicked the iron ore price. It's kicked iron ore demand.
So 5% growth, not a concern. It's going to happen.
Look, I'm completely not worried about it. And by the way, if it's 4 or 6, I know big countries who'd love to get 2 or 3. So, for our demand, I'm seeing the iron ore price come down, and I'm saying good.
So Andrew, basically what you're saying is China's like, okay, if there still isn't enough, we're going to do more.
Yeah, and also, you know, I love North America because we're aligned with North America. I love China because they're actually leading the world on going green. I mean, they are way ahead of their own plan. And, you know, everyone, I mean, North America and China kicking the hell out of each other is really bad for the overall human race. This geostrategic war between North America, precipitated, I want to put it bluntly, by North America. And look, China does all these things wrong too, and you can jump on their toes, but you jump on their toes in private. You don't do it by shouting at them from New York or Washington, D.C.
Well, does that then worry you about who's in the White House come November? Because there is people who have a softer touch and people who don't.
Fortescue has a policy that we deal with any elected leadership that you suckers want to put up, right? So, you know, if you want to put up Trump, I've got to say this Ukraine badge, if there's a deal cut which rewards an invader for invading a country, which you've had as an enemy for 80 years, and you go cut a deal and reward a bad guy for being bad, we're down in the Pacific and we're going to say, hold the phone. If you're going to trade Ukraine against Russia, where do we sit with North America? I mean, where do we sit? I mean, who do we now call a friend if you're going to turn around and do that to Europe?
Right.
I mean, you're obviously very plugged into geopolitical tensions because it's part of what affects your business as well. When you're thinking about global climate solutions, and you gave us some of the outlines of your plan there as well, there's some people that are going to think it's highly ironic that a mining company would be looking at a green transition.
I agree with them.
What you know, green iron ore, what is that? Do these things really make a difference when it comes to the bottom line of limiting climate change?
Yeah, let's start with 3 million tonnes of carbon dioxide not going out into the atmosphere. I mean, let's just start there. And then let's realise that no one's ever going to make green iron or green steel, which is 10% of the carbon budget. Now we're talking huge, unless you start with green iron ore. So the fact we're going to green iron ore within a few years means that we can then go to green iron or green steel. Now that's starting to have a massive impact because if we do that economically, then the pollution, which is currently suffered all over the world, particularly in China where they put their steel mills on the outskirts of their cities, central planned, but their cities grew so much bigger, so now the steel mills are inside the city. We send them totally pollution-free metal. Their pollution problem goes out the window. So there is a really big impact on this slow, lethargic, backward industry called mining, ironically leading the world to go green. And it's hitting where the pollution is worst. And it's not saying, oh, well, we've got to continue burning oil and gas because there's such lovely people and we have to look after them. We're saying, actually, oil and gas has got us into this manure. We've got to stop doing what we've always done if we want a different result and switch off the oil and gas, and then we'll get a different result. And that's like green steel. That's like green shipping. Now,
what exactly, though, is green iron ore? And what does it cost versus other iron ore? And is it cost competitive?
Yeah, no, it's going to cost less, ma'am. It's going to because we can make it for less.
Is it already?
Because we're not chopping through a billion litres of diesel here, like nearly 500 million gallons of diesel. We're not going to buy anymore, you know, because we're making it ourselves. So,
is it cost competitive already?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's the beauty of it, which is why I'm saying, listen, stop looking at going green. Stop looking at zero emissions as, oh, you're a really nice guy. What a lovely chief executive. What a lovely politician thinking of the kids, not himself. Actually, get out of your hole. This is a great investment. You should be doing this for your shareholders. And if you say you can't go green, well, you're right. Get off the stage and let on someone smarter who can.
But why isn't everyone doing it if the case is that simple?
And done it sooner.
Because
done it yesterday
everything starts somewhere, right?
Okay.
Everything starts somewhere. I mean, the suit you're wearing started with a thread, mate. It turned out to be a suit, so wear the thread.
Yeah. Talk to me about the conversations you're having here in New York as well. Are people getting the message?
People are getting the message. Yeah,
I mean, you know, we look at the pullback on green agenda in so many parts of the world at the moment. We see it reflected in polling and in election results. Is that playing?
Yeah, that's an opportunity for us.
Okay,
that's a serious opportunity. I mean, we are pushing ahead, going green as quickly as possible. We've got technology which can take the water in here, so to steal your water bottle, turn it into the most powerful fuel the world's ever had, which is hydrogen. When we turn it from gas or liquid to really serious energy,
except you need
it goes back to water, right? Yeah. And we're working out how to produce that. It's not pure. We call it industrial hydrogen, but a fraction of the cost. Where we've worked out already how to charge cars not in 22 hours or even 8 hours, but in 22 seconds. okay? And these are the fastest electric cars in the world, like Formula E winners all the time. We've worked out how to charge our huge trucks in 24 minutes. You know, and I've had your US generals say to me, hey, look, you understand the US military can never go green. I said, why is that, mate? And they said, well, our tanks, they're 50, 60 tons, and they've got to go 50 mile an hour. And I said, well, hang on, mate, our trucks are 400 tons, and they've got to go 60 mile an hour. They're green. And they've said, well, you know, shipping, our warships are like 100 metres long, Andrew. I said, honestly, mate, we could put 3 of your warships on the back of our iron ore carriers. They're 330 metres long, and we're sending them green. So everyone can go green.
I am curious if you guys are going to be also building wind farms, solar farms right next to some of your mines to help supply green power. Like, is that part of the process?
Yeah, it is. It is absolutely, and we'll supply power to us and power to others. Right now, we're operating a green grid. It's the first fully independent green grid in the world. It will be the largest, of course, because it'll be producing enough power the size of small countries, and it'll be a full grid, but it'll be off the standard grid, and that means that we can put this all over the world.
I want to come back to hydrogen because it's been talked about for many years. There's been a lot of money put behind it, yet to yield results. Where are the obstacles there? How far away is it from being something that's going to be widespread available and more heavily used as an energy form?
Okay, the only thing stopping the production of green hydrogen in North America, I mean, let's just remember that there's more people employed in the renewable energy sector in the fossil fuel old state of Texas than there are now is by fossil fuel. Yeah. So everything is changing. What we're seeing now is the whole growth, this massive growth of green hydrogen, green energy being held up by perfect getting in the road of the good in the IRA. And if we don't fix what a little thing called 45V, which is where the fossil fuel sector's got these environmental independent lobbyists to say, hey, look, we should have things like hourly matching. Well, okay, that's
so
perfect.
Parts of your own industry are working against this.
Yeah, I mean, but it's not my industry. It's the environmental lobbyists paid by fossil fuel. It's the same draw card, same playbook as tobacco use. They get so-called scientists in to say tobacco doesn't kill you, mate.
So it's money again, it's politics and it's lobbying.
Yeah, and we have to, Carol, we have to look straight through that and say to your legislators, and your legislators have got to say, actually, we're not going to let perfect kill off the good. We know green hydrogen is the answer. We will have weekly matching or monthly matching, but hourly matching just means the person who came up with that's never driven or operated anything more complex than a bloody computer, not these 1, 2, 3 mile long plants, which I have to operate.
So 30 seconds left. Are you more optimistic after your time here in New York and talking with global leaders, North American leaders, US leaders, or are you more pessimistic, just quickly?
No, I'm more optimistic. I'm more optimistic
about the shift.
Because they trust what someone does more than what someone says, and they can see we're doing it. They can see Australia's highest shareholder return company ever is going fully green, and there's got to be a reason for that, and they're making huge sales and they're profitable.
So we wanted to be smart and fun when you came in. Did we do it?
Yeah, you're smart and fun here. I love Bloomberg.
Such pressure. Andrew Forrest, thank you so much. Executive Chair, of course, of Fortescue, joining us right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks advancing. We are off the highs of the day, but the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, Russell 2000, all very much in the green. Traders are weighing a variety of catalysts, including a strong forecast from Micron Technology, data highlighting a resilient U.S. economy, and China's pledge of fiscal stimulus. So here's where we stand. The S&P right now up 21, a gain of 0.4%. The Dow up 264, up 0.6%, and NASDAQ up 100, higher by 0.5%. 10-year 3.79%, the 2-year 3.62%. Spot gold is up 0.7%. 26.74 the ounce. Silver pushing higher, up by 1.1%, 32.15 the ounce. But a retreat for crude oil. West Texas Intermediate down 3%, 67.57 a barrel. Southwest Airlines shares are surging now by 7.5%. Southwest authorizing a new $2.5 billion stock buyback program. Southwest not the only airline advancing. Right now we've got American up 7%, United up 9%, Delta up 6.1%, JetBlue shares up by 7.6%. Super microcomputer shares are plunging after the Wall Street Journal reported that the Justice Department is probing the server maker following a report by the short seller Hindenburg Research. Right now, shares of Supermicro, they are down 10.5%. Our top story, New York Mayor Eric Adams has been indicted on bribery and fraud charges following a federal corruption investigation. It calls into question the political future of the man in charge of running the biggest American city. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellets, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. A lot going on, certainly when it comes to world and national news. We are very global all this week here on Bloomberg Business Week, and we've had this week the opportunity to focus on economic issues in different regions of the world and how the changing climate is altering many countries' trajectories. Well, the African Development Bank finances projects across the continent in areas including agriculture, energy, also the private sector development. And we know those African countries, something we talk about a lot here at Bloomberg, are among those most affected by climate change. So that is some of what we wanted to talk about here on Business Week.
Yeah, indeed, and to discuss it, we're joined in the Interactive Broker studio by Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, who is the president of the African Development Bank. Thank you very much to see you. We've also got Bloomberg's Chief Africa correspondent, Jennifer Sabasaja, with us in studio too to join the conversation. Dr. Adesina, welcome to New York. Great to have you here. You're here having conversations with global leaders for Climate Week and the UN General Assembly. What are you trying to get out of this week?
Well, first and foremost is just to make sure Africa's issues are on the top of the agenda. Because when you talk about climate change, Africa only accounts for no more than 3% of total emissions, but actually suffers disproportionately from a negative consequence. It loses $7 to $15 billion a year. And if the current trend continues, that's going to rise to $50 billion a year. But it's not getting the amount of financing that it needs. You know, Africa needs roughly about $277 billion a year to tackle climate change, but it gets no more than $30 billion. So there's a big gap there. So, but most of what is needed there is really to adapt to climate change. It's not so much on mitigation, but it's about adapting to climate change. The other thing that I wanted to get out of most of this is actually how we tackle Africa's debt issues, because at the end of the day, you know, you can't run up a hill if you're carrying a backpack of sand. And so you can't have development in which you have highly indebted countries. And so we have to make sure that African countries facing a lot of challenges in terms of climate, in terms of also conflict, also in terms of high inflation and strengthening fiscal space, that they have the space they need to be able to invest in education, health, water sanitation, girls' education, and all of those things. So debt, climate, for me, are very, very, very important part of my conversation here this week.
And Dr. Adesina, I mean, part of that, I want to start with climate change maybe because you have talked a lot about, in particular, the IMF special drawing rights and channeling more of those towards addressing climate change on the continent. Where is the progress on that? Did you make any progress this week while here in New York?
Well, actually, just to think about the special drawing rights of the IMF, you know, when we started, everybody thought, well, SDRs were things you put on the balance sheet, essentially as reserve assets of central banks. But we felt that actually these assets were actually simply latent assets, that I was convinced that we can actually do better in terms of seeing how we can turn those into assets that can unlock a lot of capital through the multilateral development banks. And the model that we developed basically was, you know, to say, okay, if you actually rechannel the SDRs to us as AAA-rated financial institutions, That's actually a hybrid capital that we can use. And it's a perpetual thing that stays on our balance sheet. So we can actually leverage that 4 times. It can even go to 4 to 8 times. And so we are very delighted, myself and the president of Inter-American Development Bank. We worked together very collaboratively to solve some of the because there were some technical issues about what's the reserve asset status of it. And if you want to collect it back, how can you get it back? So we had to deal with some technical issues. We solved all those technical issues, and I was delighted that the IMF board actually approved $20 billion of SDRs to be channeled through the multilateral development banks as hybrid capital. Now the issue is how do we get that money out? Yeah. So to get all that money out,
how do you?
Yeah, exactly. We had to actually put together a group of 5. We need 5 SDR-rich countries that will agree to rechannel that through the African Development Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank. But also we have to make sure we have a group of others that are in Europe. For example, European countries can't do it because of restrictions by the European Central Bank on monetary policy outside of the EU. And so, but we set up a very nifty structure, which is called Liquidity Support Agreement, in which they can just essentially guarantee those that are giving it to you. Okay, that's still allowed. So that's where we are. We're making progress in terms of the countries. We're talking to them, and I'm hoping that, by the time we do G20, we'll have gone a long way in making sure that's realized.
Long way, or will you actually have access to the funds?
Well, actually, the long way is to get access to the funds, so which means there has to be agreement. It's not just easy, just like I gave it to you. There are legal things they have to go through in their countries to make sure that gets done. So we know that President Lula, as the presidency of the G20, as I spoke at this event just yesterday, that the SDRs use, for hybrid capital and getting it out to us is top on the agenda for G20.
This is something that, we're deep in the weeds of international financial machinery here and how the money gets reallocated.
This is what we like to do, educate the public.
This is something, I was at the EU-Africa Summit 2.5 years ago when this idea was sort of advanced to a level where the reallocation would be able to happen. The political will was there from under Emmanuel Macron at the time. Is the political will still there to action this and to make sure that transmission happens as quickly as possible?
Now remember, there are 2 things we're talking about here. That is the one in which there was a request to make sure that some amount of money actually given, through the IMF, through its poverty reduction and growth trust and resilience and sustainability trust. So that's money that's being given to IMF. Yeah. That's a different thing. The one that I'm talking about, and that's going very well. I think they have probably the $100 billion they're looking for of SDR. The one we're looking for is how the SDRs gets rechanneled through the multilateral development bank, so we can actually leverage that. The thing is that when the money goes to IMF is very, very great. Kristalina, my sister, has been enormously helpful. But for us, it's a 1 to 4 thing. Every dollar becomes 4. It's good for you as a shareholder. It's good for the taxpayers, and you don't lose all the money. And so the progress has been made. It's phenomenal progress been made. But I think we just have to tie the knots and make sure the money actually comes home, and we can continue to do it. I'll just tell you one thing that I can do. I take the case of, Ajay Banga, president of the World Bank, and I got together during the spring meeting, and we said, look, we still have 600 million Africans that don't have access to electricity. Right. That doesn't make any sense. You can't grow in the dark, you can't industrialize in the dark, and you cannot be competitive without electricity. So I said, we're going to have to deal with it. And so we both agreed, and we launched what's called Mission 300, which is to connect 300 million Africans to electricity by 2030. Now, universal access to electricity in Africa is going to require $190 billion per year. Now, here's where the SDR connection comes in. Mm-hmm. Because if you actually have $50 billion of SDRs, and you can leverage it at 4 times because it's a hybrid capital for you, that means that problem is solved once and for all. That is $200 billion at least to solve that problem. So that's the connection that we are trying to make. And President Lula, and I take a look at Africa, and I don't think Africa is riskier than any other part of the world. Don't believe me, just believe the data. There was an assessment that was done by Moody's Analytics, who looked at the cumulative losses on infrastructure financing globally, not just in Africa. And what did they find? They look at 14 years of non-performing loans and debt, and they found that in Africa, the non-performing loans was 1.9%. In North America, it was 6.6%. In Latin America, it was about 10%, and in Eastern Europe, about 12.4%, and Western Asia almost 4.5%. So Africa is not as risky as people say. Perception is not reality.
How do we change that perception? Because I think you've got this really smart global audience right now, and I think we think of emerging world and we think, oh yeah, Africa. What's the message you would like to get out to the audience who's listening right now?
Well, first and foremost is that, the fact that I said, it's about risk return, well, doesn't mean there are no risks.
Right.
So first and foremost is that we have the vehicles to de-risk those things. So we have project risk, market risk, and whether there are also political risk insurance that we can actually provide. In fact, the African development...
Some say we have a little political risk too, but go ahead. Continue.
Yeah, but we can't de-risk that. So I'll stay within my lane. But we're trying to put all of our instruments, so partial risk guarantee instruments, partial credit guarantee instruments that we do for counterparties, whether government or private sector. We're trying to put all that together into what we call an African insurance and guarantee agency. So private sector needing those risk instruments don't have to run in everywhere to lower their transaction costs to do it. And that will be a game changer because it will also provide insurance against equity investments. It will provide insurance for you when you actually also have political insurance and insure you against climate shocks. And the last thing I'll say about this particular thing is just that when investors are looking to invest, they're asking the question, where are the bankable projects? Right? You have to be able to have a whole series of bankable projects. And we're doing very well on that. We have, for example, an institution that I actually chair its board. It's called Africa 50. It's a private equity vehicle that has about now $1.1 billion and portfolios of $8 billion on infrastructure assets. Wow. And basically what it does is, it's not a part of a company, it's called Project Development Company. And so it develops bankable projects that it can sell, right? It doesn't matter what it is. So we're trying to make project development a business issue, not just a development issue.
It's the financial, the private sector involvement, right?
That's right. And the last thing I'll just say about investing in infrastructure, it's the importance of local currency financing. We talk about debt just now, but if you actually look at the assets that people are investing in, the revenue streams are going to be coming in local currencies, and the currencies are actually depreciating very much. So local currency bonds are going to be very important for financing that, and also synthetic local currency instruments are going to be there, and as well as, we at the bank, we support financial institutions in Africa that actually lend in local currency, but we actually insure you. We give you the risk. You lend it, and we bear the risk ourselves.
Right. We're seeing a lot of that volatility with currencies all over the continent. Dr. Adesina, we were just talking briefly about how this is your last UNGA as president of the African Development Bank. I wonder how you think about your time in office over the past decade or so. You talked about how the bank looks a lot differently than how you inherited it. I mean, how would you assess it?
Well, first and foremost, it's the greatest honor of my life to be asked by shareholders. We've got 81 shareholders to go, and actually you have the resources, you have the confidence, you have the support, and guess what? Go change the continent of my birth, and that's not for me a job. That is a mission. I take it as a mission, and so that's how I look at it every single day. Now look at what has happened to the bank since we actually started. For example, when we started, I said that we have to have a clarity about how the bank tackles issues, day-to-day issues of people. People shouldn't really looking at, you have African Development Bank. The issue for me is not just the bank. We know how to run the bank. The issue is the development part, right? And so we actually set out to actually say 5 priorities for Africa: light up and power Africa, universal access to electricity, feed Africa, integrate Africa infrastructure-wise, industrialize Africa so Africa can be competitive with global value chains, okay, and increase its share of global manufacturing. And then, of course, improve the quality of life of the people of Africa, the things that we all care about: water, sanitation, education, skills, jobs for young people, and all of that. So we, in the last since the last 7 years, that work has impacted on more than 400 million people. The second is what we've done in terms of raising more capital for the bank. When I was elected president first at the bank, my first term, the capital of the bank was $93 billion. Today, the capital of the bank is $318 billion.
It's a big difference.
And last year, just one point, last year, the African Development Bank was ranked as the best multilateral financial institution in the world. And last year and this year, we were ranked also as the most transparent financial institution in the world. So I think that, we've done pretty well. I think my staff have been fantastic, but most importantly, my shareholders have just been phenomenal. When I was reelected with 100% of the votes, so which was fantastic.
Well, it's certainly a part of the world that we focus on so much. Jen knows this as she spent so much time on it as well. Dr. Adesina, thank you so much.
Oh, no.
Thank you for finding time for us. Jen Zabajaja, thank you as well for joining us and on this conversation. That's going to do it. Of course, the president of the Africa Development Bank. If you missed any of the conversation, be sure to head to Bloomberg.com to hear it. That's going to do it for this hour of Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Massar along with Stephen Carroll. If you're watching on TV, the close is next. We continue right here on Bloomberg.
Thank
you very much, Stephen.
What a pleasure.
Thank you, Carl.
Nice job. Good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Thank you.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we are continuing here on Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along with Stephen Carroll, of course, co-host of Bloomberg Daybreak Europe, in for Tim Stenivek. It's kind of your Friday.
Yes, I'm advocating for a 4-day week for everyone. We should all just wrap up today.
You're not going home yet,
No.
but you're not going to be. Tim is going to be back.
Tim is coming
tomorrow.
back. I am vacating the seat for Tim tomorrow.
Do you think you could talk to the bosses that 4-day work week?
Let's make it a team of 3. Be great.
Anytime. Love it. What an interesting week. What an interesting day. Some really smart conversations. Just a headline: crossing Mexico, cutting its key rate by 25 basis points. I feel like we're all in on global central banks right now. Having said that, we've got a market that's digesting a couple of different things today. So we're going to kind of tap into it, see whether or not we can get another record on the S&P 500, that equal weighted index, having a tougher time. We're going to get into that with our own Gina Martin-Adams.
Yeah, indeed. I'm keeping an eye, too, on currency markets. Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index 0.5% weaker. The pound 0.7 stronger against the dollar, 134.20. Heading levels. It's been a while since we last seen it.
Over in Europe that you talked about.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what? This is the thing. You look down your markets dashboard on Bloomberg and you think that's a lot of stuff blinking that we should probably be thinking. Anyway, plenty to think about. Look, this is because there's so much happening today. We're also going to be following up on the big share move we're seeing in Micron this hour as well. Thank you, AI, helping to boost after their earnings we brought you at the close yesterday.
Yeah, that stock's at 15% as we speak. We're also going to get into, obviously, the update. We're going to keep you posted on the latest with New York City Mayor Eric Adams, the indictment against him. We're also, it is Climate Week. We just talked about that a little bit with the president of the Africa Development Bank. We're also going to get into lessons from the Earth's past that can help us survive the global climate crisis. So we're looking forward to that conversation. First up, though, we got to talk about the trade.
Let's get to Charlie Pellet, who's got the update.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We got 59 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. With the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index. We'll throw in the Russell 2000 as well. S&P, Carol alluded to it, looking at a record right now, 57.43, up 20. That is a gain of 0.4%. The Dow up 275, up 0.7%. NASDAQ pushing higher by 92 right now, up by 0.5%. I mentioned the Russell 2000. That index up now by 0.8%. S&P, NASDAQ 100 index higher. We are off highs of the session. Markets getting a boost after data highlighted a resilient U.S. economy, and China's top leaders pledged to support fiscal spending. The 10-year yield, 3.78%. The 2-year, 3.62%. Gold up $20 the ounce, $26.77, up 0.8%. And West Texas Intermediate crude is trading lower now. WTI very much in the red, down 3%, 67.59 for a barrel of WTI. As for the Federal Reserve, Kelsey Barrow is Executive Director for Fixed Income at J.P. Morgan Investment Management.
While the market is focused on the debate about 25 versus 50 being primarily about the labor market, some participants are actually opening up the door to additional 50 basis point rate cuts just on inflation alone.
Kelsey Barrow of JP Morgan Investment Management. Micron Technology, which is the largest American maker of computer memory chips, surging after giving a surprisingly strong sales and profit forecast. MU on the ticker right now up by just about 15%. Super Micro computer shares heading the other direction after the Wall Street Journal reported that the Justice Department is probing the server maker following a report by the short seller Hindenburg Research. Right now, shares of Super Micro down by 11.6%. New York Mayor Eric Adams indicted on bribery and fraud charges following a federal corruption investigation, calling into question the political future of the man in charge of running the biggest American city. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much, laying out the trade for us so well. As he mentioned, stocks, U.S. stocks are pushing higher after a brief wobble in technology shares earlier. Might we see a 40-second record on the S&P 500? I hope I'm counting correctly.
Yes.
I've run out of fingers and toes.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like that if it happened, it would just be for me. Just because I've been here. That's why it's happened.
It just might be.
Correlation or causation. Anyway, let's think about other things that are moving markets. Traders and the metrics that they're looking at this moment when we're looking at this potential 40-second record for the S&P 500 this year. We've had the strong forecast from Micron. That's giving us an indicator in that key AI space, and the economic data playing into factor as well. Stronger U.S. economy in focus as we think about the fiscal stimulus from China, the potential for where the Fed goes next as well. Let's bring in Bloomberg Intelligence's Director of Equity Strategy and Chief Equity Strategist, Gina Martin-Adams. She's in our Chicago bureau. Gina, great to have you with us. Let's talk through your latest piece of research. You've been looking at these metrics and stocks ignoring the yellow signal. What is the yellow signal?
Yeah, great question. So we look at the equity markets in totality, looking at several major indicators that have historically predicted sort of a market regime. And what we mean by regime is characteristics of the market that usually imply either poor returns, which is a red regime consistent with a red light. Yellow is sort of mediocre returns over time, and then green is all systems go, very, very strong returns. We've been stuck in this yellow regime for the better part of the last 2 years, really since the very beginning of 2023. We've been stuck in yellow, and the primary reason we've been stuck in yellow is because of the Fed. M2 growth at this stage of the cycle sort of anomalously has been working against stocks. It's starting to work in favor of stocks, but not enough to really highlight a big green go, all systems go for the equity market just yet.
So even though we talk about another record, it sounds like when we dig into it, whether it's momentum or the participation, it's just not as strong as I guess we'd like to see it. Is that fair?
Well, I mean, yellow's not horrible.
Okay.
Yellow is where we sort of sit the vast majority of time. It's just coming out of the 2022 experience. I think this is a lot of this is really just longer term perspective. We had a very clear recession in earnings in 2022. Normally in that kind of environment, you've got a Fed reversal in policy that helps power recovery in the earnings stream. We had the exact opposite occur into 2023, even though the earnings stream was started to recover thanks to AI, also technology and communication stocks generally right-sizing their spending in line with slower growth of revenue. We started to see recovery in earnings, but the Fed was really pushing back against that recovery through monetary policy tightening, right? You saw very strong tightening in 2022. They eased off on that tightening, but they weren't easing. They weren't reducing rates. They were simply sort of neutral. And that created a really different backdrop for stocks. Normally at that time, you've got the Fed easing. Once we fall into some sort of earnings recession, usually the Fed has eased, and that's resulted in this sort of really big catapult in the equity market, very strong gains result of earnings are starting to recover and the Fed is easing. We didn't have that. Now we're at a point where earnings have recovered. We're back to sort of normalized earnings growth. The Fed is now adding that monetary leg. So we're a little bit disjointed for a normal cycle. Net, though, yellow's not horrible. You get moderate returns in a yellow regime. It's still generally positive. No flashing red, which would suggest negative returns to stocks are coming.
But given that unusual dynamic as we head into earnings season, how should we think about a situation where, we've got to say earnings normalized and now we've got the Fed easing as well?
There is an interesting situation that the S&P 500 is in because the normalization in earnings growth rates has occurred predominantly on the heels of the recovery in tech and communications stocks, specifically AI-related industries and stocks. And so to the degree that we see further normalization in earnings, it probably needs to come from the non-tech, non-communications, non-AI segments of the index, which have very clearly lagged. For example, in 2023, even though we saw earnings growth recovery emerge for some segments, still healthcare, energy, materials earnings were falling at a 20% pace or greater year over year. Those sectors should start to show some stabilization, contributing to overall earnings stabilization for the index. We are seeing a much better pace of growth emerge for 2025, reflecting kind of a broadening of the earnings story in line with what is already pretty clearly to us a broadening of the index story. As prices have recovered, the idea that prices have recovered on their own, it really is about an earnings story. Earnings are also recovering and broadening, and that's helping the index recover its highs.
So would you say, though, everybody should watch the equal-weighted S&P right now, and so to look for that broadening out or more of the broadening out?
Yeah, I think you can watch the equal-weighted S&P. I like to look at the sector distribution of earnings. I like to look at breadth of earnings on the index. In the second quarter, we did have 70% of index earners produce stronger earnings growth than was in the first quarter. That's up from closer to 40% at the lows in 2022. So we are seeing persistent improvement in breadth. Analysts are anticipating that 80% of companies ultimately show stronger earnings growth by the first quarter of 2025. So improvement in breadth is very critical. I also like to look at growth in cyclicals relative to defensives because you want to see in an environment of an uptrend, you want to see cyclicals really powering that uptrend, showing that it's about a cyclical recovery that has emerged, not about sort of defensive industries really taking market share from cyclicals. So I think there's a lot of different indicators that you can follow. The equal-weighted index is going to show you, if you're seeing gains across the index. But I think from a fundamental perspective, probably decomposing the index with a little bit of a finer tooth comb, maybe necessary.
Well said.
Tooth combs at the ready. Gina Martin-Adams, thank you very much for joining us. Bloomberg Intelligence's Director of Equity Strategy and Chief Equity Strategist in our Chicago Bureau. Well, let's go from the macro to the micro, and things flashing yellow, flashing green, big time.
Yeah, Micron Technology is up 15%, easily an outperformer here and really helping the tech sector. We know the news. It's the largest U.S. maker of computer memory chips, gaining the most in about 13 years after giving surprisingly strong sales and profit forecasts, helped by demand for AI gear. We talked about this after the close yesterday. Great to have back with us, reporting it out as he always does. Bloomberg News U.S. Semiconductor and Networking reporter Ian King. He's out there in our San Francisco bureau. Ian, so what was so encouraging about this report from Micron?
Well, I think it dovetails with the conversation you were just having. Clearly, everybody was focused on looking for the next kind of sign or indication that the AI story is still in place, and they delivered that. But also in terms of the broader reach that this company has, where are we with smartphones? Where are we with demand from the PC market? And, Micron hit all of the right notes. AI is still fantastic, and guess what? Smartphones and PCs look like they're on a better path than we had thought they were. So that clearly obviously had a nice broad effect and showed that this company is seeing things, I think, broadly strong.
In the crazy mix-up world of semiconductors that you spend your time in, Ian, when we're looking at a company that gives us that idea of the new and the exciting, the shiny new thing, the AI, and the regular business, the boring computers and smartphones, which we used to get really excited about, is it sort of unique to straddle those and be able to give us a reading on both markets?
I mean, it helps, right? I mean, everybody's, touching a different part of the elephant. Memory is a fairly universally applicable technology, and broadly speaking, the more AI you want to put in a device, the more of those kind of capabilities, whether it's creating AI, whether it's using AI in terms of what your phone is doing. The more memory you have, the better. So it's kind of a nice slice to have, but at the same time, this, as we've discussed in the past, is a very brutal market, and the supply and demand dynamics for memory in particular are also extremely important. So yes, of course, demand is great, but you also have to look at what's going on the supply side as well.
When it comes to this high bandwidth memory, and I feel like we were trying to get into this yesterday, Stephen and I, with one of our BI members, about what this means, this part of the business for Micron going forward, and like, does somebody like NVIDIA need to be worried, or is it just going to be potentially another competitor or player within that marketplace? Does NVIDIA need to be worried? Where's Micron going?
So the only concern NVIDIA needs to have with regards to Micron is whether or not the output is big enough to fulfill demand. Okay. Every NVIDIA chip that gets sold with HBM, high bandwidth memory chips attached to it. That memory stores the information. The faster it can get that information from the storage into NVIDIA's processing chips, the better those chips will perform. So the two sort of have a symbiotic relationship. One of the problems has been that companies like Micron haven't been able to produce the leading edge type memory fast enough and enough of it to sort of sustain this. So we got an indication that that's improving, that the latest generation is coming. So kind of good news for NVIDIA in that perspective.
In the details of this earnings report, were there any red flags or, big or small, that you spotted, or things that perhaps are of concern when it comes to the future earnings?
Yeah, I mean, there are a few sort of ongoing debates if you read the analysis of what was said. The first one coming in was, well, hold on a minute, we're a little bit worried about these inventory levels. Is this people stocking up? Is this going to come back and bite us in the form of one of the industry's bubbles? And Micron were like, no, inventory is strong because this is the way the market is progressing. This isn't just people buying ahead of price increases. So that was kind of asked and answered. And then coming on the back of that, there was also this concern, well, are we just talking prices rather than fundamental unit demand here? That because we've been disciplined with supply, we haven't created a glut, so prices are kind of helping with overall revenue rather than this being fundamental demand and unit shifting. And they kind of answered that and said, hey, look, next year we think there's going to be fundamental units shifting, so we should be okay.
Hey, was there anything, though, Ian, in the release and in the earnings call that you felt like questions that weren't answered or information that wasn't supplied that you would have liked to have had?
I think they hit all of the right notes. I mean, always the caution with this industry is every time, somebody says this time is different, every time somebody says, hey, look, this is a value creation technologies, that's what they want to happen. And there's a strong case for arguing that is the case this time. But if you look at, some of the charts that we put in the story, it's a roller coaster. It always is. And until we see multiple years of it not being a roller coaster, you need to be cautious.
What's the next stop on your roller coaster? Where's the next piece of this puzzle that you're going to be taking us?
The charts that we put in there of revenue and profitability, it's like a cross-section of a roller coaster that somehow manages to go below ground. Last year, we were well below ground.
I've been on those, it's where you turn upside down. It's not fun.
No, it's not.
No, it really hasn't been fun, and that explains why there are only 3 real main producers of this technology left in the world, and they've all got bigger. The big question here in terms of the next step is the biggest company, which is Samsung in South Korea, has arguably been struggling for the first time in decades. Typically, it might come a little bit later with supply, but normally comes in with a huge amount of supply and squashes everybody else, destroys the pricing, and survives better than they do. The argument this time is that actually, no, they're having fundamental problems. If that's true, then companies like Micron, like SK Hynix, which have typically been the smaller players, maybe this is their chance to bask in that sunlight of being at the top for a lot longer. We'll see how quickly Samsung can respond.
All right. Well, we'll certainly be watching out for that. Hey, Ian, thank you so much. As always, Ian King, U.S. Semiconductor and Networking Reporter at Bloomberg News out there in our San Francisco bureau, looking at shares of Micron, everybody. And they're still up about 15%. They were up nearly 20% at their highs today. So
best
still
performing
a strong
on the S&P 500 as well.
It's one of my gainers. Hint, hint, hint.
Exactly. Spoilers.
I love, though, that when Ian says, when people are like, and he says it a lot because he's right. Like, when everyone says, oh, it's different, don't worry, a different cycle. And he's like, well, wait a minute, I've been reporting on it. It's probably not different this time around.
We've seen it. Coming up next on Business Week, we're going to be discussing the latest from the Middle East, the ceasefire call rejected by Israel. We'll have Bobby Goat with us to explain. This is Bloomberg.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ continuing to push higher. 39 minutes to go ahead of the close, with the S&P right now up 23, up by about 0.4%. Dow Industrials up 251, up 0.6%, and NASDAQ up 119, up by 0.7%. S&P, by the way, trading at a record. 10-year at 3.78%, with a 2-year 3.61%. Gold up almost 20%. $20 the ounce now to $26.76, up 0.7%. Silver getting a boost, up 1.1%, about $32, $32.16 the ounce. But a big retreat for crude. West Texas Intermediate down 3.1%, $67.54 a barrel. Well, a major unknown for investors is the November presidential election in the U.S. Cara Murphy is Chief Investment Officer at Kestra Investment Management. She was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Television's Open Interest.
I would actually say the best case scenario is that we have certainty, because what the market dislikes more than anything is uncertainty. So if we're able to come out of that election in early November and actually know who's going to be not just in the White House but in these other seats, that's going to be a good thing, because then we can sort of plot out the policy path a little bit more.
Cara Murphy of Kestra. Super microcomputer shares plunging after the Wall Street Journal reported that the Justice Department is probing the server maker. Right now, we have got shares of Super Micro down by 12%. After earnings, Micron Technology, a company we were just talking about with our Ian King, up now by 15.7%. And Southwest Airlines has authorized a new $2.5 billion stock buyback. Southwest is surging by 6.6%. Other airlines also rallying today. American up 7.3%, United up 9.3%, Delta up 6.1%, and JetBlue trading higher now by 7.3%. New York Mayor Eric Adams has been indicted on bribery and fraud charges following a federal corruption investigation. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you. Let's go to the Middle East next, where Israel has rejected calls for a ceasefire in its hostilities with Hezbollah and Lebanon. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu here in New York vowing the military will maintain its bombardment of Hezbollah targets indefinitely. More than 600 people, including at least 50 children, have been killed since Monday as Israeli forces have been attacking sites linked to the Iran-backed group. The worst violence that we've seen between these two sides since 2006. Back with us to discuss, Bloomberg Senior News Editor Bobby Ghosh here with us in the studio. Bobby, you've been covering the Middle East, national security issues, reporting from Hong Kong, Baghdad, and more. Great to have you with us in the Interactive Broker studio. Talk us through the significance of the escalation of what we've seen in the past few days, because this is something that ramped up quite quickly and has maintained a pace.
Yes, and it was not just military. It was first of all, it was an intelligence operation. You remember all those pages going off and then those walkie-talkies. So Israel had Hezbollah, got inside Hezbollah's head a little bit. All of Hezbollah's fighters and commanders are wondering where the next, what the next thing will be that'll explode. Will it be their television sets? Will it be their cars from under them? So they've sort of had a big blow on Hezbollah's communications network. So there's confusion in the ranks of the enemy from Israel's point of view. That was followed by military action, the bombing of rocket launching sites, the assassination of top commanders, exactly the kinds of commanders who would be involved on the Hezbollah side if there was a open war between the two countries. Really top-level commanders. So Hezbollah is now on the ropes. Israel figures that it has Hezbollah on the ropes. And it figures this is not a moment to be talking about a ceasefire. When you have the enemy on the ropes, you keep punching until they cry uncle. Hezbollah also has an enormous political problem at home. Lebanese people across the board have been sort of groaning against the strain of sort of economic downturn going back many years. The currency has lost sort of 90-some% of its value in the past year. People's savings have been wiped out. They don't want a war. The further economic burden that a war would bring, nobody wants to even think about that. And so Hezbollah is now getting it from both sides. They're being attacked by Israel on one side, and they're losing popularity and credibility from their own support base on the other side. And that's exactly where Israel wants them. If Israel can keep Hezbollah twisting in the wind like this without actually having to engage in a full-scale military war, a ground offensive, that would suit Israel's purposes perfectly.
So then, I feel like every time we have you in, we're trying to say escalation. Where do we go next? Where do we go next? Do we not know? Because it does seem like we're going to have the Israeli Prime Minister, certainly here in town, coming here today, speaking before the UN tomorrow. And there's already been several world leaders on that stage at the UN criticizing certainly the efforts by Israel and the Prime Minister. So where do we go? How do you think about kind of what's next?
Well, that's the problem. That even if Israel feels like it has Hezbollah on the ropes, there is no end game there. Hezbollah is not going away. It's not going to vanish. And you can't bomb Lebanon and Beirut or the larger country in the way that Israel has done with Gaza. So there is no end game that does not involve a cessation of hostilities at some point. The question is when that will be. The Biden administration, the global community, the West, all want the cessation of hostilities to happen now. But as I said, that's not Israel's calculation at all. So they will keep hammering away till such time Hezbollah asks for a ceasefire. And that's not Hezbollah's. We've never seen Hezbollah do that, and that's not their style. And so the risk of escalation is always there. You remember yesterday, was it yesterday morning or the day before, Hezbollah fired off a single ballistic missile in the direction of Tel Aviv. Now, that was symbolic. It's one missile. They would have known when they fired it off that it was going to be intercepted by Israel and it would not do any damage. But it's a symbol, and symbols matter in this context. It's Hezbollah reminding Israel and the wider world that it does have more sophisticated weapons.
Yeah.
Hezbollah also has the patronage of Iran. So one of the most significant statements in the last 48 hours, to my ears, actually came from the Iranian foreign minister, who said, in response to what was going on in Lebanon, Hezbollah has it covered. Hezbollah will be able to look after itself with its own capabilities, which is Iran's way of saying, you're on your own, we're not coming to your assistance. And that's got to be a third level of pressure on Hezbollah. Pressure from Israel, pressure from the Lebanese people, and by inaction, pressure from Tehran.
The question of Hassan Nasrallah when he spoke last week, he was almost chastened in his address. This was after the pager attacks. I mean, is he the person to watch now for where we move next? Because it feels like we're not going to get signs of conciliation from Yoav Gallant, the Israeli defense minister, or from Netanyahu when he speaks tomorrow.
Nasrallah is the final authority in Lebanon, Hezbollah's sort of longtime leader. The fighting forces of Hezbollah are fiercely loyal to him. He will be under all this pressure, but he will also respond to messaging from Tehran. As long as he feels that there is a chance that Iran will continue to back him, he will cling to that hope. His choices are now, can he afford more of his own fighters dying? Can he afford more innocent Lebanese dying, which sort of rebounds on him? Against that, his personal prestige, to ask for a ceasefire, even indirectly, would mean an enormous loss of face for a man whose whole persona, whose whole political affect is built around this idea of never-ending resistance. If he signals that he's willing to end the resistance, even if it is temporarily, that would be a big blow to his personal prestige. Those are the measurements that he has to make.
All right. Well, we'll certainly be following it. Bobby, thank you, as always. Bobby Ghosh, senior editor at Bloomberg News, joining us here in studio. We're going to go back to some news closer to home, and that is the news of the first indictment of a sitting mayor of New York City. We want to get right to it with June Grosso, who's Bloomberg News legal analyst, host of Bloomberg Law weeknights at 6 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio. She's here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We've talked about the story broadly, politically, in terms of New York City. Legally, these charges, how serious are they, June?
They're very serious, and some of them seem, and the indictment is very easy for anyone to read. It's sort of a speaking indictment. You can read the background of how the U.S. attorney said this started 10 years ago, his connection to Turkey. And some of it is, for example, I've been talking to other experts, and they said that the donations, the foreign donations, that's just out and out illegal. So once they prove that there's a foreign donation and he knew about it, and a lot of the indictment talks about how he solicited, he not only took bribes, but he solicited the money. So it's a really thorough indictment, and you have to know that for the U.S. Attorney's Office to indict the mayor of New York City, the first federal charges ever against a mayor, they knew that everything had to be backed up. And it's backed up anyway when it's a U.S. Attorney's Office like this. And it probably went, well, I've heard it definitely went up all the way the ladder to the Attorney General before they would decide to bring the charges. And, you know, they've been investigating this for years now. We've heard about it in New York, and we've heard in recent months about how his phone's been seized, and then another phone's been seized. And then this morning, I don't know what was left, but they went to Gracie Mansion to and raided it. So, which is really, really sort of stunning when you think about it.
Yeah.
This is the stunning shock part of this process, right? This is sort of the big reveal from the prosecutors.
Yeah.
What happens next?
Next, so he hasn't even been arraigned in court yet.
Yeah. Right.
And I didn't see anything where they noted an appearance. So the next thing will be that he'll go to, court, and they'll read the charges, and he'll plead not guilty, and they'll set bail of some kind, because I'm sure they're not going to try to keep him in prison. And then, pre-trial, I don't know how long it will take, but I think that they'll probably move this along pretty quickly. This is the same office that did the public corruption case against Menendez, former Senator Bob Menendez, and that moved along pretty well. And so who knows how long it will take, but I think they'll probably try to move it quickly.
You understand the law. I mean, he obviously has a lawyer who's going to defend him. What's the case?
He's a great lawyer.
Right. Tell us about that lawyer. We've got about a minute.
Okay.
And what's the case that lawyer tries to bring?
So, his name is Alex Spiro, and he is a lawyer to the stars, Elon Musk's lawyer, Jay-Z, and several others. He also represented Alec Baldwin. So he's a very, very good lawyer. But we're trying to figure out what the defense would be. I didn't know, if he didn't know that these donations were come from foreign entities and that there were straw donors, although in the indictment it says in several places that he knew that he wasn't supposed to take. He said to one of the staffers, allegedly, "Oh, we can't take money from foreign donors." So
do we assume that members of his administration, like it's been, many members of his team have faced concerns and problems. Do we assume that they have talked about things? Or
well, the other, and I was trying to figure out the other members of the department. It seems like it's different. Different, and that this is separate. It seems to involve an aide and businessmen. There's only really a couple of people named, and they're not named but it's Adam's aide. Was a volunteer with Adams. So I don't see anything with those.
No connections.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll certainly continue to track it, as will June. June, thank you so much. June Grosso, Bloomberg News legal analyst, host of Bloomberg Law, weeknights at 6 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio. I'm Carol Masso, along with Stephen Carroll. Coming up, we're going to get to whether or not stocks continue to hit records. Our guest has some thoughts on that. That's next.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. 20 minutes to go until that closing bell clangs on Wall Street. With the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, Russell 2000 all in the green. Right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Shai. That's right. U.S. stocks are trading higher after China's stimulus talks and Micron earnings. The Dow is currently up 225 points. S&Ps are higher by 20, while the NASDAQ gains 0.6%. Gold is up 20 points. The U.S. 10-year yield at 3.79%. Oil trading in the red, but Bitcoin, that's higher by 2.8%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were materials and tech. Energy was under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, Caterpillar and Dow Inc., while Merck fell 1.2% and led to the downside. After earnings, Micron rose the most since 2011. And in other news, Supermicro plunged intraday on a report the Justice Department is probing the company. Wrapping things up, Costco reports after the bell. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. New York Senator Chuck Schumer weighing in on the Mayor Eric Adams indictment, says the charges are, quote, serious. And he also says the legal process for Eric Adams should play out speedily. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no.
Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's
the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, we've got just 18 minutes to go for the Thursday trading session. Charlie breaking down the numbers. We're kind of bouncing around a little bit off our best levels of the session when you look at all of the major equity averages. We're wondering whether or not we see another record on the S&P 500. Didn't happen yesterday, but could it possibly happen today? So let's get to it with the markets. It does feel like we're almost in this. Do you guys ever feel that, like over in London, like sometimes we're going from Fed to Fed meeting, or we're going from earnings season to earnings season?
Yeah, basically. It's
right?
like, and this is, we're in the in-between.
It's exactly right. We're just kind of waiting for some direction. Let's see what Brooke May has to say about all of it. She's managing partner at the independent advisory firm Evans May Wealth. They've got $1.4 billion in assets under management. She joins us from Carmel, Indiana. Is it Carmel or Carmel?
It's Carmel.
Carmel, okay. I had a feeling I might have said it wrong.
You're not alone.
Having been to Carmel in California. But hey, tell us about what's top of mind for folks in that part of the world. I love it when we talk to people that aren't necessarily on one of the major coasts, but tell us what's top of mind when it comes to the economy, when it comes to the investing environment. Just kind of set the scene for us.
Yeah, right now, clients are concerned about the elevated levels in the market. When you ask our investors, they feel pretty good about their personal situation. However, they're concerned about the broad economy. And so as we navigate that, we're looking at earnings and we're trying to figure out what's the right level for the market to be trading at. Our year-end price target was 5,600 to 5,800, and we're there a little earlier than expected. But we think the market could go higher. When you look at the amount of cash on the sidelines, there's about $6 trillion sitting in cash and money markets. While we don't think all of that would flow back into the market, about $1 trillion went into money markets in 2023 alone. So if people didn't buy corporate bonds at 5% a year ago, are they going to buy them at 3.5%? We think that could be another tailwind in addition to earnings growth.
So, what's going to motivate that money off the sidelines, though? If we're looking at the S&P potentially heading for a 42nd record close this year, what's going to do better that's going to motivate that money out of cash?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that they'll be pushed out by lower money market rates in looking for higher earning alternatives. And while they might not get that in the very near term, over time, they're going to make more in equities than they would sitting in a money market or in cash.
All right. So then, having said that, someone comes to you with some new investment money, where do they put it in your view? And it is, Steve and I kind of kicked it off saying we're in this interesting, time period, right? We just got through a major Fed meeting. We wait for the next one. We're getting ready for earnings to really kick off. So, Do you say wait and hold? We've got elections just around the corner. What do you say?
We're dollar cost averaging over the next year for new money. Our clients who are invested, we're staying invested. It's difficult to time the market, but at these elevated levels and the fact that when you look at earnings relative to where the market is, we feel like we're fully priced in right now. So we're not getting out of the market, but for new money, we're dollar cost averaging in, and we're doing it over the next year.
When we're thinking about earnings season and the sort of signals we're going to start getting from the big companies now about what comes towards the end of the year, what are the key things that you're watching out for? Where are you digging into the detail?
We're looking at revenues. Companies in this challenging environment have been able to maintain their profit margins. It's been impressive. But at this point, if we see the value trade where people are looking more for value, there's some compression there. And so we want to see companies grow their revenues. When we look at this last earnings season, 79% of companies beat on earnings, which is well above the historical average, but only 60% of companies beat on revenue. So clearly there's some concern there, and that's one of the factors that we're going to be looking at going forward.
Do you like big tech still, though?
We do. We do. We also like the broad market, though. When you look at going into 2024, the earnings growth expectation for big tech was 28%. And the other 493 names, earnings were only expected to be up about 7%. Going into 2025, we think big tech earnings will be up 17 to 18%, but the rest of the market to be up about 13%. So we're seeing a broadening in participation. Corporate earnings are healthy right now. And when you talk to CEOs, their outlook is stable. They think that wages will be up a little over 3% over the next year. They think that hiring will be stable. And when you listen to those earnings calls, the word inflation was only mentioned on about 50% of the time. So we think that really the CEO sentiment is relatively stable, and they're the ones that are doing the hiring and firing.
What about those companies that are most exposed?
For the economy.
What are those companies that are most exposed to the consumer as well? Because, there was a time when we were a little bit worried about some of the credit card data and a couple of signals in the beige book about, some consumer bumps to come. They haven't really materialized yet. What's your view?
I agree. Unfortunately, there's a bifurcation right now, though, in the environment where lower income households are really being squeezed. However, middle America and really the high-end consumer haven't struggled nearly as much. They're looking at their 401k balances, and they're at all-time highs. They feel good about the value in their house. And so really, it's a tale of really two cities. When we look at default rates, for example, it's in the subprime area, specifically, mostly in low income. So there are pockets of the economy that are struggling, but when you look at the broad economy, it's relatively healthy. Unemployment's at 4.2%. Granted, that's well above the sub 3.9% we saw for 2 years.
Right.
But when you compare it to an historical average, it's really low. And we don't see it ticking up much more. With Fed rate cuts coming, that's going to bode well. And we think that unemployment is going to be relatively stable.
Hey, Brooke, just got about 45 seconds left here. One of the most read stories on the Bloomberg is an exclusive. It's about Citigroup and Apollo Global Management teaming up in the fast-growing credit private market. They're going to work together on $25 billion worth of deals over the next 5 years. Private credit. You are dealing with, I'm assuming, higher or high net worth individuals. How much do they want to be in kind of the alternative investment space? And again, just got about 30 seconds left here.
Yeah, it's a new entry point for us. Over the last few years, private credit has become a buzzword, and most of the mutual fund and investment firms that we're talking to are talking to us about private credit. So there's growing demand there. Yields are very attractive, and whenever the economy is this strong, the default risk isn't what it would be in a struggling economy.
All right, gonna leave it on that note. Listen, so appreciate it. Take care. Enjoy the rest of the week. Brooke May, managing partner at Evans May Wealth. They're an independent advisory firm. They've got $1.4 billion in assets under management. It feels like all of a sudden it got quiet a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like this is our moment. This is our moment of breath. But is it going to be a record finish in the S&P 500 is what we're going to be talking about. When we're joined by our Bloomberg TV team for our cross-platform coverage on radio, TV, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals, counting it down to the close and bringing some earnings as well. All to come. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, just under 7 minutes left in today's trading session. We're counting everybody down to the close. We're going to head over to our TV colleagues in just a moment and talk about the close here on Wall Street in a day where we're seeing a little bit of investors looking at economic data here in the United States, looking at more stimulus out of China, and then also, of course, that Micron technology, which was like, bam, really an outperformer and lifting the overall semiconductor space, but really some outperformance. Got those numbers after the close last night, but definitely giving a lift. And again, it has an AI angle, which gives people and investors and individuals some optimism that that AI spending continues to happen and that the supply is there to keep it going.
Yeah, indeed. Look, and let's think about the macro in this as well. I mean, you're looking at revised data showing the US economy emerged from the pandemic in better shape than we thought. The labor market's also looking pretty resilient. Applications for unemployment benefits down to a 4-month low. Muted despite the recent slowdown in hiring as well. So these are all bits of a puzzle that kind of point us towards something pretty interesting. And as we're looking at the pricing for the Fed being repriced as well, I'm still looking at the currency markets because, you know, a further weaker dollar, 4/10 weaker. We're looking at that strength in the euro and in the pound. That is, you know, I'm looking at a pound at a level I've not seen in quite a while, 134.12, hovering around the highest that we've seen definitely so far this year. And the euro 4/10 stronger on the day, still shy at 112 there. This is going to be important for people who are also traveling.
And interesting to see as rates are moving up here to see some of that weakness in the dollar, and especially on that strong economic data.
Yeah, I mean, look, and if we're looking at where we are and the WIRP function of where we're thinking in terms of Fed bets as well, I mean, we're almost at 75 basis points by the end of the year. So that gives us the question of which meeting, November or December, does that factor into? We're still, you know, we're into the middle of November before we've got the next Fed meeting. It's still a long time away. Lots more to happen before then.
And I would argue, is it going to be 75 basis points? If we continue to see some strength in the U.S. economy, does the Fed need to do all of that before the end of the year? You know, go back, you know, almost 12 months ago, that heading into 2024, the optimism or expectations that we were going to see a very aggressive U.S. central bank, you know, 6 rate moves, 6 rate cuts, thought it was going to be very aggressive, happened sooner rather than later. And look, here we are. It took until the September meeting to finally to get something to happen by the Fed. So I would say, again, we laugh, we joke about it, but folks, we're data dependent.
Yeah, and look, I want to talk about oil as well because we haven't had a chance to mention it yet today. Big drop in oil prices today. Brent crude's down 3.1%, WTI 3.4% lower, 67.30 a barrel. This is after the moves we've had recently. A couple of things in play there. We're talking about Libya, so potential for production to be resumed there as well. We've also got hints from the Saudis, according to reporting in the Financial Times, that's looking at the possibility of Saudi maybe committing to increasing output in December. There's been this ongoing debate about when OPEC is going to extend its production cuts too, so it looks like we're getting signals out of the Saudis that might see us actually pushing towards an increase in production there as well. So this is an interesting moment to be watching the oil markets. All of that's, of course, very relevant to what we were talking about, the developments in the Middle East earlier.
Yeah, down about 6% or so in the last 2 days here on WTI crude. And having said that, like, you know, you watch this, it's the macro elements in terms of supply demand that's going on. And it's always important to understand, right, how much more new supply is coming on, but what is it also maybe, you know, something we watch too is the demand side of the equation and what it tells us about the global economic picture. On a day and a week where we've spent so much time talking about China, it's remarkable on the read-in the morning that the most read stories, number 1, number 2, number 3 has been about China and their consistent, it feels like everyday moves in terms of kicking more stimulus into the economy. And a lot to talk about, which is why we're heading over to our TV colleagues. Count you down on this Thursday, the closing bell starting right now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic with Alex Teal taking you through the closing bell, a global simulcast. It starts right now. Scarlett Fu joining us in the TV studio. Carol Masser in the radio booth. Stephen Carroll in for Tim Stenevec today as we welcome our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms.
I only work now with people who have Carol in their name. I'm just going to tell Tim that.
Welcome to Carol and Carol.
Have Carol in their name.
It's very confusing here. I don't know which Carol we're going to right now. Do we start with Carol or the other Carol?
We're both really good. I'm just going to put it out there. Having said that,
He's got more letters in his name, so I think that means he's better.
He does. All right, so Stephen Carroll, you take it away.
Okay, look, I'm excited because we might get that 42nd record high close for the S&P 500. I feel like this is just an occasion, you know, three of them in a week. It's just for me. That's why.
It's just for you, absolutely. Having said that, it feels a little bit of a tortured trade today. I mean, we do have most names in the S&P 500 today.
Tortured?
Higher. Well, you know what I mean? Like, it's not really clearly defined. I feel like we're watching the economic news. We got the upbeat Micron news. I don't know. I just don't feel like there's totally a clear way forward in today's trade.
Well, we're all distracted by what's happening in New York. At least those of us who are in New York City.
What's happening in New York?
You know, a certain mayor being indicted.
Oh.
I spent 2 hours on radio doing this. Must we? Must we do this again?
I'm sorry.
I'm still traumatized.
Someone's been indicted? Raise your hand if you've been indicted. I don't know. What's happening?
I have not been
Too soon?
Just way
Sorry.
too soon.
Stop looking at me like that.
Too soon.
But you know, you were talking about what the catalyst is, guys. I really do feel like China's still behind some of this. I was saying
I
this
do
earlier.
too, yeah.
You look at S&P Materials, and they're leading the way. And
It's
really
like you
that
looked at my
cyclical-
gainers. I love you.
Yeah,
Alice.
I have to agree with you. And I mean, I know there's people are going to parse this and say, look, this might not be enough stimulus, but just the general sentiment shift here, I think certainly has a big psychological effect here. You get the clapping and the cheering here in New York. With those closing bells here, another record high for the S&P 500, up about 23 points, right around that 57.45 mark, 0.4% gain on the day. The Dow also higher by more than 200 points, of 0.6%. A similar percentage gain for the NASDAQ Composite. And let's take a look at the Russell 2000, getting in on the action as well, up about 12 points, or 0.6%.
All right, guys, let's take a look at the S&P 500. As I mentioned, most names in the index higher today, about 331 names gaining ground on this Thursday, 172, Scarlett, to the downside.
Yeah, let's take a look at the 11 sectors in the S&P 500. And Alex mentioned those materials companies on the China story, the China stimulus story. Materials up almost 2% as a group. Tech not far behind, gaining 0.9%. And Wells Fargo lifting the financials to a 0.5% gain. On the downside, you have energy stocks losing 2% as oil prices decline. WTI now at below $70 a barrel. REITs also lower by 1%. And utilities losing 0.75%.
All right, so a lot of green on that map. Let's get to some of the individual gainers. The number one gainer in both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100 is Micron Technology, finishing the day off its highs, but still almost a 15% gain. It's the largest U.S. maker, as you know, of computer memory chips. It did gain the most in nearly 13 years, gave a strong sales and profit forecast, helped by strong demand for AI gear, artificial intelligence gear. Analysts also coming out very positive about the AI demand and the company's pricing strength. So no doubt about it, a strong performer. Alex mentioned every day it feels like among the most read stories is what's coming out of China and their stimulus moves. So the NASDAQ Golden Dragon China.
There it is. I was wondering if you're going to mention it. You used to mention this all the time, as its best day in years, and you don't even start with it, Carol.
Well, there
I don't know you anymore.
I don't know. Well, you know, I had to go to Micron. But anyway, it is up about almost 11% in today's session. It is a favorite. If you look at the NASDAQ 100, PDD is one of the outperformers in today's session. So again, officials pledging to make real estate market stop declining, their strongest value yet to stabilize, that crucial sector in the Chinese economy that we know has had such a tough time coming out of its malaise. So that is definitely some outperformance today. And then one of the airlines, I wanted to mention Southwest Airlines, guys, up about 5.5%, was up as much as 11% in today's session, authorizing a new $2.5 billion stock buyback program, and also detailed some plans to revamp customer-facing policies. This company and this carrier trying to fend off some activist moves, and so nonetheless, investors liked what it had to say. What?
Did you see some of the moves in the other airlines, though? You had United up 8%, JetBlue up 8%. I mean, was this all just on a sentiment shift or
the whole
something?
airline index is up over 6%. Best day for since October 2022.
I'm not sure why. Do you guys know? Is it just because of
bag fees?
I don't know. I don't know. It's not
China?
No.
Southwest Airlines should be lower
Hey, Carol, you're from overseas. What's going on?
Yeah. People are getting on planes. That was a.
What was that?
Sure, let's go with that. Okay, look, I'm gonna get us back on track. I'm gonna try. We went from Micron higher, Supermicro ditched the end. We've got Supermicro shares slumping after that Wall Street Journal report that the U.S. Justice Department investigating the company. This after a Hindenburg research report last month talking about glaring accounting red flags that the IT firm representatives of the company and the Justice Department haven't responded to requests for comment the shares down 12% at the close. We've got Sonos shares also falling after Morgan Stanley double downgraded the stock from to underweight from overweight. It doesn't sound good. They're now saying that the speaker company's app redesign, which brought huge backlash from customers, if you want to find it on social media, lots of people talking about it, impacting the top and bottom line there as well. Our opinion columnist Dave Lee was writing about this just a couple of days ago on the technical debt that the company is facing, and it's one of those issues that can come up when you're dealing in tech like this. Sonos shares down now about 30% on the year, and I'm indulging myself by talking about chocolate because Hershey's shares are down ever so slightly, so just about counts. Jeffrey's downloading the chocolate maker to underperform from hold. They're turning more cautious because customers apparently are pulling back on spending on chocolate because of the increased prices, which we've been talking about, but switching to other snacks.
Hershey's?
Yeah, cocoa, man. It's like a record high yet again. Or
It's not even good chocolate, Hershey's.
Oh, how dare you? How dare you? Apologize to America.
But Romaine also hates chocolate. So I think we had
we were camping this past weekend and we were making s'mores. So I went through my I don't know, we had like a stack of Hershey bars.
How much did it cost you?
Well,
were you making s'mores?
There we go.
Did you say you were making s'mores?
yes, we're on a campfire. We were camping. I don't know, does that bother you, Carol?
I don't know. I'm just trying to get my head around that picture.
I know.
So-
Romaine
What do you
at a
think I
camping
am?
site.
Right?
Yeah.
And next to a campfire.
Don't worry,
was it more like
I tossed my tie back over and, it was all good.
There was still a bathroom in the cabin. Let's not think we're like
it was
it's
rustic.
glamping.
It was
I mean,
rustic.
It was glamping.
No, I mean it's a middle between regular and glamping. But okay, can I go to yields now? I'm going to yields.
Sure.
Because this is where some of the action was too. You're looking at the front end here. We're up by 5 basis points. The back end a touch of buying. And guys, this really was about the data that we saw earlier today. Durable goods orders better than expected, and you had that gross domestic income revision over the post-COVID period where you had nearly $800 billion added to between 2022 and 2023. That was something.
Yeah, we're actually getting some earnings out, believe it or not. It never stops. Vail Resorts, ticker MTM, shares down 5%. The company coming out with their fiscal fourth quarter numbers. Skier visits down significantly here, 699,000. The street was looking for 829,000. Now, of course, we are still off season, but that does not necessarily bode well. Revenue, though, came in relatively in line with estimates at around $265 million, but the company's still posting a loss per share of $4.67. That's higher, or a deeper loss, I should say, than what the street had priced in.
All right, something we're certainly keeping an eye on. That stock down about 5% in the aftermarket. Hey, the other thing we're keeping an eye on is what's going on at Starbucks. Scaling back on the Italian pastry brand beloved by longtime leader Howard Schultz. Princi?
Princi.
Oh, go ahead.
There you go.
Take it over, Stephen.
Look, I scramble past this because there's one in Soho in London that I visit regularly. It's a very impressive spread, but they're one of those brands that got into Starbucks and were able to use their own brand under the Starbucks roasteries in particular, but they're moving on from them now. So they say they're going to be replacing it with, great products.
Are you upset that they're losing it?
I mean, I can still get it, so I'm okay.
Oh, you're fine.
But I'm worried for other people.
Okay.
They are going to keep this brand, though, in certain of their roasteries, including in Milan and in its stores in Tokyo. And by the way, I was in Italy, and there was a huge long line in front of the Starbucks roastery.
I was like, please don't tell me that you went to Starbucks.
No. But I was kind of bewildered why there were people waiting in line at Starbucks in Italy.
Stephen's gone there.
They had air conditioning in Milan in the
Where do you
summer.
go to Paris? You see all the hordes lined up outside of McDonald's or Taco Bell.
That really hurts. But no, I'm actually bummed about this because my daughter loves those croissants.
There you go.
All right.
The other thing that I noticed when I was in Milan, because it was Fashion Week, is that there are a lot of people wearing these wide-legged pants, and that's a new thing. These wide-leg jeans, they might not be that much money. It might cost like $100, but the problem is you then have to buy new tops to pair with the wide-legged pants.
This is okay.
Because a crop top.
Crop top.
Really
Did these
here.
people not own tops before?
No.
Too
Okay,
big and
wait.
big. You just look like you're dressed like a baby.
You got to understand, when skinny jeans were in, you had to have oversized tops. And now that you have wide-legged pants, you need a smaller top on top to kind of balance it out.
I refuse.
Are you wearing wide-legged pants now?
I am.
You
She's
are.
not wearing a crop top. Let's just be clear.
Well, thank you.
Don't wear crop tops.
All right.
No.
There you are. By the way, I just want to say I like this new Carol. Do we?
No, he's gone tomorrow.
Can we
This is his
just
last day.
swap?
Radio in London every morning.
Yeah, you can stay. We got a Starbucks roastery here or whatever you want. And our own Soho or whatever it is down here.
I think we have room for one more box here, so
stop
you
it.
can stay. You can stay.
Yes, that's just what the show needs. Another anchor.
We got to wrap. All right, Alex is heading out. She's going to not buy these wide leg jeans.
I own them already. That's why.
All right.
She invested in them a couple
Style
years
icon.
ago.
Of course she did. All right, Scarlett and Romaine.
Style icon, that's right. I
Continuing
know
on
that's why I like this guy.
television, and the good Carol and I are going to continue on Bloomberg Radio. Guys, we will see you again, same time, same place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
To Bloomberg Business Week here on Bloomberg Radio. We are getting to some of the big conversations that we are having at the UN General Assembly and Climate Week this week as well. A lot of big corporate names keen to show off their commitment to sustainability, to development issues, but how effective are these initiatives? How committed are these companies to these projects as well? These are some of the things we want to get into with Tara Nathan, who's joining us, founder and executive vice president of the MasterCard Community Pass, a digital platform that aims to boost access to payments for remote communities. Tara, great to have you with us. Now, during last year's Climate Week, you spoke to us here on the program about MasterCard's role in delivering services in Africa and in South Asia through the Community Pass program. Can you talk us a bit through what's happened over the past year for you? What's changed? How have you evolved and moved on?
Sure. Thank you for having me. It's exciting to be here. What's evolved? You know, I think with Community Pass, quite frankly, I think we talked about what it does, right? Community Pass is all about, it's a digital infrastructure that tries to digitize access for smallholder farmers, the poorest, most rural inhabitants living in remote villages in Africa and India. It gives them access to things like marketplaces, to buy quality inputs, to buy quality fertilizers, to be able to sell their produce for fair market rates and to earn their fair share. And over the past, since last year, I'd say we've scaled to 6 million users. And so that's really exciting. We're live in 6 markets around the globe. So I think we're not just building solutions now, we're really delivering them and delivering value and impact for, you know, the people who use our solutions.
Tara, tell us about that impact. Like, what is it that you guys see on a daily, weekly, monthly basis as this program and this continues its build out?
Yeah. The impact is the really cool story, right? So I'll take you back a little bit. When you talk about a farmer, it's something that we living in New York City may not even understand. When you're talking about a smallholder farmer who earns maybe $2 to $5 a day, one of their key challenges is just getting at, they're a small business owner, right? That's really what they are. But their input is a seed. That seed might cost them $50, okay, to plant. And what we find is that a lot of these farmers can't access authentic seeds. So they're getting artificial fake seeds. So they plant them, 6 months later, they find out there's no crop, right? Imagine what that does to them. So in markets, we've actually connected them to authentic certified seed providers, and we've seen their yields go up by 30 to 50%. Now, add on top of that, we've connected them to a multiplicity of buyers, as opposed to what they may have previously had, which is, you know, they would be stuck by a middleman or a trader who came to their farm gate, and they were price takers. Now, because we've connected them to a multiple of buyers, now that increased offtake commands a higher price of 20 to 30%. So those are the types of impacts that we're seeing on the ground.
Factor in the climate resilience element of this as well, because this is, you know, handing that sort of power to growers, for example, helps that, you know, when they are suffering from changing climate, changing temperatures, perhaps changing the crops that they're being able to grow as well. I mean, factor in how those goals are feeding into what you're doing with those communities.
Yeah. I mean, it's all about productivity, right? I think one of the biggest drivers, obviously, of climate change is agriculture. So that's really what we're helping to make more efficacious. If you plant the right seed in the right environment, you know, the offtake improves, and that sort of has a big driver on sort of climate. I think the other thing that I'm really interested in is the connection between the smallholder farmer and the carbon market. So we're starting to see a lot of really cool technologies come out where they can actually start to measure soil health. And how can we then drive that value as an incremental income source down to the smallholder farmer? And how can that now become an income generator for that poor farmer who's earning the $2 a day?
Tell me, I am curious too about what's the end game, long game from MasterCard in doing this. It certainly we often talk about the lack of financial identity that so many individuals have in the emerging markets. But MasterCard getting involved, it obviously gets these people into the financial system, right? But I'm curious what the long game is for you guys to have this involvement in connecting these people.
Yeah. Look, MasterCard, we've had a long commitment to doing well by doing good. So that's in our fundamental DNA. We've made a commitment to connect 1 billion people to the formal digital economy. So I could tell you that in the first instance, this is absolutely part of that strategy to say, we want to be making the world a better place. But when you really look at our long-term strategy, these are markets of the future that we want to operate in. And this kind of digital technology makes us relevant to a majority of the population. If you look across the continent of Africa, right, north of 50% of the population is involved in agriculture. Somewhere between 30 to 40%, depending on the country, of their GDP comes from agriculture. When you look at population growth, right, the majority of population growth and of the new consumers in the next 30 years will happen in Africa and in these developing economies. So this just makes smart business sense for us as well.
Tara, you've been here, at Climate Week talking about how these issues are of importance to companies as well. What's your reading on where other companies in your space, the broader industry, is on, working towards sustainable goals, sustainable development at a time when we've seen so much pushback on things around ESG?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think the real pivot that I'm hearing more and more of, I want to hear even more about it, is commercial sustainability. So when I look to the Community Pass business, one of the big, we call ourselves, we are a social impact enterprise. So there's a dual mandate there. It's not just social impact, but it's an enterprise and commercial sustainability. And I think I've started to hear that narrative build a lot more, right? So it's, how do you encourage companies, and how do you encourage, frankly, the development sector to be more amenable to companies looking at this as a commercial enterprise? I mean, one of the things that we always talk about here is, who delivers the service when the grant runs out? It's all great and fine to be talking about these big donor commitments to things, but you need a private sector entity in there with a commercial model, who's delivering the service day after day. And I think, that's the shift that I'm starting to see and I want to see more of.
If there's one thing you could change to just improve and help what you are doing, what would it be?
I guess it would be that mindset, right? Well, a couple things. One would be that mindset of us all thinking commercially, number one, and number two, thinking in terms of collective action. So if I think about what we're doing, I mean, we recently, 5 months ago, we launched the MADE Alliance, the Mobilizing Access to the Digital Economy in Africa Alliance. And I think one of the really interesting and cool things about what that is it's about action. So it's not a coalition that comes up and puts up a bunch of logos and just declares a bunch of commitments. It's really committing to collective action. And what we've done is crowd in the actors, such as the African Development Bank, who has committed $300 million to finance this. We've got Equity Bank, who's going to be giving loans and bank accounts to the individuals. It's Community Pass and the MasterCard technology that's going to connect all these ecosystem partners.
Right.
And we've got, we're crowding in all these private sector actors to work in concert.
Yeah, that makes sense and kind of mirrors some of what we heard from the president of the African Development Bank a little bit earlier here on Bloomberg Business Week. Tara, thank you so much. Great to check in with you again. Tara Nathan, Executive VP, founder of MasterCard's Community Pass, joining us right here from New York City. We're watching shares of Costco right now down about 1% here in the aftermarket. Fourth quarter EPS, it's a beat. Total revenue, a slight miss. We'll keep an eye on those numbers, get you a little bit more in just a moment.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg, keeping an eye on Costco. After hours, Costco out with earnings per share for the fourth quarter that beat the average analyst estimate. Revenue, though, slightly below estimates. Fourth quarter total revenue at Costco down right now by 0.8%. By the way, the revenue for $79.70 billion. Estimates were for $79.96 billion. Again, Costco after hours down now by about 0.8%. Another day, another record, number 42 of the year on the S&P, up 23 points today, a gain of 0.4%. S&P closing at 57.45. The Dow up 260, up 0.6%. NASDAQ also higher today by 0.6%. Russell 2000 index also advanced by just about 0.6%. 10-year 3.79%. The 2-year 3.62%. Spot gold up 0.6%. 26.71 the ounce. Silver above $32, up by 0.7%. But the big drop for crude today. West Texas Intermediate down by 3.2%. Southwest Airlines has authorized a new $2.5 billion stock buyback program. Southwest shares rallied today. We had Southwest up by 5.4%. Micron after earnings today up 14.7%. And Super Microcomputer shares plunged after the Wall Street Journal reported that the Justice Department is probing the server maker. Again, shares of Super Micro down 12.2%. Recapping S&P up by 0.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Master along with Stephen Carroll right here on Bloomberg Business Week. We're going to kind of get back into some of the Climate Week conversations that we've had. We've come at it from a lot of different angles, but we're going to get into someone who has written a book about it and kind of what we can learn from the past to maybe move forward.
Yeah, joining us in the studio is Michael Eman, Director of the Center for Science, Sustainability and the Media at the University of Pennsylvania. And your latest book, we're talking about Our Fragile Moment, How Lessons from Earth's Past Can Help Us Survive the Climate. Just published in paperback, we should say as well. You're here for Climate Week. I mean, as a scientist, when you engage in these conversations, what's your reading of where we are and how we're thinking about it?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the commentary and for the question. You know, one of the things that we learn from Earth history, when we look back billions of years, you know, we've got nearly 4 billion years of climate history to look at. We ought to be able to learn something from it. And in the end, it really communicates sort of the dual message that is part of my messaging today of urgency and agency. We see examples in the past of climate fragility. When you push the climate system hard enough, bad things happen. You get abrupt changes. You get mass extinctions. On the other hand, you also see that there are moderating forces over time that have actually kept Earth's temperature within a remarkably tight bounds, bounds that are suitable for life for billions of years. So there's both fragility and resilience. And right now we're sort of at the edge of, you know, those competing factors. We are still within that range of resilience, but if we continue to push the climate system harder, if we don't bring the carbon emissions down...
The trajectory is pretty bad, right? The trajectory is pretty bad.
Yeah, and there are sort of self-reinforcing feedbacks. You get ice sheets that begin to collapse. That locks in meters of sea level rise. So if we continue on the path that we're on, we continue to burn fossil fuels at historic rates, we will exceed our adaptive capacity as a civilization.
We get that. We've talked about that a lot. So what's a lesson from the past that you think our audience should say, oh, wait, okay, so this happened, we did this. What can we learn from the past specifically?
Yeah, so I look, for example, at some past extinction events, like the Great Dying, it's called. This is an event
Doesn't sound like fun.
250 million years ago. The title of the chapter is The Great Dying Wasn't So Great.
Yeah.
90% of all species on the planet died out in that extinction event. And it was a climate-driven extinction event. So it sounds really bad until you look at what played out. It is a worst-case scenario that probably doesn't apply to the current day. But if you tease out what caused it. There was an increase in carbon dioxide, and we know there was a warming of the planet, and it turns out that the relationship between the increase in carbon dioxide and the warming of the planet was consistent with the climate models that we use today to project the future. So we can use the past to say the models have it right. They appear to have it right. And again, that gives us a sense of agency, because the models tell us it's not too late to keep warming below, what would be a catastrophic warming of 1.5 Celsius, 3 degree Fahrenheit warming. We can still do it, but that window of opportunity is shrinking.
But in the conversations you've had here this week, do you feel like that's understood well enough for that action to be taken? Because we see a lot of plans, a lot of targets, but the timelines are long.
That's exactly right. I mean, it's the glass half empty, glass half full.
Not always mandatory. So if they miss it, it's like, oops.
Well, that's right. And so, obviously, just a sort of voluntary action isn't enough. We're going to need binding requirements on businesses. We're going to need, ESG has to be more than just greenwash. There has to be real action behind it. Right now, we see fossil fuel companies, for example, talking a lot about carbon capture and sequestration, this idea that we can just manage the problem somehow without solving it at its source, which is our continued reliance on fossil fuels. And that sort of technology, it's not proven. It's unlikely we can deploy it on the time frame that would be necessary, but it provides an excuse for businesses to continue to pollute now. And so we have to recognize that there's that greenwash, and that what we really need is a rapid transition. We're making progress. We're going to see carbon emissions perhaps slightly decline in 2024. There's some preliminary numbers that say they're actually going to come down. So the green energy transition is happening, and it's making a difference. It's not happening fast enough yet.
How much, though, when you look at Earth's past and what has happened, how much of it, though, I mean, it's because of mankind and the mess that we've done, and that we still kind of can't seem to get it right? How much do you blame?
Well, there's some great examples. There was what we call the collision 65 million years ago of a giant asteroid, that killed off the dinosaurs.
Right.
And there's some lessons there. It turns out, what killed them off was actually a massive cooling from all of the particulate matter that was ejected up into the atmosphere. So it was actually climate change that killed off the dinosaurs. And the difference is there is nothing, the dinosaurs didn't see it coming. They couldn't have done anything about it anyways. We don't have that excuse. This is a problem of our making, and we still have it within our capability to solve it.
When you look at the state of where policymakers are thinking about this, the pushback against green policies we've seen in some parts of the world, and you're thinking about an election here in November, I mean, how worried are you that derails what is a positive trajectory towards those emissions coming down?
Well, I won't mince words here. I've said on a number of occasions that a second Trump presidency would be the end of global climate action as we know it, because we know historically that the United States has to lead if we're going to see other countries come to the table. And we saw that during the Obama years. There was a bilateral agreement between the U.S. and China because the U.S. was doing its part. Other countries joined in. We got the Paris Agreement. So we know that when we engage on this issue, other countries come along. And at the same time, when we disengage, it sends the opposite message.
Although I would argue that I think we have so many conversations saying that when it comes to rules about the environment, we often look to what Europe's doing. It feels like that they have moved faster. So, I mean, do you really think that if the U.S. turns back, the rest of the world's going to turn back?
Yeah, I mean, we are the world's largest legacy polluter. So we've put more carbon pollution into the into the atmosphere.
So it doesn't matter. You're saying what everybody else does.
Well,
because of that.
Well, right now we're not the biggest polluter. Right now it's China, and India is rapidly rising up. So we're not the biggest polluter now. But what matters to the climate, it turns out, is the cumulative carbon pollution, and we've produced more of it. And so what that means is, if we don't send the message that we're serious, it makes it easy for countries like India to say, look, you had 200 years of access to cheap, dirty energy to grow your economy. Why shouldn't we get the same opportunity if you don't have your own house in order?
What specifically in policy terms makes you concerned about Donald Trump being reelected? I suppose, what are the steps that you would be concerned about?
In a word or in a phrase, Project 2025. So we know what his climate agenda is going to be. It's getting rid of NOAA, the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, the very administration that's responsible for monitoring hurricanes like the one that is about to make landfall tragically on the Florida coast. And so they want, it's sort of an agenda to stop measuring the climate, to stop even allowing for language about climate change in government policy. That's, you know, we can't solve a problem that we refuse to even recognize exists. And so it's a stark contrast. And some people would, you know, say, well, you know, Biden hasn't gone far enough, and we're not completely happy with the Harris sort of climate plan, but it's night and day. They will build on the progress we've already made, whereas a Trump administration already has an agenda in hand to turn back the clock and basically go backwards in terms of our climate.
And of course, Trump has distanced himself from Project 2025, but I don't
unconvincingly.
Right. Yeah, no, he has. And I don't know that we've gotten specifics about what a Harris White House would mean in terms of specific green initiatives going forward. Having said that, you know, when you say things like NOAA, and I'm just thinking there are various global models of tracking weather around the world, and people can tap into them like that we never could before.
Yeah.
So there is that information out there. So the global gathering of information will not start. So like I understand what you're saying, having said that, just something to think about. So
the question of data is very interesting there, isn't it? Because that's something that actually can really help us on this
Yeah,
journey.
and NOAA is responsible. That's where we get all of this detailed information. We have scientists who study the behavior of hurricanes. We're improving our models.
But they're global models, right? So that there is still information that would be coming in.
Yeah, but we're making the measurements in this sector. We're making the in situ measurements in the Atlantic. We have the hurricane hunters who go out and look at these storms as they're developing. We would lose all that.
Can I ask you, this is something that we spoke to the CEO of the Global Wind Energy Council about, and he talked about misinformation and disinformation risks around wind turbines. How big a problem is that? This kind of relates to the data question.
Yeah, there's a lot of misinformation. You know, polluters have, you can't deny climate change is happening anymore because we can all see it playing out, right? And so that means that there's some bad actors who have sort of moved away from denial towards other tactics. And among those tactics is sort of delay. Well, we don't need to, you know, transition to renewable energy. We can do carbon capture and sequestration. We can rely. And by the way, there are all these problems with wind and solar, and these are manufactured problems. They're not real problems, but they sound credible, and they win over enough people that it makes it more difficult to advance the policies.
Is even maybe a bigger problem, and this came up in a discussion that we had with the head of Fortescue, the big mining company, but this idea of, you know, money lobbying by the fossil fuel industry, and that is still so entrenched. We still are going to need, everybody says fossil fuel for a long time. That's a big issue, and just got about, forgive us, about 35 seconds here.
Yeah, no, I mean, what we're talking about is not going cold turkey on fossil fuels. We need to continue to keep the lights turned on, right? There is credible, credible studies that demonstrate that we can achieve the reductions we need. We can basically get halfway there, 50% reduction in carbon emissions by 2030 with existing technology by incentivizing that technology and de-incentivizing fossil fuel technology.
I hope that's 6 years away.
Yeah, but look, I mean, this is, I think, I'm so glad that you're here with that optimistic message as well, because I think the fear is as we get overwhelmed by how difficult and insurmountable the problem seems. Michael Eman, thank you so much for joining us from the University of Pennsylvania. Your book, Our Fragile Moment, How Lessons from Earth's Past Can Help Us Survive the Climate, just been published in paperback.
From climate change to another COVID strain, that's where we go now.
4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Costco wholesale shares trading lower, down by roughly 0.8% after hours. Costco did post higher than expected profit, a sign that spending is staying robust despite persistent cost pressures. S&P 500 index, another day, another record, up 23 points, now at 57.45, a gain of just about 0.4%. The Dow today up 260, up 0.6%. NASDAQ also up by 0.6%. Russell 2000 also advanced 0.6%. 10-year 3.79%, the 2-year 3.62%. Gold up 0.6%. 26.72 the ounce. Silver gained 0.7%, now at 32.04. A retreat for crude. West Texas Intermediate down 2.9%, 71.34 a barrel. As for the overall market backdrop and the outlook, Brooke May is managing partner at Evans May Wealth, and she was a guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
We're seeing a broadening in participation. Corporate earnings are healthy right now, and when you talk to CEOs, their outlook is stable. They think that wages will be up a little over 3% over the next year. They think that hiring will be stable. And when you listen to those earnings calls, the word inflation was only mentioned about 50% at the time.
Brooke May of Evans May Wealth. Today we had Southwest Airlines authorizing a new $2.5 billion stock buyback program. Shares of Southwest flew higher today, up by 5.4%. And Micron, the largest American maker of computer memory chips, surged after giving a surprisingly strong sales and profit forecast. Micron today up by 14.7%. New York Mayor Eric Adams has been indicted on bribery and fraud charges following a federal corruption investigation. It calls into question the political future of the man in charge of running the biggest American city. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. This is Bloomberg Business Week on this Thursday. Carol Massar, along with Stephen Carroll, co-host of Bloomberg Daybreak Europe, in for Tim.
In for Tim.
How much time do you guys spend talking about COVID lately?
I mean, look, this is one of those things. Don't be scared, right? This is one of these things that we knew it was going to be part of the evolution of the disease. It's the waves of it, right? You notice it where people are missing from the office, and it happens, and you see it cycle through the office because somebody gets it and it goes around, or it's in someone's family and then they're out for a couple of days.
Yeah.
But
or you start seeing masks again in the office by a few people.
Which I very much respect, because I think it's very respectful. But the idea that this is going to be something, and actually we're much better prepared than we were.
We know how to deal with this.
Having said
as we get ready for a new strain.
This is the next development on this story, of course, something that we have been told to expect as we move on from the pandemic stage. Joining us to discuss, Dr. Amish Adalja, who is Senior Scholar and Infectious Disease Physician at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security at Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, the founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Dr. Adalja joins us from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Great to have you on the program. Have I framed this correctly when we're talking about a new strain of COVID?
Yes, I think so. I think that we always knew that this virus was going to continue to evolve, and the goal was to really decouple cases from hospitalizations, from deaths, from hospitals in crisis. And I think we've successfully gotten there. And the thing is, we think of COVID, we've got more tools for COVID than we do for any other respiratory virus. People wish we had the tools that we do for COVID, for influenza, for example. So I do think that, yes, we're going to see new variants. There's always going to be one coming in perpetuity, but it's less scary because we've got so much immunity in the population and so many tools that science and medicine have developed.
So great that we've got tools. Having said that, is COVID in the same category now as, the regular flu that we deal with every fall? Do you put it in the same category?
It's still a little bit more severe for older people, for high-risk individuals than influenza. And it also doesn't have that kind of single season jump like you get in respiratory virus season with flu in fall and winter. We still get this kind of surge in the summer and then the winter surge. So it's a little bit different than flu. It still is likely killing more people than flu, but it is rapidly approaching the level of influenza. And I think we will get there if more high-risk people take advantage of new vaccines, take advantage of drugs like Paxlovid and Molnupiravir. So I think we're getting there, but it's still, if you look at it on a pound for pound basis, it's still a little bit higher than influenza.
What can you tell us about this new strain then? XEC it's called.
So XEC is a variant that really came to light in Europe. It's a combination of two different versions of Omicron variants that have been circulating. So it's what we would call a recombinant variant. And it does seem to be increasing in many parts of Europe. There have been cases in the United States, but in the United States, it's less than probably 1% of infection. So it's not officially being tracked. But you have to remember, if it's not XEC, it's going to be another variant. There's always going to be one variant coming up, one variant coming down, one with their moment in the spotlight, one that's kind of fading off to the side. And that's always going to be the case. And it's the case with any other respiratory virus. It's just that the media are much more interested in COVID variants, even when they don't really change the equation. So yes, XCC might become a dominant variant, but does it change anything that people need to do? Probably not. Does it have an impact on the efficacy of the newly updated vaccine? Probably, yes. But is it going to change the equation or how people live with COVID? No.
Well, talk to us about vaccines. I did not get the latest. I mean, I'd gotten 4 or 5 shots, as we were supposed to during the pandemic. Having said that, I don't think I got the last one, and I kind of passed. I don't know. So what's your guidance on getting vaccines? Should we treat it like the flu vaccine? Get it. If you're high risk, get it. Just get it. Like, what's your advice here to people?
Well, I think if you're high risk, you definitely benefit from staying up to date with your vaccines.
Right.
And high risk means people that are overweight, people that are obese, people with diabetes, hypertension, immunocompromised, people who are pregnant. It's a large swath of the population that probably should be getting that vaccine. If you're a low risk person, 20 years old, no medical problems, you're probably not going to get very much of a benefit from the vaccine. You'll get some transient protection against infection, which will wear off. And I think, I've always been of the mindset that's in the UK, that's in Europe, and even in Canada, where there's much more targeted vaccination to high-risk groups. I think that's much better than a universal recommendation, because what's happening is high-risk people aren't, they think everybody gets this, that they're not special, when they really are. The virus does treat them very special. They're at higher risk for severe disease. And I really think we need to get our high-risk populations vaccinated, because if we're vaccinating a bunch of healthy 30-year-olds, but not 70-year-olds, that's not going to really do anything to put a dent in, the tens of thousands of deaths that will occur from COVID-19 over this winter season.
Yeah, that's interesting to your point. I mean, my parents in Dublin got a call from their local doctor to say it's time. Yeah, if ever, and it's happened every year, and it depends again on risk category. Another topic that we wanted to talk to you about, though, is the new flu vaccine. It's going to be different. This is an option that might actually perhaps encourage people that might be scared of needles to go for it.
Yes. So we've had this vaccine around since around 2003. It's called FluMist. It's a nasal flu vaccine. So it's needle-free. It's basically a spray that's sprayed into your nostril. And it's now been approved by the FDA for self-administration, which is the first vaccine that we've seen be approved for self-administration. So this is a very innovative way to increase flu vaccine rates. Hopefully, people who are needle phobic, people who don't have the time to go and find a place to get a flu vaccination, will take advantage of this. So I think this is kind of a really important development, hopefully one that people will take advantage of, and hopefully which will lead to a precedent for more self-administered vaccines, self-administered tests, because I think that really gives people a lot of autonomy and will hopefully increase guidance recommendation adherence, and more people will get flu vaccinated, and this is just another way to do that.
Couple things. My understanding is it's indicated for individuals from like maybe 2 to 49 years of age. Is that the case? Do you need a prescription, and is it covered by insurance?
So it is 2 to 49 because FluMist, that brand of flu vaccine, is only FDA approved for that group. It doesn't mean it doesn't work in other groups. It just means that the company didn't actually seek approval in people that were younger than 2 or people that were older than 49. So that's where the restrictions are. And what the company is going to do is have a website set up, kind of a third-party website where you kind of do a questionnaire, and if you meet the qualifications, they will ship that vaccine to your home for you to give yourself or to give to your children. Insurance, I suspect, will cover it. It may vary from plan to plan,
right?
But I think they should cover it. There's no reason that they wouldn't, because it's a recommended vaccine and they cover other flu vaccines.
Great update, certainly on something that is still a part of our world. We're talking about COVID and just flu, certainly important. Dr. Amesh Adalja, Senior Scholar, Infectious Disease Physician at the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, of course supported by Michael R. Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, we are getting ready to wrap up on the Thursday edition of Bloomberg Business Week, what we like to call Friday's Eve, although for Stephen Carroll, who has been with me for the week, which has been just so much fun to have you here. We've had quite a week.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you hit the ground running. You flew in on Sunday.
Yeah, as I said to you a minute ago, I fell on the ground running, which I think is a bit more accurate.
No, but I mean, you know, new program, new, you know, just
new studio.
new routine.
Yeah, and we had a day out.
We had a day out, which was really cool. I mean, I have to say, one of the things I do love about Bloomberg is some of the live events, the things that we are involved in as a company. Bloomberg Philanthropies is involved in, and it really gave us a chance to get some global perspectives on what many would argue is our big problem of our time.
Look, the theme that I felt just ran through so many of our conversations during Climate Week has been this thing. It's first of all what Michael Iman was telling us a little bit earlier on, is there is optimism out there. There is progress being made. We're getting there on the energy transition. We spoke to the head of the Global Wind Energy Council talking about, sure, okay, we're not tripling in line with the renewable energy goals, but we are doubling, which is not nothing. And and him also saying they don't need incentives.
It's a move forward. It's like not that everybody has run away and say, okay, this isn't the solution.
But the business case is there. This is the thing that I've kept saying in so many of our conversations is we're hearing commercial sustainability. We heard it from Tara Nathan from MasterCard earlier as well, talking about the idea that the commercial sustainability of these projects is now being proven, and that's where the companies that are getting involved in these things are not doing it to look good. They're doing it because it's good business.
At the same time, I think, you know, our conversation with the president of the African Development Bank, that, you know, still trying to get so many people connected in terms of basic things, whether it's electricity or water. And, you know, and there is progress, but you realize that there's so much more to be done in the developing world, things that we take for granted. And I feel like these are concerns, issues that we've been talking about for many, many years. And so it's just a reminder that we still have a lot to be done.
Yeah, look, the figures that he gave us, $277 billion needed for climate resiliency every year, and they're only getting 30. So there's a big gap still there to be made up. We talked about some of we got very deep in the international financial weeds there, working about special drawing rights being reallocated.
It's a primer
My
of
favorite
sorts.
thing. Exactly, yeah, but it was a good conversation because it got us to a point we realize the multilateral development banks are, you know, working with the governments that they work with behind the scenes to leverage that money to provide the certainty for businesses. This question of the new agency looking around insurance for projects as well to try and be able to crowd in that private money. So, you know, the facilities, the infrastructure is setting up there to be able to get private investors in there, coming back to the question of business case.
So what do you think about, you know, so coming on and your focus normally, obviously what's going on in the European markets.
Yeah, I'm usually in bed by now.
But then to come here for, you know, 4 days and see kind of what's top of mind. What are the differences? What are the similarities?
Look, it's... Okay, first of all, the economic picture is very different here, right? The US economy is powering ahead. All of the economic data keeps giving us more surprises in a positive way. You know, the GDP figures today that we had as well, the job openings numbers, the things that paint a picture of a US economy. This is the narrative that is so different to what's happening in Europe, where it's growth that's bumping along the bottom. You're looking at competitiveness being a huge issue, highlighted recently by the report by the former ECB President Mario Draghi. The question of people feeling inflation, you know, which was at one point 11% in the UK, you know, those prices are still high. Prices have not come down. People are feeling the squeeze. It's playing out in every area of the economy that consumers are being squeezed. Things are sort of motoring along. Growth is returning. Inflation is coming down. All of the macro indicators are good, but are people feeling better? I feel that, you know, here, especially as we're thinking about an election campaign as well, that's another subject that's coming up.
No, and I think about our conversation that we had with the IMF managing director, and she said, you know, the U.S. really kind of holding the global economy, right? Really being the engine in keeping things going, and thought that the Fed, in its half-rate move, the cut last week, did the right thing. But you do realize in a world where many will come on and say the pushback against globalization, you know, countries more concerned about what's happening at home, and there is some element of that, or big element of that, but nonetheless, you know, are reminded in a week like this with the UN General Assembly underway, with Climate Week, that it's still very, very much connected.
Yeah, exactly. And this is, a global issue with companies and policymakers looking at global solutions to this as well. It's something where we're seeing the coordination happen. We see it in the meetings that were happening here in New York and the events that we were at. With President Joe Biden speaking at the event, the Global Business Forum at the Plaza Hotel as well. I mean, this is something that everyone seems to be getting the message that it needs to be done, but it's making sure that doesn't get derailed. And this issue of misinformation around things like renewable energy, wind turbines, etc. Several of our guests brought it up as being one of the things that, we do have the data. We perhaps need to do a better job of understanding it and pointing to it and making sure that sort of misinformation doesn't derail the progress that we have heard on, getting towards some.
So what did you like the most about being in New York?
Meeting you, Bloomberg Radio legend Carol Masser.
Oh, really? No. But it's fun, right? Like to be.
It's fun. It's great to be part of this universe where you get to go to a different office and meet all these great people who you hear everywhere around, Bloomberg Radio and TV. It's been fun, style icons, as I refer
Alex
to
Steele.
you and the team over on Bloomberg Television as well. We had a lot of fun.
She is.
As I tell